child had a halo of light all around him and had put on yellow-colored clothes. Even his turban, sacred thread, and garland were yellow in color. His arms were abnormally long. Lord Brahma immediately realized that the child was none other than Lord Maheshvar himself. Suddenly a divine cow appeared from the mouth of Maheshvar, who had 4 faces and possessed all the 32 qualities. The divine cow was none other than goddess Gayatri herself. Lord Brahma eulogized her and Maheshvar was very pleased by his deep devotion. Maheshvar also blessed him with divine knowledge and unrevealed the secret of yoga to him. Right then, many divine children appeared from the body of Lord Maheshvar. Each of them had put on yellow apparels and had great resemblance to Lord Maheshvar. They were extremely virtuous and served the mankind by giving sermons. After having completed their mission of spreading the message of virtuosity to the mankind, all of them got united with Lord Maheshvar ultimately. A person, who is desirous of getting liberated from all his sin, must seek the blessings of Lord Maheshvar, who is also known as Tat Purusha. Lord Aghirsh. Pete Kalpa was followed by Pradrita Kalpa. Black was the predominant color of this Kalpa. Initially, the whole earth was submerged in the water and Lord Brahma, desirous of commencing his creations, wished for a son. As a result, a divine child manifested whose complexion was dark. Not only that, he had put on black apparels and a black crown on his head. A black sacred thread was hanging across his shoulder. Lord Brahma immediately recognized Aghirsh and eulogized him. Lord Aghirsh became pleased by his devotion and blessed him. Just like the preceding Kalpas, 4 divine children manifested from Lord Aghirsh's body. All of them had great resemblance with Aghirsh in every respect. In course of time, they did tremendous penance and preached the virtue of religiousness to the mankind. A person who worships Lord Aghirsh and has deep devotion in him becomes liberated from gravest of sins like Brahmatya, etc. Lord Ishan. In the beginning of Vishvarupa Kalpa, Lord Brahma, desirous of commencing creation, was engrossed in deep meditation. This resulted into the manifestation of a divine cow, which puzzled Lord Brahma very much. Actually, this divine cow was none other than Vishvarupa Sarasvati, but Lord Brahma failed to recognize her. Lord Brahma decided to take the help of Lord Ishan and started meditating on him. When Lord Ishan appeared before him, he was requested by Lord Brahma to shed light on the identity of that divine cow. Lord Ishan replied by saying, the present Kalpa is called Vishvarupa Kalpa. It has originated from the left side of my body and is the 33rd Kalpa. This divine cow has also originated from me. She is Goddess Gauri, the source of all creation. After saying like this, Lord Ishan created 4 divine entities from the body of the Kaujati, Mundi, Shikandi and Ardhamund. All of them were very luminous and virtuous. After preaching the world for thousands of divine years, they got reunited with Lord Rudra. The origin of Shivalinga. The sages ask, Sudha, Lord Shiva is formless, then how come Shivalinga is worshipped? What is the significance of Shivalinga? What is the proper method of worshipping a Shivalinga? Sudha replied, once, Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu developed serious difference on the matter of superiority. A tremendous duel broke out between them. As they were fighting, a mammoth linga appeared on the sense, the effulgence of which made efforts both of them amazed. Both of them decided to find out the origin of that divine linga. Lord Brahma transformed his appearance into that of a swan and flew up in the sky to determine the height of that linga. Lord Vishnu transformed himself into a roar and entered the depth of earth to find the source of that Shivalinga. But both of them failed in their objectives and returned to the same place exhausted. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound of Aum emanating from the Shivalinga. Very soon, the whole form of Om, consisting of all the 3 letters A, U and M, became visible. At last, both of them realized their mistake and stopped quarreling. This way, Lord Shiva was successful in subduing their arrogance. Lord Rudra is beyond sensual perception. He is the Supreme Almighty and the bestower of divine bliss. The mystical form of Shivalinga is a symbolical expression of sacred mantra Aum. The letter A symbolizes Bija, am the creator himself, and you is the symbolical expression of Yoni. Lord Rudra is beyond sensual perception. He is the Supreme Almighty and the bestower of divine bliss. The mystical form of Shivalinga is a symbolical expression of sacred mantra Om. The letter A symbolizes Bija, am the creator himself, and U is the symbolical expression of Yoni. Part 2. Lord Shiva blesses Brahma and Vishnu. At the time, when this incident of mystical Shivalinga had occurred, and after which Lord Brahma and Vishnu had stopped quarreling, Lord Shiva appeared before them and said, I am very pleased with both of you, both of O Vishnu. You are the creator, Lord Shiva. This made Lord Shiva extremely pleased, and he the preserver as well as the destroyer of this world. I am the supreme you, though having distinct identities, have actually manifested from my body Brahma from my left side and Vishnu from my right. Almighty and distinct from all three of you Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Lord Vishnu expressed his undiluted devotion towards Lord Shiva. This made Lord Shiva extremely pleased, and he said, O Vishnu, you are the creator, the preserver as well as the destroyer of this world. I am the Supreme Almighty and distinct from all three of you Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Linga is the personification of the Almighty God. The term Linga means fusion, and the Shivalinga are said to be the symbolical expression of all the deities. The manifestation of Lord Brahma. The sages requested Sutta to elucidate how Lord Brahma emerged from the navel of Vishnu seated on a lotus flower. Sutta replied, at the time of deluge Lord Vishnu went in his yoganidra lying on the back of Shishnag. As the result of his divine play, a huge lotus flower along with a long tubular stalk emerged from his navel. Lord Brahma was seated on the lotus flower. When Lord Brahma saw Lord Vishnu, he asked, who are you sleeping in this ocean? Lord Vishnu also asked the same question as to whom was he and from where had he manifested. Very soon, a quarrel ensures between them. Desirous of knowing the identity of the stranger, Lord Vishnu entered Brahma's abdomen through his mouth. He was amazed to find the existence of whole universe inside Brahma's abdomen. He remained there for thousands of years but could not find the end. Being exhausted, he came out and told Lord Brahma that even his abdomen had the same unlimited expanse. Lord Brahma decided to check the authenticity of Vishnu's statement and entered into his abdomen through the mouth. Lord Brahma wandered inside the abdomen for thousands of years but could not find the end. Meanwhile, Lord Vishnu has shut each and every opening of his body, which made it impossible for Lord Brahma to come out. Ultimately he was successful in coming out through the tubular stalk of the lotus. As Lord Brahma was not amused by Vishnu's behavior, he started fighting with him. Right at that moment, Lord Mahadeva arrived there. His moments created high tide and strong mind, which vigorously shook the lotus flower. Lord Vishnu immediately realized that these signs forebode the arrival of Mahadeva. He revealed this fact to Brahma and about Manadev's greatness. But Lord Brahma was not impressed. Lord Vishnu then said, Shiva is the Almighty God. He is the one, whom, enlightened people are always in search for. He manifests himself in the form of an egg on account of the union of his formless and with form appearances. In course of time the egg gets divided into two halves, from which are created the different lokas. The egg is the very place from where originates the whole creation. Even you own your existence to that egg. Your arrogance might invite the wrath of Shiva. So, come, let both of us eulogize and praise the holy name of Mahadeva. Lord Brahma becomes the creator. At last, Lord Vishnu was successful in convincing Brahma of Shiva's supreme status. Both of them eulogized and sang hymns in the praise of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva became very pleased by their devotion. He requested Lord Vishnu wanted nothing else but undiluted devotion in him. Lord Shiva agreed and said, so be it. Lord Shiva then blessed Brahma and made him the creator. Lord Brahma did a tremendous penance, which continued for a very long period. The severe penance strained his eyes, as a result of which tears started rolling down his cheeks. Poisonous snakes manifested from those teardrops. Lord Brahma became disillusioned by his maiden creation and gave up his life. 11 Rudras emerged from his body and started wailing. They then brought Lord Brahma back to life. After becoming alive, Lord Brahma eulogized Vishveshvar and goddess Gayatri. He was amazed to see the existence of whole universe inside the body of Lord Vishveshvar, all the kalpas including the different incarnations of Lord Shiva, about origin of these kalpas and various incarnations like Satya, etc. Description of different kalpas. Lord Shiva revealed to Brahma that the Shvetkalpa derived its name from his complexion. I took incarnation attired in white apparels. My complexion was fair. You being self-begotten were able to recognize me. Goddess Gayatri had also manifested from my body and later on became famous as Shvetlohit Brahm. The next kalpa was known as Lohit Kalpa because of my red complexion. Goddess Gayatri had also incarnated in the form of divine cow. I became famous as Vamdev during this kalpa. Lord Shiva then went on to describe about the rest of the kalpas which had been named after his complexion. He also gave in-depth description of various subjects like, the different worlds, the Vedas, the four major castes, etc. Incarnations of Shiva during various Dwapar Yugas. On being inquired by Lord Brahma about his various incarnations, Lord Shiva said I shall incarnate as Shvetmahamuni during first Dwapar Yuga of Vaivaswat Manvantar. My abode shell is at Kagal peak of Himalaya mountain. I shall have 4 disciples who will be proficient in the Vedas. I will incarnate as Sudar during second Dwapar. At that time, Satyohat Prajapati will be holding he post of Vyasa. I will have 4 sons Dundubhai, Kshatripa, Richaka and Kaluma. During third Dwapar and at the time when sage Bhargav will be acting as a Vyasa, I will take incarnation as Daman. I will have 4 sons Vikrush, Viksh, Vipash and Papnashak. During fourth Dwapar and at the time when sage Angara will be acting as a Vyasa, I will take incarnation as Suhatra. I will have 4 sons Sumukh, Dharmakha, Dirdhar and Duratikram. I will take incarnation as Kank during fifth Dwapar and at the time when sage Suvita will be fulfilling the obligations of Vyasa, I will have 4 sons Sanak, Sanandan, Sanatan and Sanat Kumar. During sixth Dwapar, I will take incarnation as Lagakshi. At that time sage Mritu will be holding the post of Vyasa. My sons will be Sudama, Viraja, Shunk and Pudraj. Sage Shataratu will act as Vyasa during 7th Dwapar. I will have 4 sons Sarasvat, Megh, Meghva, and Suvahan. Sage Vashishtha will be the Vyasa during 8th Dwapar. I will take incarnation as Dadhivahan. My sons will be Kapila, Asuri, Panch, Shikhomuni and Vashkal. Sage Sarasvat will act as Vyasa during 9th Dwapar. I will take incarnation as Rishab. I will have 4 sons Parashar, Garg, Bhargav, and Angaras. The 10th Dwapar will see Tripad fulfilling the duties of Vyasa. I will incarnate as Bhavita Muni. I will have 4 sons Bala, Bandhu, Niramithra, and Ketu. Sage Trivat will be the Vyasa during 11th Dwapar. I will take incarnation as Yugra. My sons will be Lambodar, Lamoksha, and Lambakesh. Sage Shatatja will perform the duties of Vyasa during 12th Dwapar. I will have 4 sons Sarvajya, Sambudhai, Sathya and Sarva. Dharma will be the Vyasa during 13th Dwapar. I will take incarnation as Bali and live at the hermitage of the Bakilya. I will have 4 sons Sudama, Kashyapa, Vashishtha, and Viraja. This way, Lord Shiva elaborated upon his various incarnations till the period of 28 Dwapar, which went as follows. Rituals of Shivalinga worship. Once, Goddess Parvati asked Lord Shiva about the proper methods of worshipping Shivalinga. While Shiva was elucidating upon the rituals, Nandi who was present there too got enlightened on this sacred topic. In course of time, this knowledge was passed on to Sanat Kumar, who in turn revealed it to sage Vyasa. Sudha came to know about it from Shailati. Lord Shiva had described the following 3 methods, by the help of which a devotee should become pure before Dwapar Vyasa Shiva's sons 14th Taraksha Gautamitra, Devarudra, Shravan and Srivashthak 15th Trayayaranai Vichirakuni, Kunabeu, Ksharir and Kunatrak 16th Deva Gokern Kashyao, Shukrakar Chivn and Brihaspati 17th Kritanjay Guhavasi Yodathya, Vamdev, Mahayoga and Mahabal 18th Ritanjay Shikhani Vachishravarikik Shyavasva and Yathishvar 19th Bharadvaj Jadamalai Hiranyabite, Kausul, Longaxi and Kuthumi 20th Gautamita Hasumantu, Varvari, Kavand and Kushikandar 21st Vachishrav Dariko Ramapksoda. Bayani, Ketuman and Gautam. 22nd Shushmayan Longli Bhimdharmik, Mahyatri, Balavi, Madhupingashwitu, Ketu and Kush 23rd Trinabindu Kalanjar Ushik, Vrihadishva, Deval and Kavirivak 24th Riksha Shuli Solahatra, Agnavesh, Unisva and Sharadvasu. 25th Shakti Dandi Mundishvar Chagal, Kundak, Kumhand and Purwahaj 26th Parashar Sahishnu Yaluk, Vidayut, Shambuk and Ashwalayan. 27th Jada Karnya Samsharma Akshapad, Kumar, Yaluk and Vuts. 28th Dvapayan Lakolai Kushik, Garg, Mitra and Kaurushya. Commencing his worship. 1. Varanasnan 2. Bhashmasnan 3. Mantrasnan. Lord Shiva had stressed upon the importance of taking bath in a river or a pond. According to him, a man's mind, which is like a lotus, could never blossom unless it received the radiance of the sun. Describing about the methods of taking Bhasmasnan, he said after washing his hands and feet, a devotee should smear any of the following things on his body to make it pure: mud, cow dung, ashes, etc. While smearing mud on his body, he should chant the mantra, Udatashivarehen. After becoming pure according to the methods mentioned above, he should then worship Lord Varuna. Having done this, he should take a dip in the river after purifying the water by chanting the sacred Adhamarshan mantra. He should then worship all the deities by sprinkling water from the shunk and amidst the chanting of mantras like Rudran Pavamana and etc. He should then concentrate upon the form of a Shivalinga. He should drink some water holding some kasha grass in his right hand simultaneously. A devotee should commence his worship only after becoming pure. In the beginning he should perform pranayama for 3 times so that his lungs are filled up with fresh air. After this, he should concentrate his mind on the form of Lord Trayambak in all his glory. He should purify all the articles required for the worship by performing ablution and by chanting Om Namah Shivaya. He should also make offerings of flowers, rice grains, barley, etc. to the deity. Worship of Lord Shiva is believed to be incomplete without the worship of his family Nandi, Kartikeya, Vinayak and goddess Parvati. So, the devotee must not forget to worship them. Lord Shiva tests the patience of sages. Once upon a time, the sages were busy doing their penance to please Lord Mahadeva. Lord Shiva decided to test patience and visited Derek forest in naked position. By the virtue of his divine power, he was successful in corrupting the conduct of the sages' wives. Those women became so infatuated by his divine appearance that they lost control in themselves. They were desirous of satiating their lust, but Shiva maintained silence and did not oblige them. When the sages saw the women folk in such a pitiable condition, they started abusing Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva did not respond and disappeared from the scene. Now, the sages became very frightened. All of them went to Lord Brahma and narrated the whole incident. Lord Brahma reprimanded them by saying that how unfortunate they had been in not recognizing Lord Shiva Almighty. Lord Brahma said, "You have committed a grace, sir, by showing disrespect to your guest. Your conduct was unlike Sudarshan, a Brahmin who by his hospitality was able to win the Lord of Death." Lord Brahma narrated the following tale to them. Once there lived a kind-hearted Brahmin named Sudarshan. He was very hospitable and considered his guests as Lord Shiva himself. He had given strict instructions to his wife that under no circumstance should a guest return unsatisfied from his home. Dharmaraj wanted to test Sudarshan's firmness in his belief. One day he arrived at Sudarshan's hermitage disguised as a Brahmin. At that time he was not present in his hermitage. Dharmaraj refused to accept anything in donation except Sudarshan's wife herself. Sudarshan's wife offered herself without any hesitation. When he returned, not finding her wife, started calling her name. At that time he heard a voice saying that his wife was satisfying the lust of a guest. Sudarshan remained unperturbed and requested his guest to carry on till he is satisfied. Dharmaraj became pleased. He appeared before Sudarshan and gave blessings. He appreciated his hospitable nature by saying that by the virtue of his undiluted hospitality he had even vanquished him. The sages were very ashamed of their conduct and returned Lord Brahma to explain as to how they could have devotion in Lord Shiva. Lord Brahma elucidated on the virtue of devotion and narrated the tale of Sage Shvet, who had subjugated even death by his devotion. Sage Shvet. The sages were very curious to know about Sage Shvet. Lord Brahma narrated the following tale. Once, there lived a sage named Shvet. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. He lived in a cave and engaged himself in severe penance, continuously chanting the holy name of Shiva. When the time of his death approached, Kal arrived there to take his life. Sage Shvet started eulogizing Lord Shiva. He challenged Kal that being a devotee of Shiva he was beyond the reach of death. But, Kal made fun of him and told him that nobody could escape death. Sage Shvet had unshakable faith in Lord Shiva. Pointing towards the Shivalinga, he told Kal that he would remain unharmed because of Lord Shiva who was present in that Shivalinga. Suddenly, Kal tied him with his noose and said, "See, now you are absolutely under my control and even your deity seems to be helpless." To protect his devotee, Lord Shiva arrived on the scene accomplished by goddess Amba, Ganpati, and Nandi. Kal got scared to such an extent that he fainted and died. The sages curiously asked Lord Brahma about the means with which Shiva could be pleased. Lord Brahma told them that only deep devotion and nothing else could please Lord Shiva. Sages eulogize Lord Shiva. Having realized their mistake, the sages returned to Darak forest and engaged themselves in austere penance to please Shiva. They did a tremendous penance, which lasted for a year. Ultimately their wishes were fulfilled as Lord Shiva appeared with ashes smeared all over his body. He had a begging bowl in his hands and exhibited strange mannerism. But this time the sages did not fail in recognizing him. They begged for his forgiveness and sought his blessings. Lord Shiva became pleased and blessed them divine sight, which made them unable to see his form of Trayambak. The illumined appearance of Lord Trayambak cast a spellbound over them. They eulogized Lord Shiva by singing praise in his name. This way, their deep devotion in Lord Shiva had exploited them from their sin. Lord Shiva preaches the sages. Lord Shiva revealed to the sages that a female sex organ was nothing but a symbolic expression of goddess Parvati, whereas a male sex organ symbolized his own self. He also cautioned them against making fun of hermits' appearance. He said, "These hermits who appear absurd by their looks are my great devotees. They don't care about their physical appearance because I predominantly occupy their thoughts. Anybody making fun of these naked hermits, whose bodies are smeared with ashes, is in fact making fun of me." Lord Shiva then went on to describe the purity of ash and said ash is extremely pure, as it is the residual element of matter, which is left after burning. It is sacred and indestructible. This is why I smear it on my body. A person who smears ash on his body becomes liberated from all his sins. It is the destroyer of sin. It is the symbolic expression of my virya. This way Lord Shiva enlightened them on various spiritual topics. Davichi subjugates Kashupa. There ruled a king named Kashupa whose friend was sage Davichi. Once they got into argument over the superiority of their respective castes. King Kashupa was of the opinion that a Kshatriya was superior to Brahmin. Very soon, the dispute took an ugly turn and a duel broke out between them. Davichi punched Kashupa on his head. Kashupa retaliated by attacking Davichi with his weapon named Vajra. The assault proved to be fatal for Davichi and he fell down. Before his death he prayed to his guru Shukrakarya and sought his help. Realizing that his disciple was in danger, Shukrakarya rushed to the spot, but Davichi had already died before he could arrive there. Shukrakarya knew the secret learning, Mridasanjivani Vidya. He brought back Davichi alive and advised him to please Lord Shiva to attain invincibility. He also taught Davichi the proper methods of worshipping Shiva. Davichi did an austere penance and pleased Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva appeared and blessed him with invincibility and also made his bones as hard as Indra's thunderbolt. Davichi then went to fight Kashyapa. He kicked Kashyapa on his chest. Kashyapa retaliated by attacking Davichi with his Vajra. But this time Davichi remained unharmed. Kashyapa was surprised to see his assault going in vain. He decided to take the help of Lord Vishnu and engaged himself in austere penance. Kashyapa accepts defeat. When Lord Vishnu appeared before Kashyapa, he sought his help in defeating Davichi. Lord Vishnu expressed his inability by saying, "I don't punish a Brahmin, especially if he is a devotee of Rudra. Davichi is both, so forget about defeating him. Anyhow, I will try my best to make Davichi devoid of his power." Lord Vishnu then went to Davichi's hermitage disguised as a Brahmin. Davichi recognized him and came to know about his intentions. He requested Lord Vishnu to go ahead with his demand. "I have conquered fear on account of my total devotion in Lord Shiva," said Davichi. Lord Vishnu did not like his arrogant behavior. He said, "I know you have conquered fear. But, just for once, say that you are fearful of me, as I am Vishnu." But, Davichi refused to obey his commands. This infuriated Lord Vishnu and he tried to kill Davichi with his chakra. Davichi remained unharmed and said, "How can this chakra harm me? Lord Shiva has given whose devotee I am it to you whose devotee I am." Lord Vishnu tried to use his other weapons but failed to cause any harm to Davichi. All the deities came to his help but still their efforts of defeating Davichi went futile. Lord Vishnu then tried to impress Davichi by his divine powers and showed his divine appearance in which the whole world was visible. Davichi gave a befitting reply by showing the whole universe including Lord Vishnu within his body. Lord Vishnu was amazed by his divine powers. Ultimately, Lord Brahma persuaded Lord Vishnu to discontinue the fight. Seeing his lord in such a helpless condition, Kashyapa had no other option but to accept defeat. He tried to pacify Davichi's anger by asking cursed him as well as all the deities by saying, "All of you including the deities and Vishnu will be destroyed in Daksha's yajna as the consequence of Rudra's wrath." The place where Davichi's hermitage was situated later on became famously known as Sthaneshwar. It is considered to be the most sacred place of pilgrimage. Shilad's impossible demand. Once, Shilad did an austere penance to please Indra. He was desirous of begetting a son. When Indra appeared, he requested him to bless him with a son who was self-born as well as deathless. Indra expressed his helplessness in fulfilling impossible demand. "Even Lord Brahma meets his end after the passage of crores of kalpas," said Indra. Shilad tried to convince the validity of his demand by citing the example of Daksha's son who according to his best of knowledge were self-born as well as deathless. Indra told him that it was not true. To prove his point, Indra said even Vishnu and Brahma are not self-born. Lord Vishnu created Brahma during Megavahan Kalpa. Some are of the view that Vishnu and Brahma manifested from the left and right sides of Shiva respectively. So, your demand is unsubstantial and without any base. According to a mythological tale, Lord Vishnu manifested from in between the eyebrow of Lord Brahma. At that time Lord Shiva had arrived there to bless both of them. After the departure of Lord Shiva, Vishnu took the incarnation of Varaha and re-established the earth in its original position. Lord Brahma then commenced his creation and in course of time the earth came to be inhabited by all kind of living creatures. Part 3: The characteristics of 4 eras. Shilad requested Indra to shed light on the special characteristics of each of the 4 eras. Indra replied, "Lord Brahma created the 4 eras Satya, Treta, Dwapar and Kali. These eras keep on occurring in a cyclic order where the former is followed by the latter. Sattva Guna prevails during Satya Yuga. Rajas Guna is the dominant quality prevailing during Treta Yuga. During Dwapar Yuga both Rajas Guna and Tamas Guna are present. Tamas Guna is the dominant quality prevailing during Kali Yuga. During Satya Yuga, Meditation was the means by the help of which a man could achieve salvation, while oblation, devotion, and donation were said to be the means capable of giving salvation during Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga and Kali Yuga respectively. The inhabitants of Satya Yuga were virtuous and free from sorrow. But the vice of desire started to raise its head during Treta Yuga and people started being troubled by it. Lord Brahma created the warrior caste Kshatriya for the protection of virtuosity. Brahma propagated the rituals of oblation during Treta Yuga. Everything was fine till Treta Yuga, but there was a drastic change in the human behavior during Dwapar Yuga. All the vices surfaced and people were troubled by them. Some extraordinary literary feats were accomplished during Dwapar. Sage Vyasa categorized the Veda into 4 sections, all the major Puranas were compiled and Smritis were written. Kali Yuga saw the decline of virtuosity and religiousness. Ignorance and false knowledge prevailed everywhere during this era. Kali Yuga. Describing about the decline in moral values during Kali Yuga, Indra told Shilad, in Kali Yuga, people will be under the total influence of the worldly illusions. Ignorance, diseases, fear, and hunger will be prevalent everywhere. Famine and drought would occur quite frequently as the fallout of inadequate rain. Sinners would outnumber the virtuous, people would deviate from the path of religiousness. Brahmins would lose their superiority and Shudras would become the rulers. Brahmins will not be respected and will be forced to serve the lowly people. Majority of women would be immoral and progenies would not obey the commands of their parents. Predicting a grim scenario, Indra stressed great importance of religiousness during Kali Yuga and said a virtuous deed accomplished in Kali Yuga gives fruits in a day as compared to Treta and Dwapar Yugas, which take 1 year and 1 month respectively. Manifestation of Brahma. Once, Lord Brahma did an austere penance to please Lord Shiva. Shiva manifested as Ardnarishwar from his forehead and said, "I am your son." But, the unbearable heat emanating from the effulgence of Ardhanarishwar burnt the whole world including Lord Brahma. Lord Shiva then separated the feminine part of his body and instructed her to begin creation. Both Brahma and Vishnu manifested from the body of goddess Parmeshwari. Lord Vishnu divided his body into 2 halves and created the world. Lord Brahma once again did a tremendous penance which lasted for 10,000 years. Once again Shiva manifested from his forehead, but this time as Nilalahit. Lord Nilalahit became pleased by Brahma's eulogy and blessed him. Manifestation of Nandishvar. Shilad did a tremendous penance to please Lord Shiva. His penance continued for thousands of years. At last, Lord Shiva appeared before him and said, "I am extremely pleased by your devotion. I shall bless you with a son who will become famous for his knowledge and learning." But, Shilad was desirous of a self-born and immortal son. Lord Shiva said, "Your desire will be fulfilled. Even Lord Brahma had requested me to take an incarnation. I will take birth as your son and my name will be Nandi." In course of time, Shiva manifested from the oblation site. The deities became pleased after seeing Nandi, who possessed 3 eyes, 4 arms, and a crown on his head. The netherworld. Lord Shiva is the source from where all the different worlds originate. People in their ignorance are unaware of the fact that the whole universe is nothing but a medium through which Shiva manifests himself. The various worlds like Maha, Jana, Tapa, Satya etc. and all the natural elements like earth, sky, ocean etc. owe their origin to Shiva. Underneath the earth lies the netherworlds which are altogether 7 in number: Tala, Vitala, Sudala etc. The netherworld named Mahatala is the dwelling place of Lord Muchkand and King Bali. Sudala is yellow in color while Vitalo shines brightly like a coral. Atala is of white color and Tala has a shade of white. All these netherworld have the same expanse as the earth. Razatal is the place where Vasuki resides. Talatal is the dwelling place of mighty demons like Virochan and Hiranyaksha. It is also the place where hell is situated. The netherworld named Sudal is the dwelling place where Tarka, Agnamuk, and Prahlada live. Tala is the dwelling place of mighty warriors like Mahakumbh, Hayagriva etc. The 7 islands. The earth consists of 7 islands, many rivers, mountains, and 7 oceans. the Plaksha, Shulmali, Kush, Krunk, Shak, and Pushkar. Lord Shiva along with goddess Ambika and his Ganas dwell in all these 7 islands in one form or the other. The name of the 7 oceans are Kesharad, Rasid, Surad, Gatodakshai, Dadhi Arnav, Keshirad and Swadud. Lord Shiva manifests himself in all of them. Lord Shiva dwells in the ocean named Keshiranav. King Priyavrata was the grandson of Manu, who ruled during Svayambhuva Manvantar. He had 10 sons: Agnira, Agnabayu, Meguthi, Vasu, Vayushman, Chidishman, Diudaman, Havya, Savan etc. Priyavrata had made Agnira the king of Jambudvipa. Similarly, the islands of Plakshadwipa, Shulmali, Kushadwipa, Krunkdwipa, Shulvadwipa and Pushkar were given to Medhatithi, Vayushman, Chidishman, Diudaman, Havya and Savan respectively. Havya had 7 sons who became rulers, and the different territories they ruled desired their names from them. Bharata Varsh. Agnira, the ruler of Jambudvipa, was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. He had 9 sons: Nabi, Kimpurusha, Harivarsha, Ilavrata, Ramaya, Hiranyaman, Kuru, Bhadrashva, and Ketumal. Agnira appointed Nabi the king of Himakya. Similarly, Kimpurusha, Harivarsha, Ilavrata, Ramaya, Hiranyaman, Kuru, Bhadrashva and Ketumal were given the kingdoms of Himakut, Nashuth, Meru, Nilachal, Shvet, Sringavarsh, Malvan and Gandhamudan respectively. After this, Agnira renounced everything and went to do penance. Merudevi was Nabi's wife and the mother of Rishab. After growing up, Rishab got married and became the father of no less than 100 sons. Among them Bharata was the eldest. When Bharata grew up, Rishab appointed him as his successor and after renouncing everything went to the forest. Bharata went on to become a great king and ruled over the whole territory southwards of Himalaya. Our country derives its name from him. Bharata had a son named Sumti who succeeded his father as a king. The Meru Mountain. Meru Mountain is situated in the heart of Jambudvipa. The Meru range is spread in the area of 16,000 yojan. Its towering peak is 84,000 in height from the ground level and had even penetrated the depth of earth to the measurement of 16,000 yojan. Meru Mountain is considered to be very sacred and is believed to be the dwelling place of the deities. Yamraj's abode Vaivaswadapuri is situated in the southern part of Meru Mountain. Some other holy places like Shadavati, Gandhavati, and Yashomti are also situated on this mountain where Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva are believed to have their respective abodes. The sun continuously shines over Meru Mountain. A river named Jambu flows down this mountain. There is also a tree by the same name which is eternally laden with fruits. The Meru Mountain is surrounded on all its sides by a country Ilavrata. The residents of Ilavrata relish the fruits of Jambu tree. The prominent mountains. Describing about the physical characteristics of all T7 islands, Sutta says dash. 7 mountains are situated in Plakshadwipa: Gobhedak, Chandra, Narada, Dundubhai, Soyak, Sumna and Vaibitraj. Similarly, the prominent mountain ranges situated in Shulmali Dwipa are Kumad, Uttam, Balahak, Drona, Karkamahish Kumadman etc. Kushadwipa also has 7 mountains, among which Vidrabite and Hem are the prominent ones. All these 7 islands are surrounded by 7 oceans. The mountain named Lokalok is so gigantic in size that half of its part is always covered in darkness. The omnipresent Lord Shiva pervades the whole universe. Once, being confronted by the effulgence of Lord Shiva, who had disguised himself as a yaksha, all the deities became devoid of their power. Indra was amazed and asked the yaksha as to who he was. Lord Shiva disappeared without giving any answer and goddess Ambika appeared before the deities. Indra asked her the same question, to which goddess Ambika replied he was none other than the Almighty Shiva. I being the Prakriti do creation following his instructions. He is the embodiment of Purusha. The sun. The movement of sun is rapid when it is positioned south of equator, on the other hand its movement is slow when positioned north OS equator. The time is indicated by the various positions of Sun while it is on its course of movement in the horizon. While the Sun is situated in the southeast direction, it is believed to be the morning time. Similarly, when the Sun has positioned itself in the southwest, northwest, or southeast direction, it is said to be the before noon, afternoon, and night respectively. The Sun is believed to be mounted on a chariot while on its course of movement in the horizon. All the deities, apsaras, and gandharvas are believed to follow its movement. The periods of day and night consist of 30 gati each. The Sun causes rainfall due to the process of evaporation. Water is the source of life and is the manifestation of Lord Shiva himself. Lord Brahma assigns lordships to the deities. The sages requested Sutta to describe how Lord Brahma assigned lordships to all the deities and the demons. Sutta replied, the Sun was made the lord of all the planets. Soma was made the lord of all the constellations and medicinal herbs. Similarly, Van was made the lord of water, while Kubra was assigned the lordship of wealth. Lord Vishnu attained the lordship of Adityas, Pawak of Vasus, Daksha of Prajaptis, Indra of deities, and Prahlada attained the lordship of all the demons. Some other prominent species and the assigned lordships are as follows. Species Lord. Species Lord. Animals Rudra, women Uma. Rudras Nilalahit, obstacles Gajanan. Power of speech Sarasvati, mountains Himalaya. Rivers Ganga, oceans Kashir Sagar. Trees people Gandharvas, Chitrarathi. Serpents Takshak, birds Garuda. Prithu was made the lord of earth and Lord Shiva the lord of whole universe. The chariots of sun, moon and other planets. The chariot of Surya is believed to have been created by Lord Brahma. It is made up of gold and its wheels have 5 spokes each. The chariot is very huge in size and its expanse covers the area of 9,000 yojan. It is pulled by 7 horses which are of green complexion. The movement of sun results into the occurrence of day and night. The moon's chariot consists of 3 wheela and is pulled by 10 white horses. Each wheel is supported by 100 spokes. The chariots of Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter are believed to be pulled by 8 horses each. The chariot of Saturn is believed to be pulled by 10 black horses. The radiance of Surya. The Surya is the source to which all the living beings owe their existence. All the deities derive their effulgence from Surya, who in turn derives its own radiance from Lord Mahadeva. Time is determined with the help of Surya's movement. One cannot even imagine the various units of time, like Kashana, Muhurta, day, night, fortnight, month, season etc. without the existence of Surya. The sun, which illuminates the whole world, is nothing but the medium through which the Almighty Rudra manifests himself. The sun sheds thousands of rays, among which 7 are prominent: Sushumna, Rishikesh, Vishvakarma, Vishvadhyakha, Anad, Sarvavasu, and Swara. Part 4. Dhruva, the supreme devotee. The sages ask Sutta as to how Dhruva became successful in attaining immortality and supreme status among all the stars. Sutta narrated the following tale. There lived a king named Uttanpad, who had 2 queens, Suniti and Suruchi. The eldest queen Suniti had a son named Dhruva. One day while Dhruva was sitting in his father's lap, Suruchi, his stepmother, contemptuously pulled him from Uttanpad's lap and made her own son sit in his place. Dhruva went to Suniti and complained about his stepmother's behavior. Suniti advised Dhruva that he should seek for the supreme status, which is permanent. Following his mother's advice, Dhruva went to the forest in search of that supreme status. In the forest, he met sage Vishvamitra, who advised him to seek the blessings of Lord Keshav by chanting the sacred mantra Om Namo Vasudevi. Dhruva did an austere penance for thousands of years. At last, Lord Vishnu became pleased and appeared before him mounted on Garuda. Vishnu touched Dhruva's face with his conch, as a result of which he attained self-knowledge. Vishnu blessed Dhruva by saying, I give you the supreme place, which even the deities and the sages long for. This way Dhruva attained a supreme status among all the stars with the blessings of Vishnu. The origin of deities. On being inquired by the sages about the origin of deities, demons, and other celestial entities, Suddha said Daksha, being desirous of enhancing the population, created 10,000 sons merely by his wish and instructed them to contribute in the propagation of population. His objective remained unfulfilled as Narada was successful in preaching them towards the path of devotion. As a result, all of them went to do meditation after renouncing the world. Seeing his efforts go in vain, Daksha created 10,000 more sons who were convinced by Narada to the path of renunciation once again. Daksha then begot 60 daughters from his wife named Varuni. When these girls grew up, Daksha married to different sages. 10 of them were married to Dharma, 13 to Kashyapa, 27 to Soma, 4 to Arishtanami, 2 to Bhrigu's son, 2 to Krishishwa, and the remaining 2 were married to Angara. The named of Dharma's wives were Marudavati, Vasu, Aryama, Lamba, Banu, Arundhati, Sankalpa, Muhurta, Sathya and Vishvabhamini. Vishvabhamini was the mother of Vishvadeva, while Sathya gave birth to Sadhva. Similarly, Marutvati, Banu, Muhurta, Lamba and Sankalpa gave birth to Varutwan, Banav, Mahurtik Ghosh and Sankalpa respectively. Vasu became the mother of 8 Vasus. Among the 27 wives of Kashyapa, the names of some prominent ones were Utti, Dithi, Arishta, Surasa, Muni, Surbhi, Vinata, Tamra, Krodha, Vasha, Ila, Kadru, Chwishad, Anga etc. Kashyapa had 2 sons from Dithi, Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. Danu gave birth to 100 sons, among whom Viprachit was very prominent. Tamra gave birth to 6 daughters: Shaki, Swini, Sagrivi, Gridika, Basai and Chennai. Kashyapa did an austere penance and was blessed with 2 sons, Vatsar and Usit. Vatsar had 2 sons, Nabud and Rame. Usit married Ekparna and had 1 son from her. Brahmanish Vashishtha was married to Arundhati and had 100 sons from her, among whom Shakti was the eldest. Shakti was married to Adrishyanti and Parashar was his son. Dvapayan was the son of Parashar and Shukra was Dvapayan's son. Sage Parashar. The sages asked Suddha how Shakti had been devoured by a demon named Rudhir. Suyataiji replied, once, sage Vashishtha was presiding over a grand yagya being organized by a king named Kalmishpad. Vashishtha had a rivalry with Vishvamitra. On seeing Vashishtha busy in that yagya, Vishvamitra instigated Rudhir, a demon, to kill his sons. Rudhir followed the instructions and devoured Vashishtha's sons, including Shakti. When Vashishtha learned about his son's death, his heart was filled with grief. He desired to give up his life but was prevented from doing so by his daughter-in-law. She informed him about her pregnancy and said, very soon you will see your grandson. So, quit the idea of giving up your life. Vashishtha, though still mournful of his son's death, postponed the idea of giving up his life for the time being. One day, while he was engrossed in the thoughts of his departed son, he was amazed to listen the recital of a Vedic hymn. He looked all around but found nobody. Suddenly he heard a heavenly voice that revealed by his grandson, who was still inside the womb of his mother. In course of time, Arundhati gave birth to a son who was named Parashar. One day young Parashar curiously inquired from his mother as to why she did not put on ornaments like other women of her age do. Arundhati kept quiet, but when Parashar kept on insisting, she revealed to him that it was not proper for a mournful woman to adorn herself. She also told him how his father Shakti had been killed by Rudhir, the demon. Parashar consoled Arundhati by saying that he would avenge his father's Lord Shiva. He then made an earthen Shivalinga and started worshipping it by chanting the scared mantras of Shiva Sukta and Trayambak Sukta. Lord Shiva became pleased by his devotion and blessed him with a divine vision which enabled him to see his dead father. Parashar then commenced a yagya with the purpose of annihilating the demons. All the demons started being tormented by the extreme heat generated by that ablation. Vashishtha prevented by that ablation. Vashishtha prevented Parashar from continuing with that yagya, as many innocent demons had suffered. Parashar stopped performing the rituals at his father's request. Sage Pulasatya had also been invited in that yagya. He was very pleased by his devotion toward his father and blessed him with the knowledge of all the scriptures. In course of time, Parashar became famous for his treatise Vishnu Purana. The lineage of Aditya. On being inquired by the sages about the respective lineage of Aditya and Somasudha replied. Sage Kashyapa had a son Aditya, from Udti. Aditya had 4 wives Sungya, Rajaya, Prabha and Chaya. Sungya gave birth to Manu whereas Raji was the mother of Yama, Yamuna and Ravat. Prabha gave birth to Prabhat while Chaya was the mother of 3 children Savarni, Shuni, Taptai and Vrishti. Chaya was extremely affectionate towards her stepson Yama. One day Yama kicked her in anger as a result of which his leg became inflicted with incurable disease. He became cured of his disease only after doing penance for thousands of years at a place called Gokarna. Manu had 9 sons Ikshavaku, Nabhag, Trishnu, Shariati, Narishyant, Nabhag, Arisht, Karush and Prishakna. He also had 3 daughters Ila, Jesht and Varishtha who coincidentally attained male physique later on in their life. Ila became famous as Sudayamna and had 3 sons Utkal, Gopa and Vinatashva. Harishwa was the descendant of Ikshavaku and had a son named Vasumana. Tridanva was Vajamana's son. He had attained the designation of Ganapatya by virtue of accomplishing 1000 Ashwamedha Yaga. Tridanva had a son named Trayarun and the name of his son was Satyavrat. The same Satyavrat became famous as Trishunku, who was the only person to attain to heaven with his mortal body. The most truthful king Harishchandra was the son of Trishunku. Harishchandra had a son named Rohit. Sagar belonged to the lineage of Harishchandra. He had 2 wives. Prabha had given birth to 60,000 sons but Banumti had only 1 son named Asamanjas. Angshuman was the son on Asamanjas. Angshuman's son was Dilip. Sage Bhagirath was the son of Dilip. Some prominent personality who belonged to the lineage of Ikshavaku were Shrut, Nabhag, Ambarish, Durgabayu, Dilip, Raghu, Aya, Dashrath, Rama, Lakshman, Bharata, Shatrupna, Lav and Kush. The famous King Pururava also caused from the same lineage. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. His son was Nahush. Nahush had 6 sons among whom Yayati was the eldest. Yayati had 2 wives Devyani and Jarmishtha. Yayati ruled over the whole earth. He had conquered the whole earth with the help of divine weapons and chariot which he had received from his father-in-law Shukrakarya. Yayati had 2 sons from Devyani Yadu and Turvasu. He also had 3 sons from his second wife Sharmishtha whose names were Drushya, Anu and Puru. Yayati appointed his youngest son Puru as his successor because of his total devotion towards his parent. Yadu was made the ruler of southern province. Yadu dynasty. Yadu had 5 sons among whom Sahasrajit was the eldest. Shatarjay was the Asan of Sahasrajit and himself had 3 sons Haya, Haya and Venu. Dharma was Haya's son. Dharmaetra was the son of Dharma and himself had 2 sons Kirti and Sanjay. Sanjay's son was Mahishman and Bhadrashrinya was Mahishman's son. Durdam was the son of Bhadrashrinya and Durdam's son was Dhanak. Dhanak had 4 sons among whom the youngest Kartavirya Arjuna was very mighty. He was killed by Parashiran. Kartavirya Arjuna had many sons among whom Shoar, Shursan, Drishta, Krishna, and Jayadhiraja were prominent. Jayadwaja had a very mighty son named Talajangha. Talajangha too had many mighty and brave sons like Vidihatra, Vrishaitk. Vrisha had a son Madhu. Madhu's son was Vrishni. Some other prominent kings of Yadu dynasty were Prakrajit, Jyamak, Shrut, Vidarbh, Subug, Vayu, Krutha, Kosik, Romapad, Vabharu, Sughriti, Kunta, Ranadrista, Bhimarath, Navarath, Dridharath, Karamha, Devarata, Devakshatrik and Madhu. The famous Kaurava dynasty came from the lineage of Madhu. Sri Krishna. Ahyuka came from the lineage of Yadu. He had 2 sons Devak and Yugrazan. The eldest son, Devak had 11 children, 4 sons and 7 daughters. The names of his sons were Devavan, Upadeva, Sudeva and Devarakshat. All his 7 daughters, which also included Devki, were married to Vasudev. Ahuk's youngest son, Ugrasen, had 9 sons. Among Kansa was the eldest. Vasudev had a son named Balrama from Rohini. Devki, one of his wives, gave birth of Lord Sri Krishna. Vasudev had exchanged Sri Krishna with the daughter of Yashoda as Sri Krishna's life was under threat from Kansa. When Kansa tried to kill her, she slipped away from her hand and ascended towards the sky. She then thundered, "There is no use killing me. The person who is supposed to kill you has already taken birth." Her prophecy came to be truth, and Kansa was ultimately killed by Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna had 16,108 queens, among whom Rukmini was dearest. He did an austere penance to please Lord Shiva, as the result of which he was blessed with many sons like Charudeshna, Sucharu, Pradyumna, etc. He also had a son named Sam from Jambavati. Lord Krishna left for heavenly abode after enjoying a long life of 120 years. He had destroyed his whole clan before leaving his mortal body. A hunter named Jara, who mistook him to be a deer, killed him. Due to the curse of Ashtavakra, Sri Krishna's wives had been abducted by the dacoits. Lord Brahma blesses the demons. The sages ask Sudha as to how did Maya the demon acquire 3 well-fortified forts from Lord Brahma, and how was Lord Shiva finally successful in destroying them. Sudha replied, after Tarakasura's death his 3 sons, Vyadhyunmali, Kamlaksha, and Tarakaksha, did tremendous penance to please Lord Brahma. When Lord Brahma appeared, they expressed their desire of attaining immortality. Lord Brahma refused to oblige them. The demons, after consulting each other, demanded 3 invincible forts from him and said only such a person should be able to kill us, who is capable of destroying all the 3 forts with a single shot of an arrow. Lord Brahma blessed them and disappeared. Maya then did an austere penance, and with the help of divine powers attained from it, constructed 3 forts at 3 different places. The fort made of gold was situated in the heaven, while the silver fort was situated in the space. The 3rd fort, which was made of iron, was situated on the earth. The gold fort was given to Tarakaksha, the silver fort to Kamalaksha, and the iron fort was given to Vyadhyunmali. After acquiring these invincible forts, all the demons had become extremely arrogant. They started tormenting the deities. The deities went to Lord Vishnu and requested help. Lord Vishnu created thousands of spirits and instructed them to destroy those 3 forts. But, the Bhutganas were unsuccessful in their attempt and were charred to death. Lamenting their death, the deities went to Lord Vishnu and sought help once again. Lord Vishnu was aware that the demons derived their power from Lord Shiva. So, he decided to deviate them from the path of Shiva's devotion. He then created an illusionary entity. The illusionary entity went to the place where demons lived and was successful in influencing them by his illusionary tactics. All the demons became so impressed by him that they stopped worshipping Lord Shiva and became his disciples. This resulted into a total degradation of moral values among the demons. Finding the time opportune, Lord Vishnu eulogized Shiva, who appeared and agreed to destroy those 3 forts. Vishvakarma made a divine chariot for Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma became the charioteer. Mounted on that chariot, Lord Shiva proceeded towards the demon. All the deities followed him. Lord Brahma said, right now it is Pushya Yoga and it is very auspicious for launching an attack on the demon's forts. Lord Shiva then released his arrow, which after destroying all the 3 forts returned to his quiver. The deities became pleased and eulogized Lord Shiva. Appointment of Andak as the Lord of Ganas. On being asked by the sages how Andak the demon was appointed as the Lord of Ganas by Lord Shiva, Sutan narrated the following tale to them. The mighty demon, Andak, was Hiranyakshara's son. By the virtue of his austere penance he had received a boon of immortality from Lord Brahma. In course of time he conquered all the 3 worlds. He started tormenting the deities, and as a result of which they had to take refuge in the causes of Mandarachal mountain. The deities went to Lord Shiva and narrated their woeful tale to him. They also requested him to kill Andak so that they could live in peace. Lord Shiva went to the place where Andak lived accompanied by all the deities. When Andik saw them coming, he attacked menacingly with his various weapons. The deities became scared and started running helter-skelter. Lord Shiva then killed Andik with his trident. He then lifted the corpse with the help of his trident and kept in that position for a very long period. The divine side of Lord Shiva had liberated Andik from all his sins. Finding himself in a helpless position, Andik eulogized Shiva and begged for forgiveness. At last, Lord Shiva became pleased and brought Andik down after lowering his trident. He gave him the designation of a Ganpati and made him the lord of his Ganas. The liberation of earth. The sages were curious to know how Lord Vishnu in his incarnation of Varaha, had liberated the earth from the captivity of Hiranyaksha. They also wanted to know why Lord Shiva adorned himself with the horn of that boar. Sutan narrated the following tale. Hiranyaksha, Andik's father, was a tyrant. After vanquishing the deities, he had taken the earth to Rasatala. The deities sought the help of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu then took the incarnation of Varaha and killed Hiranyaksha with his sharp horns. He then brought the earth from Rasatala and kept it in its original position. The deities eulogized both Lord Vishnu and Mother Earth. Lord Shiva adorned himself with the ornament carved out from the horn of that boar. This is the reason why he is also called Danshtri. Killing of Jalandhar. The sages requested Sutta to reveal how Lord Shiva had killed the notorious demon Jalandhar. Sutan narrated the following tale. There was a demon named Jalandhar. He had manifested from the ocean. He had acquired divine power by the virtue of his austere penance. Jalandhar had defeated the deities and conquered the heaven. He even defeated Lord Vishnu and boasted, "I have conquered everybody. Now, only Shiva is left to be conquered." Jalandhar went to fight a battle with Lord Shiva accompanied by a huge army. Lord Shiva was aware of the boon, which Lord Brahma had given to Andik and which had made him invincible. Jalandhar derived his power from his wife Vrinda, who was an extremely chaste woman. As per the plans of the deities, Lord Vishnu disguised as Jalandhar and went to breach the modesty of Vrinda. Vrinda could not recognize Lord Vishnu and mistook him to be her husband Jalandhar. Ultimately, Lord Vishnu was successful in his motives. Meanwhile, the battle had commenced between Jalandhar and Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva destroyed the whole army of Jalandhar by the sight of his third eye. Jalandhar became furious and tried to kill Lord Shiva with the Sudarshan Chakra, which he had snatched from Vishnu. But as soon as he lifted the Sudarshan Chakra, his body got cut into two parts. The death of Jalandhar brought immense joy to the deities. The origin of Lord Ganesh. Once, the deities requested Lord Shiva to devise some means so that they no longer had to live under the threat of the demons. The most merciful Lord Pinaki Shiva then took the incarnation of Ganeshwar. He had a human body, but his herd resembled like an elephant. He held a trident in his hand. All the deities eulogized Lord Ganesh, the Lord of wisdom and the remover of all obstacles. Lord Ganesh is the first deity to be worshipped in any ritual, as he is believed to remove all the obstacles. A devotee of Lord Ganesh is free from the fear of failures and achieves success in any endeavor he undertakes. Shiv Tandav. The deities were curious to know the story behind Tandav, the famous dance of Lord Shiva. So, they asked Sutta how it started and what made Shiva to perform Tandav. Sutta replied, there lived a demon named Darak. He had acquired divine powers by the virtue of his austere penance. He started tormenting the deities, sages, and all the virtuous people. All the deities went to Lord Shiva and requested him to give protection from the tyranny of Darak. Lord Shiva then requested Parvati to help the deities. One part of Parvati's consciousness entered into the body of Lord Shiva. But, the deities were not aware of this happening. Goddess Parvati then attained her physical form with the help of poison stored in the throat of Lord Shiva. The effect of poison had made her complexion dark. Lord Shiva then brought her out from within his body through his third eye. The deities became frightened after seeing her terrific appearance. She was none other than Goddess Kali. Goddess Kali then killed Darak with the permission of Parvati. But, even after the death of Darak, her anger did not subside and the whole world was ablaze due to her anger. Lord Shiva then incarnated as a small child and started crying as if he was hungry. Goddess Kali could not decipher the illusions of Shiva and thought that the child was crying because of hunger. She started feeding the child her breast milk. In the process of sucking milk, Shiva also sucked out her anger. The extreme anger of Kali had resulted into the manifestation of 8 divine entities who became famous as Kshetrapal. After her anger had subsided, Goddess Kali became unconscious. Lord Shiva then performed his famous dance Tandav for the first time to bring Kali back to consciousness. He was accompanied by all the ghosts and spirits in his terrific dance. When Kali regained her consciousness, she found Shiva dancing. She too started dancing, and this is the reason why she is also called Yogini. Part 5 of Manu. The sages were curious to know how Lord Shiva had bestowed the designation of Ganpatya and an ocean of milk to Abhimanyu. They requested Sutta to shed light on the 2 incidents. Sutta narrated the following tale. Abhimanyu was a brilliant child. There is an interesting story how he became the supreme devotee of Lord Shiva. Once, during his childhood, he had gone to his maternal uncle's place. One day, while he was hungry, he tried to drink some milk. But his cousin did not allow him to drink milk, and after snatching the bowl of milk, drank himself. Abhimanyu started crying. He went to his mother, who tried to console him by giving a solution of powdered grains. But Abhimanyu did not want anything less than milk. His mother said, "You should be satisfied with whatever you get. Perhaps we did not worship Lord Shiva in our past lives. Our hardships are the fallouts of those unpardonable sins. Only a devotee of Shiva is entitled to all kinds of comfort and pleasure." Abhimanyu decided then and there to please Shiva by his penance and attain an ocean of milk from him. He went to Himalaya mountain and started doing an austere penance. His penance had resulted into the generation of unbearable heat. The deities became terrified and went to seek the help of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu along with the deities went to Lord Shiva and sought his help. Lord Shiva decided to test the devotion of Abhimanyu. He disguised himself as Indra and went to the place where Abhimanyu was doing penance. He started abusing Shiva, which made Abhimanyu so angry that he tried to kill him. When Abhimanyu failed in his attempt to kill Shiva, he tried to kill himself by chanting Agneya mantra. Lord Shiva was very pleased by his total devotion and revealed his identity. He blessed Abhimanyu and after accepting him as his son granted the designation of Ganpatya. He also provided oceans of milk and curd to Abhimanyu. The greatness of Dwadashakshar mantra. On being asked by the sages about the sacred mantra, the chanting of which enabled a man to attain salvation, Sutta replied, Lord Vishnu gives salvation to those people who endeavor to seek Brahm, the Almighty God. A man whose mind is preoccupied with the thought of Lord Vishnu and nothing else is entitled to attain salvation. Such a man is also blessed by Goddess Lakshmi. Describing about the greatness of Dwadakshar mantra, Sutta said the sacred mantra consists of 12 letters Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudhave. This powerful mantra helps a man to achieve proximity with Lord Vishnu. Once there lived a Brahmin who used to stammer while talking. All his efforts of making him speak distinctly went in vain as the child continued to lisp. When the Brahmin tried to teach his son the Dwadakshar mantra, he incorrectly pronounced Vasudeva as Adareva. So the child was given the name Adareva. The Brahmin became disgusted and married a second time. He had many sons from his second wife, all of whom were very studious. Adareva's mother used to curse her fate because of his habit of stammering. One day she said, "Look, I am no more able to tolerate the humiliation of being a mother of a dull child. Look at your step-brothers, who have achieved fame and respect on account of their learning. I have decided to give up my life." Adareva became very sad. He started chanting the Dwadashakshar mantra regularly, and as a result a day came, when he could pronounce it correctly and without stammering. One day Adareva happened to pass by a place where a yajna was being performed. As soon as he reached that place, the priests found to their surprise that they had become dumb. All the priests became restless, as the rituals were still incomplete. Looking at their pitiable condition, Adariva chanted the Dvaidakshar mantra Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudeva. The priest regained their power of speech by the virtue of the flawless pronunciation of the mantra. Such is the greatness of Dvaidakshar mantra. Later on, Adariva went on to become a renowned scholar. A person who chants this sacred mantra regularly becomes liberated from all his sins and attains to Vishnu Lok. Shadakshar mantra. Describing about the greatness of Shadakshar mantra that consists of 6 letters, Sutta said. The sacred mantra Om Namah Shivaya holds a supreme place among all the mantras. During the Megavahan Kalpa of the first Treta Yuga, there lived a Brahmin named Dhundmukh. He became a licentious person due to the curse of a sage. As a result, he became a man of loose moral conduct. His wife gave birth to a child on the inauspicious day of Amavasya. The astrologers predicted a very bleak future for that newborn child. When the child grew up, he became notorious for his sinful conduct. Dhundmukh married his son in a respectable family, but his son, being a man of loose character, developed intimacy with a woman belonging to a low caste. One day, Dhundmukh, that son, developed sharp differences with that woman on some matter and in a fit of rage killed her. When the family members of that woman came to know about her death, they retaliated by killing Dhundmukh, his wife and his daughter-in-law. Since Dhundmukh's son was not present in the house at that time, he survived. He avenged the death of his family members by killing the assassins. Now Dhundmukh's son had become disillusioned with life. He started wandering aimlessly and reached a hermitage. The sage who lived in that hermitage was a great devotee of Lord Shiva and taught him the rituals of Pashupat-Vrata as well as the sacred Shodakshar mantra. Dhundmukh's son performed the rituals of Pashupat-Vrata for 12 months. All the while he kept on chanting the Shadakshar mantra. As the result of his devotion towards Lord Shiva and by the virtue of chanting Sudakshar mantra, he as well as all his ancestors attained salvation. Lord Pashupati. The sages were curious to know why Lord Shiva was also known as Pashupati. Sutta retold the same tale which sage Shalati had once narrated to Sanat Kumar. Once, Sanat Kumar went to the hermitage of sage Shalati and asked him as to why was Lord Shankar also known as Pashupati. He also inquired about the reason of man's bondages and how could he be liberated from them. Sage Shalati replied, all the living beings including Lord Brahma have been referred to animals because of their attachment to worldly desires and ignorance. Lord Shiva, being the lord of them, is also known as Pashupati. It is none other than Lord Vishnu whose illusionary and divine powers keep them in bondages. It is also only Lord Vishnu who liberates them by bestowing the knowledge of Jnana Yoga. Nobody can attain salvation without the blessings of Lord Shiva. The nothing but the 24 elements, 10 sense organs, 4 type of consciousness, 5 basic elements from which matter is made and 5 subtle forms of matter. A person who worships Lord Shiva with total devotion becomes liberated because devotion is capable of destroying all types of sins. The majestic Lord Maheshvar. Lord Maheshvar is beyond the reach of any kind of bondage. He is totally liberated entity. It is only by his blessings that the nature Prakriti creates intelligence Buddhi. Similarly, intelligence creates ego ahamkara and subtle forms of matter. Tanmatra creates the greatest of matter by the blessings of Lord Shiva. No word can describe the greatness of Lord Shiva. It is only with the permission of Lord Maheshvar that our sense organs function, the fire burns and all the living beings fulfill their respective duties. Lord Shiva is the Almighty God and Goddess Parvati is also called Shiva. He is the Purusha and she is the nature or Prakriti. The matter derives its power from Goddess Gauri. Everything that is capable of creating is nothing but the form of Uma. The whole universe is established in the form of Shivalinga and hence everybody must worship Lord Shiva. The sun, manifestation of Shiva's power. Lord Shiva manifests himself in the form of sun. The sun radiates 12 different types of rays which have specific impacts and influences on the world. The first ray is called Amrit and the deities derive their power from it. The second ray is called Chandra and it helps in the preservation of medicinal herbs. The third ray is called Shukla and it helps in the propagation of religiousness in the world. It also helps the food crops to become ripe. The fourth ray is Harikesha and all the constellations get their nourishment from it. The fifth ray is called Vishvakarma and it gives the planet Mercury. The sixth ray is called Sanayadvasu and it nurtures the planet Mars. The seventh ray is called Arvavasu and it nurtures the planet Jupiter. The eighth ray is called Sarat and it nurtures the planet Saturn. The ninth ray is called Susumana and it nurtures the moon. Shivatadv. The learned and sages call Shiva by many names Kshetrajya, Prakriti Vyakta, Kalatma etc. The synonyms of Kshetrajya and Prakriti are Purusha and Pradhan respectively. The delusionary net of the Prakriti is known as Vyakta. Kala is the resultant byproduct of Pradhan and Vyakta. Some sages call Hiranyagarbha as the Purusha and Shiva as Pradhan. They consider Hiranyagarbha to be the creator and Purusha to be the enjoyer. Even these sages are of the opinion that Hiranyagarbha, Pradhan, Purusha, and enjoyer are the manifestations of Shiva. The greatness of Shiva. The Almighty Shiva manifested in the form of Sthanu from his imperceptible form and looked at Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma then commenced his creation and established the norms of Varna Ashrama. He also created Soma, which is required for the performance of Yajna. This world, including all the deities, are the embodiments of Soma. The deities eulogize Lord Shiva by chanting the mantras of Rudrashtadhyayi. Once, Lord Shiva was sitting surrounded by all the deities. On being requested by the deities to shed light on his mysterious self, Lord Shiva said, "I was present before the beginning of time and I will be present forever. Everything originates from me and gets submerged in me ultimately. I am the Lord of Brahma. I am the truth itself. I manifest myself in the forms of Rigveda, Samaveda, Yajurveda, and Atharvaveda. I am the light as well as the darkness. I am Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. One who is aware of my omnipresence is the only person who is worthy of being called an enlightened one." This way, after enlightening the deities on his mysterious self, Lord Shiva disappeared. The importance of Guru. A devotee should commence the worship of Lord Shiva only after taking permission from his Guru. Only such a person is worthy of being called a Guru who is virtuous and well versed in the scripture. A disciple should unwaveringly be in the service of his Guru and should try to please him by his devotion because only he is capable of liberating him from the miseries of world. A Guru should try to test the worthiness of his disciple by employing different means for 3 years. Once, the Guru has accepted a person as his disciple, he should try to impart all the knowledge to him. He should never discriminate on the basis of caste or creed of a disciple. It is the duty of a Guru to make his disciple destitute of flaws and shortcomings. The rituals of initiation. Before commencing the rituals of initiation, the Guru should purify the place where the rites are supposed to be performed. He should make an adder and draw an 8-petaled lotus at its center. He should then establish the various embodiments of Shiva like Akar, Pranav, Vamadeva, on each of the 8 petals. The Guru should then purify all the directions by chanting different mantras. He should then meditate on the form of Lord Shiva. After that he should make offerings in the sacrificial fire and purify himself by doing a kaman. He should then have Panchagavya as prasadam and smear ashes on his body. The Guru should instructed his old disciples to sit towards the south of altar. He should make offerings of ghee into the sacrificial fire for 108 times amidst the chanting of Akar mantra. The new disciple then arrive blindfolded and circumambulate the sacrificial altar for 3 times. While circumambulating, everybody should chant either the mantras of Rudrashtadhyayi or Omkar mantra. The new disciple then smear ashes on their bodies amidst the chanting of Akar mantra. The Guru then sprinkles holy water on the new disciples. In the end the disciple takes a religious vow. I shall never have food without worshipping Shiva. This way the ritual of initiation comes to an end. Installation of Shivalinga. Describing about the methods of installing a Shivalinga, Sutta says a devotee should install a Shivalinga made of either gold, silver, or copper. The Shivalinga should be installed along with the altar. The altar of the Shivalinga symbolizes goddess Uma. Lord Brahma is said to manifest at the base of Shivalinga while Lord Vishnu at its center. After the installment of Shivalinga, it should be worshipped with appropriate rituals. The Shivalinga should be adorned with clothes and its ablution should be performed. A devotee should chant the Brahma Vijayan mantras for the consecration of Lord Brahma, who is supported to manifest at the base of Shivalinga. Similarly, for the consecration of Lord Vishnu dwelling at the center of Shivalinga, Gayatri at the center of Lord Shiva is consecrated by the chanting of any of the following mantras. Om Namah Shivaya, Namo Hansa Shivaya Cha. A devotee should then worship the Shivalinga and make offerings in the sacrificial fire. Vajreshwari Vidya. The sages requested Sudha to elaborate upon the rituals of Vajravahanika Vidya or Vajreshwari Vidya. Sudha replied, anybody who is desirous of vanquishing his enemy must perform the rituals of Vajreshwari Vidya. The devotee should worship Vajra and make offerings in the sacrificial fire holding it in his hand. The following mantras should be chanted while making offerings. Om Burbhava Swah Tat Savitar Varanyambargo Devajya Dhimahi Dio Yona Prakadaya. Om Fat Jahiho Om Fat Chindi Mind Hijahi Han Han Svaha. In the past, Lord Brahma had taught this secret Vidya to Indra, with the help of which he had killed the ferocious demon Vritrasur. A man can acquire all the types of supernatural powers with the help of Vajreshwari Vidya. Describing about the rituals of Mrityunjaya Japa, Sudha said a person who chants Mrityunjaya mantra with appropriate rituals becomes free from the fear of death. A devotee is required to make offerings of ghee in the sacrificial fire for 1 lakh times. Instead of ghee, he can also make offerings of ghee and sesame seeds or dub grass, ghee, milk, and honey. Different types of yoga. The sages ask Sudha as to how should a devotee meditate on Lord Triambak following the path of yoga. Sudha then retold the tale which Mandeshwar had once narrated to Sanat Kumar. The first type of yoga is called mantra yoga. In this type of yoga, a devotee tries to attain deep state of meditation by chanting mantras. The chanting of mantras helps a man to concentrate his mind. The second type of yoga is known as Sparsh yoga. In this type of yoga, a man acquires perfection in breath control by constantly practicing various exercises like Rechak, Kumhak, etc. These exercises help to purify the nerves and blood vessels. The third type of yoga is known as Bhava yoga. This is the state in which a person's mind is totally engrossed in the thoughts of Lord Mahadeva. This state of mind cannot be attained unless the 2 former types of yoga have been mastered. The fourth type of yoga is called Abhava yoga. When a man has mastered this particular yoga, his ego is subdued in totality. The fifth type of yoga is called Maha yoga. It helps a man to understand his real self and get united with the Supreme Almighty. The secret of yoga should be revealed to worthy disciples who are virtuous and religious. This way, Sudha described the divine tales of Linga Purana and blessed the sages. The Linga Purana contains 11,000 shlokas in it. The study of Linga Purana fulfills all the 4 worldly aspirations of a man: dharma, artha, kam, and moksha. It also helps a man to attain salvation. Home. 12 Narada Purana. Chapter 1 Talk between Suta and sages. In Naimisharanya. Once upon a time, about 26,000 sages assembled in the holy ambience of Naimisharanya. All of them had renounced their desires and homely comforts and were worshipping Lord Vishnu for the benefit of the entire humanity. During their stay in Naimisharanya, those sages called a huge assembly to discuss about the means of attaining all the 4 goals of life like dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. The great sage Shanak was presiding over the assembly. He said, "O sages! We have assembled here to discuss the most cryptic disciplines of life. But it is beyond my powers to answer the questions you have put before me. Only a great sage like Sudha, who is the most learned disciple of Vedavyasa, is able to answer these questions. Presently, he lives in a hermitage in Siddhapith. Let us all go there and request him to preach us about the cryptic disciplines of life." Hearing these words, all the sages thanked Shanak with joy. Then, led by Shanak himself, all of them reached the hermitage of the sage Sudha. At the hermitage, sage Sudha welcomed them all and satisfied their queries. He said, O great sages! I narrate to you, the great Purana, which was once narrated by the great saint Sanat Kumar to Devarshi Narada and now known as Narada Purana. Chapter 2 Narada Prays to Lord Vishnu. Shaunuk says, Sutta, how did Sanat Kumar unfold the mystic character of the religion to Narada? When and where they had the meeting to hold this pious discussion? Kindly tell us in detail. Sutta says, the great sage Sanat Kumar, who was free from illusions, was the creation of Brahma's imagination. He always remained engrossed in the worship of Brahma. Once, he was going towards the peaks of the mighty Meru mountains when on the way, he happened to sight the sacred Ganges. He was about to take a dip in the waters when Devarshi Narada also arrived there. Devarshi Narada greeted his elder brother and took bath in the river. After carrying out usual rituals, they seated there and started a discussion about the virtues of Lord Vishnu. Devarshi Narada asked, O brother, how can one realize the Lord Vishnu? Who is the cause of this whole creation? What is the appearance of devotion, knowledge, and penance? Kindly elaborate the mystery of treating the guests also. Also tell me, how did Lord Vishnu affected the origin of Brahma and other gods? Sanat Kumar says, in the beginning of creation, the self-illuminating Lord Vishnu created Brahma from his right-hand side, Rudra from his central part and Vishnu, his own replica from his left-hand side. As Lord Vishnu is omnipresent, similarly his illusions are also omnipresent and known with different names like Lakshmi, Uma, Shakti, and Chandi. These are the powers of Lord Vishnu. Some people identify these powers with the illusions created by the Lord, whereas the sages regard them as nature. The gods, who protect the world, are Purusha, and the Supreme Being, who is above these levels, is Lord. Nobody else is greater than he is. From his navel even Brahma has originated on a divine lotus. He is the Supreme Being, the eternal joy incorporating all the three virtues. O Narada! 5 senses, sights, sound, scent, touch and taste have originated from the ego. Ego is the origin of other 11 senses also. These 5 senses in turn gave rise to 5 physical elements: ether, air, fire, water, and earth. It was after the creation of these 5 physical elements that Brahma created the lower living beings. Then he created human beings, followed by the creation of all the 7 worlds and 7 guards of these 7 worlds. For the inhabitation of the living beings, Brahma also created great mountains, plains, and 7 seas. Towards the north of the great Saline Sea and towards the south of the great Himalayas is situated the holy land of India. People who worship Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu inhabit this land. Because of their virtues, even the gods worship the people who populate the Indian landmass. Those ignorant people, who do not seek salvation despite having been born in India, have to suffer the tortures of hell as long as the sun and the moon shine in the sky. The whole world from Brahma to a seemingly unimportant blade of grass is the manifestation of Vasudeva. Chapter 3 Profile of the Sage Markandeya. Sanat Kumar says, O sage! Faith has the greatest significance. Achievement of everything and appeasement of Lord Vishnu depend upon the faith. Nothing is attainable without faith. Such as a human being faces inertia in the absence of life and is rendered motionless. Similarly, faith is like a spiritual light without which, religious actions of a man come to cease. Similarly, devotion is also known as the life of all the achievements. It is also the giver of 4 supreme goals of life like Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. No action succeeds without the input of devotion and faith. Even the menial jobs done with faith gives everlasting results. On the contrary, even the pious actions of envious people go futile. Attainment of God by envious people is impossible. Envy is the greatest enemy of the human being. It creates a gap as big as the one that separates the sky from the nether world. O Brahmanandan! Only those people, who remain engrossed in faithful devotion of God, attain to the abode of Vishnu. Fallen are those who, despite having the knowledge of Vedas, do not comply with the moral code of conduct of their clan. Neither Vedas nor even devotion can save such people. In other words, Moral conduct is everything. O great sage! Devotion is like mother who is the base of life for every living being. O Narada! Company of the pious people and the saints is the best means to cherish devotion. Saints are the teachers of the entire world. When the sins that have been accumulating all throughout the previous births decay only when one gets pious company, and those who once get pious company experiences eternal joy. Narada says, O great devotee of Lord Vishnu! Kindly relate the actions and appearance of the Lord's devotees to me. Sanat Kumar says, during the period of Pralaya, when all the world was inundated, Lord Vishnu was sleeping on a banyan leaf. That scene had amazed Markandeya, the supreme devotee of the Lord. The sages asked, when all the world was inundated, how did Markandeya escape? Sutta kindly remove our doubt. Sutta says, O great sages! Now, I am going to narrate the tale of Markandeya. Listen to it carefully. Once upon a time, there lived a fortunate sage in the pious land of India. The sage was famous as Mrikandu. He had observed a very severe penance at the holy pilgrimage center of Shalagram. His penance began to cause worry for Indra. So, accompanied by other gods, Indra reached to Lord Vishnu, who was resting on Shashnag in Kashir Sagar, the ocean of milk. The gods prayed the Lord to protect them from the radiance of Mrikandu. Listening to the prayers offered by the gods, Lord Vishnu appeared in his four-armed form holding conch, will, mace and lotus in each of those arms. His radiance was enough to beat the shine of crore suns. His radiance caused tremendous joy for the gods, who fell flat at the feet of the Lord. Lord says, O gods! Get up! I am fully aware about your miseries. But your worries are meaningless because Maharshi Mrikandu is really a gentleman. He is not going to harm you in any way. Even if the situation arises, I am always ready to protect you. Saying these words, the Lord disappeared. Thus, assured by the Lord's words, the gods also returned to their abode. On the other hand, pleased by Mrikandu's penance, Lord appeared before him. As soon as Mrikandu opened his eyes, he saw Lord Vishnu standing before him. Lord's four-armed, blue and radiant appearance caused great exhilaration for Mrikandu. He fell flat at his feet and prayed him with tearful eyes. Pleased with his prayers, Lord asked Mrikandu to seek a boon. But Mrikandu refused, saying that he had attained salvation just by having his sight. Still, Lord said that his appearance never goes in vain, so, I will be your son who will live a long life. Granting this boon, the Lord disappeared. Chapter 4 Tale of the Sage Markandeya. Narada says, O great sage! Why did Lord Vishnu appear as the son of Mrikandu? What did he do as his son? The Puranas say that during the Pralaya, Markandeya had witnessed the direct appearance of Lord Vishnu's illusion. Kindly narrate these things in detail. Sanat Kumar says, Listen, O Devarshi. After observing severe penance, the sage Mrikandu got married and received an equally virtuous and chaste wife. In the 10th month after their marriage, his wife gave birth to an extremely beautiful baby. The baby in fact had incorporated the radiance of the Lord. Mrikandu carried out all the necessary rituals and consecrations of the baby happily. In his 5th year, he carried out the thread ceremony of his son and started to educate him in Vedas. His education developed all the pious virtues in his son, whom he had named Markandeya. After finishing his education, sage Markandeya also started a severe penance to please Lord Vishnu. Pleased by his penance, Lord Vishnu blessed him with a boon of creating Purana Samhita. This is the reason why the sage Markandeya is also known as Narayan. O Brahmins! Lord Vishnu did not annihilate Markandeya during the Pralaya only to show him his illusions. It was due to this grace that Markandeya survived the Pralaya and passed that time floating on a banyan leaf. As long as the Lord slept, Markandeya kept floating on that leaf. As long as the night of the Lord lasted, Markandeya stayed on that flimsy leaf. At the end of the night, when the inundating Pralaya receded and the Lord awakened from his prolonged sleep, he began the work of creation again. It was even more amazing for Markandeya to see the inundating water recede and new creation taking place. He began to pray the Lord with folded hands. Pleased by his prayers, the Lord said that he always protected his devotees even during the most severe crises. Markandeya then asked about the appearance of the true devotees of the Lord. He also expressed his curiosity to know the reasons of their birth. Lord Vishnu says, "O great among the sages! The greatest devotees are those who do not harm others with their mind, words, and actions and who are free from envy. Those who have impartial view are best among the devotees. Those who protect the human beings, cows, Brahmins, vegetation, and remain engrossed in discussion of Lord's virtues. Those who salute the garden of basil and put the earth from basil's roots on their heads, those who are beloved to Lord Shiva, put tripund on their forehead and worship him performing yagyas facing south. Those who always donate water and cereals, cows, and daughters are the excellent among all the devotees. O great sage! These are some of the characteristics of a true devotee. Cherish these characteristics and you will also attain salvation in the last." Thus, preaching, Lord Vishnu disappeared. Markandeya thereafter led a pious life and observed penance, and in the last he too attained to the supreme abode of the Lord. Chapter 5 The Greatness of the Ganges. Sutta says the glorious description of devotion for Lord Vishnu caused extreme joy for Narada. Narada says, "O great sage Sanat! Now kindly tell me about such a place of pilgrimage which is even holier than the holiest places of pilgrimage." Sanat Kumar says, "O Narada! Confluence of Ganga and Yamuna is the holier than any other place of pilgrimage. The extremely sacred and pious Ganga rises from the feet of none other than Lord Vishnu. Yamuna on the other hand is the daughter of Surya. Even the remembrance of Ganga is enough to do away with all the sins and making one peaceful. This place where Ganga and Yamuna merge is famous as Prayag in the world. It is the same place where Brahma had once invoked Lord Vishnu in a yagya. Since then, innumerable sages have followed Brahma and performed different kinds of yagyas there. Even a person who recites the name of Ganga 100 miles from Prayag attains salvation. Smear the sand of Ganga's bank on the forehead is like, in a way, bearing the crescent-shaped moon on the head. Those who remember Ganga receive the benefit of performing pilgrimage to all the holy places. Among other places of pilgrimage, Varanasi has almost equal significance to that of Prayag. O Brahman! Ganga is the mother of the entire world. Mere touch of her sacred waters saved the 60,000 sons of Sagar. No one can describe the greatness of Ganga. Chapter 6 Fate of King Bahu. Narada says, "O great sage who in the dynasty of Sagar received salvation from Prita Bhava. Who was Sagar? Kindly narrate his whole story to me." Sanat Kumar says, "Long ago, there occurred a king named Bahu in the dynasty of Surya. He was very religious in nature and looked after his subjects like his own offspring. Everyone was happy in his kingdom, which he ruled with polity and justice. But destiny was playing another game for the king. With time, evils like envy and ego began to rise in the mind of Bahu. He began to think that nobody else was as religious as he was. These evils in turn caused the king to incline towards sensual pleasures. O Narada! An unconscious mind is the greatest cause of destruction. Everyone, even the better half, begins to nurture hostility against such a person. So, the same thing happened with the king Bahu. Many neighboring kings together launched a massive attack on the kingdom of Bahu and defeated him after a month-long fierce battle. After his defeat, the king Bahu left his kingdom and began to wander along with his queens. At last, he came to stay beside a big lake. Even the local inhabitants and lower creatures hid seeing the king approach. His subjects too had lost their sympathies for him. Now the life of the king was not more than the death. So, repenting his condition, King Bahu met his death in the presence of the sage Orv. At that time, his youngest queen was expecting an issue. After her husband's death, she decided to commit sati. But, the sage Orv prevented her, convincing that her would-be son would enjoy more popularity than his father had. Besides, nothing is more wretched than killing an unborn baby. Thus, convincing the queen with all means, Sage Orv guided the queens to perform cremation of her husband and other rituals. Since then, both the queens began to live in the hermitage of Sage Orv. Chapter 7 The Birth of Sagar. Sanat Kumar says, O Narada. Both the queens were passing their time in the hermitage of Sage Orv. When half of the rainy season had passed, the elder queen began to cultivate evil feelings for the younger. She, therefore, made deceitfully the younger queen to consume poison. But the poison could not affect the queen and her unborn baby because of the virtues she had acquired serving the Sage Orv. After 3 months, the younger queen gave birth to a son. Sage Orv carried out necessary rituals and consecrations of the child and named him Sagar because he was born with the effect of poison. Sagar began to grow in Orv's hermitage. The sage had started to train the boy in weaponry. One day, out of curiosity, Sagar asked his mother about his father. His mother related to him all the events that took place with his father King Bahua, her husband. Listening to the fate of his father, Sagar took an oath to destroy all those who had caused misery to his father. Circumambulating his teacher Orv and taking his mother's permission, Sagar at once set out on his mission. His first halt was at the hermitage of Sage Vasishtha. Sagar narrated the whole thing to the Sage Vasishtha. Sage Vasishtha presented him with a number of divine weapons and saw him off, blessing him with a boon for victory. Armed with many divine weapons and the blessings of his mother and teachers, Sagar defeated even the most powerful enemies of his father in no time and established his rule over the entire earth. The defeated kings took asylum in the hermitage of Sage Vasishtha, who assured them to be fearless. Spies on the other hand informed Sagar about this development. Sagar at once set out to the hermitage of Vasishtha with an intention of exterminating those kings, but meanwhile, Sage Vasishtha had got all the kings shaven. So, assuming that his enemies were dead, Sagar mockingly said to Sage Vasishtha, O sage! Why are you guarding these characterless creatures? I will not spare their lives. Vasishtha says, O son! You are great. Now listen to me carefully for your benefit. I have already killed your enemies, so you will not gain anything killing them again. O king! This physical body is the root of all the sins. You will not receive popularity killing the physical body. So, give this matter a little thought before killing them. The words of Sage Vasishtha soothed Sagar's anger. Thereafter, Sage Vasishtha carried out the coronation of Sagar. The king Sagar had 2 wives, Kashini and Sumti. They both were the daughters of Vidarbha's king Kashyapa. When Sage Orv heard about Sagar's coronation, he visited his palace and returned after preaching him. Some months later, with the desire of having sons, both the queens secretly summoned Sage Orv once again and received the talisman for having sons. Meditating for a while, the Sage Orv said, O fortunate ones! One of you will receive a son who will continue his progeny in future, and the other will have 60,000 powerful sons. The sage also advised them to seek the boon of their respective choices. With time, Kashini gave birth to 1 son as Manjas, who grew in a whimsical person. Sumti gave birth to 60,000 sons who were very obedient initially, but following as Manjas, they too began to behave whimsically. As Manjas had 1 son, Angshuman, who was very obedient to his grandfather. 60,000 sons of Sagar soon began to torment all the 3 worlds. Perplexed by their atrocities, Indra appealed to the sage Kapila to get them rid of their woes. With the inspiration of sage Kapila, Sagar organized an Ashwamedha Yagya. Indra kidnapped the horse of the Yagya and tethered at the hermitage of sage Kapila. When all the 60,000 princes reached Kapila's hermitage, they began to abuse him seeing the horse there. Infuriated Kapila at once incinerated them with his curse. King Sagar then sent Angshuman in search of his 60,000 sons and recovered the horse. Sage Kapila assured Angshuman that his grandson Bhagirath would please Ganga to descend and save his ancestors. Chapter 8 Salvation of Saudas. Narada says, O great brother! Why did sage Vashishta curse Saudas, and how did he recover from this curse by the virtue of the Ganges waters? Sanat Kumar says, O Narada, Saudas was a virtuous king. He ruled over his subjects religiously. He was very fond of hunting. So, one day, he went on hunting in the forest. He continued his excursion all day long. Towards evening, he reached at the bank of Godavari and decided to pass the night there. In the next morning also, he began his hunting excursion once again. During the hunting, he spotted a deer and began to chase it. Chasing the deer, he reached the core of the forest. There, the king saw a pair of tigers copulating. Saudas was an expert archer. He trained an arrow and killed the tigress in just one shot. As soon as the tigress died, she assumed the form of an enormous ogress. Death of his partner infuriated the tiger, which was in fact a monster in disguise. He decided to avenge the death of his mate. On the other hand, the whole event frightened the king. He held a hasty parley with his ministers. They unanimously took a decision to give up the hunting forever. Long afterwards, King Saudas organized an Ashwamedha Yagya in the auspices of sage Vashishta. At the completion of Yagya, sage Vashishta went to take a bath before taking his meal. Meanwhile, the monster appeared there in the guise of Vashishta and expressed his desire to eat meat. Then, in the guise of the cook, the monster cooked human flesh and served it in golden bowls. When sage Vashishta arrived, Saudas offered him the dishes made of human flesh. For a while, Vashishta thought in amazement, but soon he realized the whole thing. Indignantly, he cursed the king to become a man-eating demon. The king tried to assert his ignorance and said, you yourself had expressed your desire to eat the meat. With his divine sight, sage Vashishta learnt that the king had been tricked with. By then, the king himself got ready to curse the sage in retaliation. But his prudent wife Madhyayanti stopped him. Thus, convinced by the queen, the anger of Saudas subsided. But he had taken water in his palm, so the problem arose where to dispose it off, for it was sure to burn anything it fell upon. After a little consideration, the king dropped that water right on his feet, that burnt immediately. Since then, the king Saudas came to be known as Kalmishpad. Sage Vashishta then consoled him. Vashishta says, O king, imprudence is the root of all the obstacles and crises. But O king, you have no reason to be sorry. Your miseries will end soon and you will regain your original radiance by the virtue of the Ganges waters. Saying this, sage Vashishta returned to his hermitage. The whole body of the king had turned black. Since then, he began to roam in the forests like a wild animal. There he ate whatever he found, animals, birds and even human beings. Within 6 months, he devoured all the animals in 100 yojan expanses of the forests. Then he migrated to another area in the forest. One day, in the guise of a monster, Saudas was wandering in a forest on the bank of Narmada. There he spotted a sage couple engaged in carnal conjugation. Saudas at once got hold of the sage and began to devour him. The sage's wife pleaded him to release her husband, but Saudas did not pay heed to her pleas and devoured the sage. In anguish and anger, the Brahmini cursed Saudas that he would die if he tried to copulate with a woman and that he would always remain a monster. Infuriated, Saudas cursed her in retaliation, O evil one! Just one curse was sufficient. Why did you pour down 2 curses on me? Go and become a devil. The Brahmini at once turned into a devil. Afterwards, both of them began to wander in the forest. One day, they reached to such part of the forest where another monster was living. That monster too had acquired the formidable appearance because of not obeying his teacher. Seeing them, the monster inquired about the reasons of their coming to that forest. They narrated the whole thing to him. Saudas says, O friend, who are you? Tell me, what sins did you committed? Do not conceal anything from your friends. The monster says, before acquiring this appearance, I was a Brahmin and well versed in all the Vedas. I lived in Magadh. One day, blinded by my knowledge and youth, I insulted my teacher. That is the reason of my acquiring this monster's appearance. Since then, I have been eating flesh only, and I do not know how many Brahmins I have devoured so far. Still, my hunger is insatiated. O fortunate one! Hence I advise each and everyone never to insult their teachers. Saudas says, "What is a teacher? Who was your teacher?" The monster says, "O brother! There are many kinds of teachers, but I am telling about the most revered ones. All the teachers of Vedas, preachers of scriptures and mantras, remover of doubts, protectors, wife's father, elder brother, mother's brother, family priest, and own mother and father fall in the category of teachers. I had received preaching about all the religions from sage Gautam while staying on the enchanting banks of the Ganges. Once, when I went to worship Shiva, I did not greet him. Sage Gautam did not mind my behavior, but Lord Shiva turned me into a monster out of anger. That sort of pious discussion among the monsters attenuated their sins. In the meantime, a Brahmin, who had hailed from Kalinga, arrived there carrying the holy water of Ganges. The monsters requested the Brahmin to sprinkle some of the waters over them. They also narrated the greatness of Ganges before the Brahmin. Pleased with their willingness, and appraisal of Ganges, the Brahmin sprinkled some Ganges water on them. The monster and the ogress resumed their divine appearance, but Saudas remained unchanged. His worries began to mount, but the invisible Sarasvati consoled and advised him to recite the Lord's name. Saudas then migrated to Varanasi, where he continuously recited the Lord's name and took bath in the holy Ganges. Thus, he overcame the curse of Brahmini and returned to his kingdom. There, sage Vasishtha once again carried out his coronation. Since then, Saudas ruled his kingdom through religious means and attained the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. Chapter 9 King Bali defeats the gods. Narada says, "O brother! Kindly narrate the tale of the Ganges' origin from the feet of Lord Vishnu." Sanat Kumar says, "Long ago, in the beginning of creation, one sage Kashyapa had two wives, Thithi and Utti. They both were the daughters of Daksha. Utti was the mother of the gods, while Thithi had given birth to demons. Thus, the demons and the gods were step-brothers and fought accordingly for the power and prestige. Demons were elder. Hiranyakashyapa, the demon king, was the son of Thithi. His son Prahlada was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. In the lineage of Prahlada, occurred the great king Bali, who was the son of Virochan. Bali had conquered entire earth and was now eyeing the heaven. Bali had two ministers, Kubhand and Kupkarna, and an equally prowessive son Ban. With a huge army, Bali launched a massive attack on heaven, and soon a fierce battle broke out. The battle lasted for 1,000 years. At last, the gods lost the heaven to the demons and began to wander here and there in search of solace. Defeating the gods, the king Bali organized many Ashwamedha yagyas. Feeling sorry for the plight of her sons, Utti began a severe penance on the Himalayas. Chapter 10 Origin of the Ganges. Narada says, "O brother! You narrated a wonderful tale. Now, kindly relate to me, how did the Ganges originate?" Sanat Kumar says, "O Narada! Pleased with the severe penance of Utti, Lord Vishnu appeared before her and asked her to seek a boon. Feeling elated with exhilaration, Utti fell flat at the Lord's feet. She intimated the Lord about the plight of her sons and sought that he should help them to regain the heaven without killing the demons, for they were also her sons, though step. Pleased by her indiscrimination for her step-sons, Lord Vishnu assured Utti that soon he would arrive as her son and save the gods from their miseries. Then, the Lord presented Utti with his garland and disappeared. In due course of time, Utti gave birth to a son who was holding a conch, a wheel, a mace and a lotus in each of his 4 hands. The child was named as Vamana. Even his father, sage Kashyapa, greeted him with respect. By the time, when the thread ceremony was about to be carried out for Vamana, King Bali organized a grand Ashwamedha yagya in the auspices of his teacher Shukrakarya. Lord Vishnu himself had been invoked in the yagya along with Lakshmi. Taking his parents' permission, Vamana too arrived at the site of the yajna. With their divine sight, all the sages who were present there recognized Lord Vishnu and felt extreme joy and greeted him with respect. Even Shukrakarya understood the motive of Vamana's coming there. He cautioned Bali in isolation not to grant any demand of Vamana. He also advised Bali to abide by his dictate or he would have to face severe consequences. But illumined by the destiny, King Bali did not pay heed to Shukrakarya's advice and welcomed Vamana warmly and asked him to seek anything he wished. Vamana said, "O king, if you want to give me something, kindly grant me 3 steps of land so that I may carry out my yajna smoothly." King Bali tried to dissuade Vamana with temptations of heavenly comforts and other luxuries. But Vamana stayed to his demand that he needed nothing else but 3 steps of land for carrying out yajnas. At last Bali agreed to grant his demand. He requested Vamana to pour some water from the Kamandalu on his palm so that he could take a vow. As the last attempt to prevent Bali from making a vow, Shukrakarya assumed a miniature appearance and clogged the snout of the Kamandalu. The omniscient Lord pricked the snout with a sharp stem and pricked Shukrakarya's one eye. Thereafter, taking some water on his palm, King Bali proceeded to grant Vamana 3 steps of land. As soon as Bali granted the demand, Vamana assumed a gigantic appearance and measured the entire earth and heaven in his 2 steps. While Lord Vishnu was measuring the universe, it broke into 2 pieces with the impact of his toe. With the tearing of the universe, millions of streams sprang out. In the course of their flow, these streams merged into a single mightier stream and, sanctifying Brahma and other deities, fell on the mighty Sumuru mountain. As there was no other room left for the Lord to put his 3rd step, Bali presented his own head for the purpose. Vamana put his 3rd step on Bali's head and pressed him down into the Hades. Narada says, "O great sage! How did the Lord arrange for Bali's food in the nether world?" Sanatkumar says, "Oblations offered without hymns and alms given to undeserving person constitute the food for Bali. Thus, the Lord snatched the kingdom of heaven from Bali without any bloodshed and returned it to the gods." Chapter 11 Definition of Dharma. Narada says, "O great sage! I have just heard the tale of sacred Ganges. Now kindly describe about the people who deserve to take donations." Sanatkumar says, "O Narada! Brahmin is considered as the excellent among all the 4 castes. Hence, to make the donation fruitful, one should donate to the Brahmins only. A Brahmin can accept donation candidly but not a Vaishya or a Kshatriya. Even among Brahmins, there are many categories who do not deserve to accept donation. These are Brahmins who practice astrology, act against the religion, who are greedy, who sell scriptures and other religious materials, who have relations with other women than their wives, who are envious, ungrateful, singer, who have characterless wife, who are soldiers, priests, harbinger, cook, poet, doctor, who eat meat and cereals given by a Shudra, who carry out cremation, and the Brahmins who consume the food given by prostitutes. Donation given to all these types of Brahmins go futile. Besides these, Brahmins who habitually enjoy sensual pleasures during siesta, who dine during the dusk, who have been boycotted by their brothers and society, who have taken birth illegitimately or after the death of their real father because of dubious relations of their mother, whose younger brother have married earlier, and those who are always controlled by lusty women, who act as pimps or remain indulged in mean activities also do not deserve donation. Donation, spending to meet necessities, and wasting in useless activities are the 3 fates of wealth. A donation made selflessly to a deserving person on a request is excellent among all kinds of donations. A donation made with some desire is mediocre, while donation given as sacrifice is of the lowest category. Sanatkumar then narrated the tale of Bhagirath and Dharmaraj. Once, Dharmaraj visited the kingdom of King Sagar. Dharmaraj praised Sagar overtly. With folded hands, King Sagar requested Dharmaraj to preach him about religion and non-religion and tell him something about divine worlds and hell. Dharmaraj says, "O king, providing a Brahmin family or a Vedopathi Brahmin with a means of sustenance is the most virtuous donation. Inspiring others to make donation to such a Brahmin is also equally fruitful. Apart from these, digging out reservoirs and maintaining them and inspiring others to do the same thing also bears unending fruits. To corroborate his point, Dharmaraj narrated the tale of King Veerbhadrak and his minister Budhiraj. Chapter 12 Description of Religious Action. Dharmaraj says, O king, those who build temples with earth stay in the abode of Vishnu for 3 kalpas. Then they attain Brahmaloka. One receives double virtues if he builds a temple with wood. Building a temple with bricks and stones gives 4-fold virtue, while with the precious stones one gets 10-fold virtues. Building of temple with copper and gold gives 100-fold and crore-fold virtues. Those who preserve temples and reservoirs receive 100 times more virtues than the builders do. Virtues of a rich man donating whole estate and a poor person donating a yard of land are equal. O virtuous one! Those who develop gardens and parks also receive same virtues. Those who preserve them receive more virtues than the developers. One who plants a basil sapling saves his crores of ancestors. Similarly, those who bathe the Lord's idol with milk on Dwadashi and Purnamasi save millions of their ancestors. Those who bathe Lord's idol with Panchamrit on Ekadashi receive everlasting joy and salvation. Similarly, those who bathe Lord's idol with coconut milk, sugarcane juice, and water containing flowers or filtered water get free from all their sins. Similarly, those who bathe Lord Vishnu's idol during eclipses or on auspicious dates and conjugations receive the virtue of all the yagyas. Those who bathe Lord Vishnu's and Shiva's idols with coconut milk, ghee, honey, and sesame oil on auspicious dates assume respective appearances of these gods. Those who worship Lord Vishnu and Shiva offering them flowers of lotus, pandanus, and particularly offer datura to Lord Shiva attain their respective abodes. Similarly, donation of guggle, lamp, water, and cereal bears inexhaustible fruits. Virtues of donating land and milch cow to a Brahmin cannot be described in words. It is the case with the donation of knowledge, shalagram, shivalinga, horse, buffalo, elephant, or any other vehicle. Those who arrange for the cremation of an orphaned Brahmin receive virtues equal to thousands of Ashwamedha. Those who serve the Brahmin deities or cow, those who play instruments, bell, and blow conch or clap in the temple enjoy intimacy with divine beauties in the heaven for 5 kalpas. Blowing of conch helps one attain the abode of Vishnu. Even the remembrance of Lord Vishnu's name does away with the imminent crises. Chapter 13 Expiation for the Sins. Dharmaraj says, O king, I am now going to narrate about the religion. Listen to it faithfully. If a person touches or gets touched by an impure or irreligious thing, he should observe fast for 3 days and 6 nights for expiation. He should take bath thrice a day. If a Brahmin defecates during dining, he must give up his food at once and take water only. Then he should observe a fast for a day and night and close it taking Panchgavya only to get pure again. If a person dines immediately after urination, or urinates during dining, he must observe a day and night long fast and close it with heaven. Those women who do not serve their husbands should be expelled from the home for a period of 12 years and should not be helped in any way during the exile. Impurity resulted because of touching a woman in menses takes fast for 3 nights to get purified. Dead body of a person who had committed suicide should be smeared with sandalwood paste or any other holy material. If a person escapes an attempt to suicide, a fine of 200 rupees should be imposed on him. Those who deliberately eat cereals of washers, skinners, and other downtrodden classes and tribes or have illicit contacts with their women are required to observe Chandrayan fast in order to get pure. For those who establish abhorrent connection with their mother, sister, or daughter, self-immolation is the only way to expiate. Those who mate with their teacher's wife, formal observance of fast is required. If someone has killed a pregnant cow, he must expiate for it observing Chandrayan fast separately for each of the animals. One should not use the soil collected from pond's bottom, termites mound, mouse burrow, barren land, road, cremation ground, and ground used for defecation purpose. Use of Panchgavya washes even the most severe sin. If a second death occurs in the family while the purification period of first death is still on, separate purification is not required. Ill effect of an abortion lasts for 3 days. After marriage, a woman adopts her husband's name. Hence, oblation for a married woman must be offered by her son or someone belonging to her husband's clan. Ashes must be collected on the first, second, third, or fourth day after the cremation. One must offer watery oblations to his dead ancestors standing in navel deep water facing south. Chapter 14 Torture in the Hell. Dharmaraj says, O king, those who commit severe sin on earth are bound to suffer equally severe torturing in hell. I am now describing about such sins and the tortures vouchsafed for them in the hells. Tupan, Balakakam, Maharav, Rorav, Kumhipak, Pramardan, Lalabhaksha, Vasakup, and Vaitarni are some of the prominent hells. Drinking of urine in a ditch full of feces, eating of canine flesh, eating of worms, drinking of semen, sleeping on cinders, stinging by snakes, boring through bones, drinking of bile, biting by ants, breaking of teeth, tethering to hot iron etc. are some of the tortures one has to face for his sins in the hell. Those who criticize Brahmins and dictate them or kill them, drinker, those who steal gold, have illicit contact with the wife of their teacher, and even those who accompany such people are condemned as great sinners. All of them deserve a place in the hell. Stealing of items like copper, iron, water, musk, betel nut, sandalwood etc. is also like the crime of stealing gold. Illicit contact with sister and daughter-in-law and forceful copulation with a woman in menses are also like having illicit contact with the wife of the teacher. Our great sages have given dictates for the expiation of such sins. Those who live in Buddhist monasteries or frequently visit there live in the hells for crores of years. Sinners pass initial phase of their expiation in the hells. For the 7 births then, they take incarnation as asses. Then for the next 6 births, they appear as snake, diseased people, dog, deer, tree, and monitor. O king, those who long for and have illicit contacts with women other than wife are forced to copulate with a pretty but extremely hot copper mannequin and then thrown into the hells. Those women who prefer to sleep with men other than husband are forced to embrace hot iron statue on a blazing bed. Then they are forced to embrace a hot iron pillar, take bath in saline water, and drink it. They have to suffer these tortures for 1,000 years. Those who listen to others' criticism with interest have to bear lot of suffering. Hot nails are hammered into their ears. The pores thus formed are filled with boiling oil. They are then thrown into Kumhipak hell. Those who abuse Lord Vishnu and Shiva are fed with salt only for crores of years, then they are thrown into Rorav hell, which is full of hot scorching sand. Traitors and greedy of others' cereals have to eat their own flesh. Those who eat astrologers' and priests' cereals are kept in different hells for crores of years, followed by their keeping in the wells of boiling oil and saline water where they are fed with feces only. At the completion of their punishment, such people appear as Malachha on earth. Those who torment others are thrown into Vaitarni. Those who do not perform Panchmahayagya or worship deities are kept in Lalabhaksha and Rorav hells respectively. Those who do not act as per the scriptures are thrown into the hells for 1,000 crores of kalpas. Those who throw excretion from their bodies or leave parts like hair, tooth, bone, nails etc. in the temple commit sins equal to killing an unborn baby. They are subjected to severe tortures in the hells before being sent into abhorrent incarnations. Those who give false witness undergo sufferings in the hells till the rules of 14 Indras. Those who do not curb immoral traffic despite being capable go to hell. Those who falsely blame gentle people have to live in the hell for crores of years. Those who give up a fast before stipulated period go to the hell named Asapatra. There is no penance for the ones who adopt partial view during justice or religious education. Those who consume cow's flesh live in Vingdhocha hell for thousands of years. Those who torture Brahmins through their thoughts, actions, and words always fall in the hell. Those who destroy gardens have to suffer all the above-mentioned hells. O king, one must repent for his sins before Lord Vishnu. Side of the Ganges and Basil, singing of devotional songs, magnanimity, and nonviolence attenuate the effect of the sin. No action bears fruit if not offered to Lord Vishnu. Devotion to Lord Vishnu is the excellent way to repent for the sins. Obedience to morality is the best way to train the religion. Religion without morality is equally painful. O King! Now I have related all about religion. Since now onwards, cultivate devotion for Lord Vishnu and invoke the Ganges to descend on earth in order to save your sinister ancestors. Only the Ganges is capable of saving one and all. Sanat Kumar says, O Narada. Thus preaching the king Sagar, Dharmaraj disappeared from the sight. It was due to the severe penance of King Bhagirath that the Ganges descended on the earth and saved the 60,000 deceased sons of Sagar. Chapter 15 Descent of Ganges and Salvation of Sagar's sons. Narada says, O Muni. What did King Bhagirath do on Himalayas? How did he please Ganges to descend on the earth? Sanat Kumar says, O Narada. Renouncing all his royal comforts, Bhagirath went to the snow-capped, lofty peaks of the Himalayas. There he saw dense forest and herds of deer and elephants playing. Even his hermitage was full of sweet chattering of the birds. Reciting of Vedas and other scriptures was reverberating all around. Bhagirath came face to face with the sage Bhrigu, who was surrounded by his disciples. Bhagirath approached and respectfully greeted the sage Bhrigu. Bhagirath says, O omniscient sage! Kindly grace me with the knowledge of the path that leads even the most mournful souls to salvation. Bhrigu says, O King! I know that you have arrived here with a beautiful motive of saving your ancestors. Hence, you are like Sri Hari yourself. Now, I describe about the actions, which please Sri Hari. O King, be nonviolent, altruistic, virtuous, speak truth and seek pious company to be a devotee of Lord Vishnu. Recite the following mantras: Ahum Namo Bhagavat Vasudeva Nama Ahum Namo Vasudeva. You will definitely attain peace of mind. Bhagirath says, O sage! What is truth? What is in the interest of all the living beings? Who are evil ones? Who are ascetics? What are virtuous actions? How should one remember and worship Lord Vishnu? What is peace? O great sage! Kindly describe about these things. Bhrigu says, O knowledgeous one! All such actions, which do not harm any living being, are nonviolence. Actions, which aid in moral conduct and pacify the people, are in the interest of the public. All the people who are envious and oppose the religion and the scriptures are evil ones. Those who tread the path shown by religion and scriptures and always engage in the benefit of people are ascetics in the true sense. All the actions, which lead to devotion for Lord Vishnu and cause extreme joy for all, are virtuous. Lord Vishnu incorporates all the other deities. Having such thoughts like I will worship him with correct methods is devotion. Seeing Lord Vishnu in each living and non-living things is impartial view. To be in peace and harmony in all circumstances with each and everyone is peace. O King! I have described now all the things to you. Go now and begin your penance. May it all be well for you. Thus, with the permission and blessing of sage Bhrigu, King Bhagirath started his penance. He continued his penance for 60,000 years at length in an enchanting place Nandeshwar in Himalayas. Seeing his severe penance, and perplexed by its radiance, all the gods appeared before Lord Vishnu in Kashir Sagar. The gods say, O remover of sorrows! O controller of all the three worlds! We all greet you. Pleased by the prayers, Lord Vishnu instinctively learned about the motive of the gods. He assured them to be fearless and himself appeared before Bhagirath. Bhagirath felt hilarious and greeted Sri Hari. Lord Vishnu says, Your desires shall be fulfilled. Your ancestors shall attain to my abode. But now go and pray Lord Shiva with your full capacity. He will definitely benefit you. Saying this, Lord Vishnu disappeared. The king stood there for some time wondering whether it was all a dream when an invisible voice announced, It was not a dream, O king. It is reality. Do as Lord Vishnu has said. King Bhagirath began even more severe penance to please Lord Shiva. After a prolonged penance, Lord Shiva appeared there. Bhagirath fell flat at his feet. Pleased by his devotion and prayers, Lord Shiva blessed Bhagirath that he would hand over the Ganges to him for the salvation of his ancestors. As soon as Lord Shiva uttered these words, the Ganges emerged from his tussocks and followed Bhagirath wherever he walked. Thus, following Bhagirath, the Ganges reached Gangasagar at the hermitage of sage Kapila, where the ashes of Bhagirath's ancestors were lying unattended. As soon as the holy waters of the Ganges touched the ashes, Bhagirath's ancestors got freed from the noose of Yama and ascended to their heavenly abode. Since then, the Ganges is also known as Bhagirathi. Chapter 16 Description of Dwadashi Fast. The sages say, O fortunate one! You have obliged us narrating the tale of sacred Ganges. Now we desire to hear what Narada asks Sanat Kumar. Sutta says, O great sages! Now I narrate what Narada asks Sanat Kumar, listen to it carefully. Narada says, I am blessed hearing the pious tale of the Ganges. Now kindly tell me about the fast and rituals performing which, Sri Hari could be pleased. Sanat Kumar says, O Narada! May God bless you. You are the supreme devotee of Lord Vishnu. That's why, you are asking about these rituals. Now I am telling you about these rituals and fasts, which make a man fearless. O Narada! There is a special provision for worshipping Lord Vishnu on the 12th day of Shuklapaksh in the month of Margashirsh. This worship could be performed wearing white or yellow clothes. During the worship, one should recite the mantra, Keshavaya. One should then offer oblations of ghee and sesame seeds in sacred fire. During the night, one should sing devotional songs before Shalagram and remain awakened. Then the idol of Vishnu should be bathed with 5 liters of milk. Similarly, Goddess Lakshmi and Lord Vishnu should be worshipped with naivedya and edible items 3 times. Next morning, similar worship should be repeated. At the end of the worship, one should donate sweetmeats made of milk, ghee, and coconut to Brahmin while reciting May the Lord materialize all my wishes. Seeing off the Brahmin, one should break his fast at the end. On the same day, in the month of Pasha, one should observe a fast and worship Lord Vishnu's idol, bathing it with milk while reciting Namo Narayana. In this worship also, there is provision of night-long prayers and vigilance. Donating the Brahmins with rice, pulses, ghee etc., one should respectfully feed them and break his fast in the last. Donation of Dakshina is a must. Similarly, on the same day in the month of Mach, there is a provision of day-long fast and worship. This time, 5 kilos of sesame seeds are donated to the Brahmins. On the 12th day of Shuklapaksh in Phagun, one should bathe Sri Hari's idol with 5 liters of milk. Then 108 oblations of sesame seeds and ghee are made to the sacred fire. Night-long prayers, feeding of Brahmins etc. are as usual. In this worship, unhusked rice is donated. The required mantra is Govinday Namastubhyam. On the same day in the month of Chaitra, there is a provision of bathing Vishnu's idol with 5 liters of ghee and making oblations of honey, ghee, and sesame seeds 108 times while reciting Namostu Vishnav Tubhyam. Then 4 kilos of rice are donated to a Brahmin. On the 12th day in the brighter phase of Vaishak, there is a provision of bathing Vishnu's idol with milk and making 108 oblations of ghee reciting Namasti Madhuhante. On the 12th day in the brighter phase of Jyeshth, there is a provision of offering 108 oblations of kheer while reciting Namatrivikrami. 20 malpuas are donated to a Brahmin. On the same day in the month of Ashad, Lord Vishnu's idol is bathed with 4 liters of milk. Then oblations of ghee are made and cereal mixed with coconut and curd are donated to the Brahmins. This worship is directed to Vamana incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Hence, mantra Namasti Vamane is recited all along the rituals. In the month of Shravan, there is a provision of bathing Lord's idol with milk and honey on the 12th day of the brighter phase. Then 108 oblations are made reciting, Sridhare Namastud. Then 4 liters of milk, clothes, and 2 golden earrings are donated to the Brahmin. Lord's idol should be bathed with milk while reciting Hrishikeshnamostubhyam on the 12th day in the month of Bhadrapad. Then 108 oblations are made with cooked cereals mixed with honey. Wheat donated along with gold to the Brahmins besides feeding them with respect. In the month of Ashvin also, Lord's idol is bathed with 5 liters of milk. Then, 108 oblations are offered with ghee, sesame seeds, and rice reciting, Namasti Padmanabhe. 250 grams of honey are donated to a Brahmin. In the month of Kartik, on the same day, Lord's idol is bathed with 4 liters of milk, curd, or ghee while reciting Namo Damodare. Then, 108 oblations are offered with sesame seeds mixed with honey and ghee. This worship is closed with donating 5 types of edible items to a deserving Brahmin, feeding him and seeing him off with Dakshina. O Munivar! Those who observe this virtuous fast for the 12 months of a year attains to the supreme abode. Observance of this fast for 1 or 2 months only is also equally benefiting. If this fast is observed for a year, there is a provision of special closing ritual at the end so that one shouldn't have to observe it again in his life. This closing ritual is performed on the 12th day of the darker phase in the month of Margshirsh. One should get up early in the morning that day and after attending routine tasks, he should take bath, wear white clothes, smear sandalwood paste on the forehead and make a square-shaped altar on the ground. This altar should be decorated with jingling bells, whiskers, flags and white cloth. On the 4 corners of the altar, 4 lamps should be lighted. At the center of the altar, a Sarvedobhadra wheel is drawn and 12 urns filled with water are kept on it. Putting 5 kinds of gems in these urns, they should be covered with white cloth. The worshipper must procure silver or gold idols of Lakshmi and Lord Vishnu and place them on the lids of the urns. Frugality is not expected in this ritual. These idols should be bathed with milk containing ghee, honey, curd, and 5 types of dry fruits. It should be followed with proper worship of Lord Vishnu and Goddess Lakshmi. These rituals last night long. Next morning, oblations are offered with sesame seeds reciting all the 12 mantras described above. Donation of 10 malpuas, curd, kheer, ghee etc. are made to 12 Brahmins. At last, all the idols and other materials are handed over to the priest who had guided the worship. Devotee must dine after all and he should not speak during dining. All the desires of the one who observes all these 12 fasts and closes them properly are fulfilled and he attains abode of Vishnu along with his 21 generations. Chapter 17 Description of Fast 4 Lakshmi Narayan. Sanat Kumar says, O great among the sages. Now I am narrating about an excellent fast, which destroys all the sins. Observing fast on full moon day is considered excellent among all the fasts. It leads to fulfillment of all the desires and protects the devotee from influence of harsh planets. Like the fast of Dwadashi, this fast is also begun from the month of Margshirsh and observed continuously on every full moon day of succeeding months till Kartik when it is closed with proper rituals. To begin with, one should start worshipping Lord Vishnu since the morning of full moon day in the month of Margshirsh wearing white clothes and reciting Namo Narayana. After the worship, the devotee must perform a havan on a square-shaped altar offering oblations with cooked cereals, sesame seeds, ghee etc. White flowers, unbroken rice grains and water are offered to the Lord. In the evening, the same things are offered to the rising full moon also. A devotee must pass the night engaged in religious discussion, singing of devotional songs etc. Next day, donations are made to the Brahmins after performing usual worship. The same rituals are performed every month to observe the fast. Rituals for closing this fast in the month of Kartik on full moon day are also elaborate. First of all, the devotee should build a rectangular canopy and decorate it with floral garlands, arches, lamps, cinnabar, mirrors, whiskers etc. At the center of the canopy, on the ground, Sarvedobhadra wheel should be drawn with 5 pillars. Then 1 to 12 urns are kept on this wheel and on these urns, silver or golden idols of Lord Vishnu are placed. These idols are bathed with milk containing curd, ghee, honey, and 5 types of dry fruits. Then a proper elaborate worship is carried out for these idols. Night is passed singing devotional songs. Next morning, after proper worship, these idols are donated to the presiding priest. It is followed by feeding of Brahmins. All these rituals are closed with performing a Havan offering sesame seeds as oblation. Those who perform these worships with proper rituals enjoy worldly comforts lifelong and attain abode of Lord Vishnu. Chapter 18 Flagging in the Temple of Lord Vishnu. Sanat Kumar says, O Narada. Now I am narrating about the flagging fast in order to please Lord Vishnu. He who performs this fast is even worshipped by Brahma and other deities. This fast accords virtues equal to those of donating 1,000 carats of gold to a Brahmin or those attained taking bath in the Ganges and worshipping Shivalinga and basil sapling. The devotee should observe this fast on the 10th day of the brighter phase in the month of Kartik. He should worship Sri Hari since morning after taking bath and wearing fresh clothes. He is expected to sleep before the idol that day. Next day, he should again perform worship, recite Nandishrat along with 4 Brahmins and bathe masts of the 2 flags. He should then worship the sun, the moon, and Garuda. Then turmeric, sandalwood paste are smeared on the masts and white flowers are offered on them. Thereafter, the devotee must smear just enough ground with cow dung and produce a fire in an altar. 108 oblations are made with kheer in this fire. Havan thus performed is directed to Lord Vishnu, Brahma, and Lakshmi. Then 8 oblations are offered reciting Venti Svaha. It is followed by oblations offered to the sun, the moon, and Kamadhanu. The night is passed in worship and performing Havans. Next morning, the same rituals are performed to worship Lord Vishnu. At last, the flags are carried to a temple of Lord Vishnu and installed at the pinnacle or on top of a column. Lord Vishnu is worshipped with proper rituals. Circumambulating the temple, one should then present Brahmins with clothes and dakshina, feed them and should take food after all. It is said that as long as the flag flutters in air, as much sins of the devotee are destroyed and he attains the abode of Lord Vishnu. Chapter 19 Tale of the King Sumit's previous birth. Narada says, O Sanat Kumar. A King Sumit had performed this flagging fast for the first time. Kindly narrate to me the tale of his life. Sanat Kumar says, during Satya Yuga, a Somavangshi King Sumit was ruling the entire earth. He was very religious in nature and a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. He served the other devotees with respect and was a down-to-earth person. His queen Satyamati was also a chaste woman. Both of them were the great worshippers of Sri Hari and knew everything about their previous birth. They regularly donated cereals and water. Satyamati used to dance in the temple of Lord Vishnu with pure feelings. The king also would install a big and beautiful flag in the temple on the 12th day of brighter phase of every month. Their reputation had reached all the 3 worlds. One day, a sage Vibhandak came to visit the king along with his disciples. The king and the queen treated the sage with respect and the king himself seated on a lower seat before the sage. The king says, I am saved, O sage. Now order me, how can I serve you? The sage says, O king. I am very much pleased with you. Now I will ask you a few questions. Answer them honestly. You regularly install a big and beautiful flag in the temple of Lord Vishnu, whereas there are many more rituals to please him. Tell me the reason for your actions. The king says, O sage. I tell the reason for my action. Kindly listen to it. In the previous birth, I was a Shudra named Malinai and always engaged in appalling activities. One day, I abandoned my family and society and migrated to the forest where I sustained myself on deer's flesh. But there too, I used to rob the passers-by. One day, I had nothing to eat nor could I lay my hand on any passer-by. Scorching sun of the summer was adding to my woe moreover. Thus perplexed by the thirst, hunger, and intense heat, I was roaming in the forest when all of a sudden I stumbled upon a temple of Lord Vishnu. It had long been deserted and was very much in dilapidated condition. A small lake was also there beside the temple. In the lake, beautiful birds like swan and ducks were playing, and delicious fruits and scented flowers also abounded in the forest. Since I was feeling tired to the point of dropping down, I ate the fruits which had fallen on the ground. Then I took rest at the bank of the lake. Since that day, I began to live in that temple. There I repaired the walls, cleaned the premises, and erected a small hut for myself. But still, I used to hunt small animals to satisfy my hunger. 20 years passed like that. One day, a Sattvi named Avakokila, who hailed from a Nishad family in Vindhyachal, came there. Her family members had deserted her because of sinister actions she was involved in. She was thin and lean due to continuous starvation. Feeling pity on her, I gave her some fruits and flesh to eat. When she recovered, she narrated her tale that I am narrating to you as it was. Sattvi says, I was born in the family of oarsmen. Derek was my father. I was a great backbiter, thief, and sinner. My family therefore deserted me. For some time, my husband fostered me, but he too died. Since then, I have been wandering from this place to that, and it is because of Lord's grace that I have arrived here. The king says, listening to her tale, I married her and we began to live in the temple. Every day we used to eat flesh and fruit. One day, under the intoxication of wine, we enjoyed our time greatly. We even began to dance, forgetting our physical condition. Suddenly, agents of Yama arrived there and began to tighten their noose around us. Simultaneously, Sri Hari too sent his agents. Vishnu's agents say, O imprudent Yamaduts! Release this great devotee of Lord Vishnu. Yamaduts say, these are abject sinners. We will definitely take them with us. These words infuriated the agents of Vishnu. Vishnu's agents say, they are not sinners. They are great devotees and the servers of Lord Vishnu. This woman has performed a dance while this man has installed a flag in the temple. Thus, their sins have been destroyed and they have now a right to the supreme abode. They have served this temple for the past 32 years. Saying this, the agents of Vishnu snapped the noose and carried us to the abode of Vishnu in a divine aircraft. Hearing this tale from the king Sumit, sage Vibhandak felt extreme joy and went to the forest. Chapter 20 Description of Harapan Kratra. Vrata. Sanat Kumar says, O Narada, I am now narrating about another fast. It is Harapan Shak fast and is rare in all the worlds. It destroys all the sorrows of the devotee, fulfills his all desires and helps him attain the 4 goals of life. It is observed for 5 days in the month of Margshirsh, starting from the 10th day of the brighter phase till the full moon day. On the first day, a day-long fast is observed after worshipping Lord Vishnu in the morning. It is broken with a plain meal in the evening. Next day, Lord's idol is bathed with milk containing ghee, curd, honey, and 5 types of dry fruits, followed by usual worship. Vows of the fast are recited and prayers are made for their successful completion. That whole night and also the subsequent nights till full moon night are passed reciting Lord's name and singing devotional songs. Bathing of Lord's idol with milk containing ghee, curd, honey and dry fruits continues in the morning every day till full moon day. On the full moon day, Havan is performed with oblations of sesame seeds and donations. On the 6th day, the devotee must drink Panchgavya and worship Sri Hari, feed Brahmins, and only then should take meal silently. This fast is observed every month till Kartik, and closing rituals are taken up in the month of Margshirsh next year. During the closing rituals, the devotee should observe day-long fast on the 11th day and take only Panchgavya on the 12th day. Thereafter he should worship Lord Vishnu, donate honey, ghee, fruits, kheer and an urn filled with water and containing 5 jewels to the Brahmin. He should then feed the Brahmins before himself taking any meal. O Narada! Those who observe this Harapan Shak fast never return from Brahmaloka. Those who desire for salvation should essentially observe this fast. It destroys all the sins like a fire destroys a forest. Its virtues are equal to those of donating millions of cows. Chapter 21 Description of the fruits of fast. Sanat Kumar says, now I am narrating about an excellent fast for the benefit of the world. Listen to it carefully, O Narada. This fast must be observed in the months of Ashad, Shravan, Bhadrapad, or Ashvin. On any day during the brighter phase of these months, the devotees must drink Panchgavya and pass his time in the vicinity of Lord Vishnu's idol. Then, reciting scriptures in the guidance of learned Brahmins, he should take a vow to observe a month-long fast, praying Lord Vishnu to protect him from any unforeseen crises. The devotee should since then pass his time in a temple for 1 month. Every day, he should bathe the idol with milk containing ghee, curd, honey and dry fruits and light the lamps before the idol. He is also expected to pass his life in a natural way without using any artificial thing like toothpaste or soap. Then he should feed a Brahmin and give them dakshina. According to the provision of fast, the devotee should feed at least 12 Brahmins and donate jewelry. Virtues of this fast are enormous. A widow woman who has no son, ascetic, bachelor and vanaprastha should essentially observe this fast. Chapter 22 Tale of Bhadrashil Brahmin. Sanat Kumar says, O Narada, a fast on Ekadashi in both the phases of a month pleases Sri Hari and fulfills all the desires. On the 11th day of each phase, one should not dine. Those who dine on the 11th day commit severe sins. Salvation from sins like killing a Brahmin is possible, but there is no method to eliminate the sins incurred because of dining on the 11th day. Brahmins should essentially observe fast on the 11th day of each phase. The preparations for Ekadashi Vrata start on the 10th day. The devotee should worship Sri Hari in the morning with proper rituals and pass the night in the vicinity of the idol. On the 11th day, the devotee should worship Sri Hari in the morning and take an oath to observe fast during the day and pray the Lord to protect him from calamities. The devotee must pass the night singing devotional songs, reciting scriptures, and if possible dancing. In the morning of the 12th day, he should worship Lord Vishnu as usual. Then he should feed Brahmins and make donations as per his powers. Performing 5 kinds of yagyas, the devotee should break his fast in the last. During the period of fast, the devotee must not see wretched ones and desist from talking to such people who oppose Brahmins. As there is no pilgrimage place holier than the Ganges, no teacher greater than the mother and no deity more virtuous than Lord Vishnu. Similarly, there is no fast greater than Ekadashi Vrata is. O Narada, I am now narrating an old tale. Listen to it carefully. In the ancient times, a great sage Gulab lived in the dense forest on the bank of the river Narmada. He was very peace-loving and truth-abiding in nature. The forest surrounding his hermitage was the playground for beautiful fauna, yakshas, gandharvas, and vidyadhars. Sage Gulab passed his time engaged in penance. Thus, he lived there for a long time. He had an equally virtuous son named Bhadrashil who was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu and who knew everything about his previous birth. In his childhood, Bhadrashil used to play with his friends, but his plays reflected his religious sentiments. He would make an earthen idol of Lord Vishnu and worship it. He also would tell his friends to always worship Lord Vishnu and observe fast on the 11th day of every phase in every month. His friends too followed him. During the worship, Bhadrashil used to wish well for the entire world. His activities pleased the sage Gulab very much. Gulab says, O fortunate one! You are really Bhadrashil because even the yogis rarely have a nature like yours. You always indulge in worship of Hari, benefit of all, and observe fast on Ekadashi. You always abstain from forbidden work. How come you acquired such a peaceful and unconflicting mind? I am very much pleased with you. Kindly tell me about your achievements. Bhadrashil says, O father! I have some remembrance of my previous birth. During my previous birth, Yama had preached me about religion. These words surprised Gulab. He says, O fortunate one! Who were you in your previous birth? What did Yamaraj said to you and why? Bhadrashil says, O great sage! I was a king in Soma dynasty. I had received knowledge from Dharmakirti and Dattatreya. I ruled continuously for 1,000 years. During this period, I committed various religious as well as irreligious tasks. In the company of impostors, I too became an impostor. Working diplomatically, I destroyed yagyas. My subjects also followed me and began to behave irreligiously. I received sixth part of their evil deeds. One day, I went to the forest hunting. There, I killed many animals. After a while, perplexed by thirst and hunger, I reached the bank of Narmada. I had strayed into deeper forests all alone. The intense sun was scorching my body. I was about to drop down because of hunger when I saw that people on the bank of Narmada were observing Ekadashi Vrata. I joined them and stayed awake all along the night without taking any food. But I could not bear the starvation and exertion and died as a result. Fierce-looking Yamaduts took me to Yamaraj. Yamaraj asked Chitragupta to open the account of my life. Chitragupta thought for a moment and said, "It's true, O Yamaraj, that this person is a sinner. But now he is free from his sins due to observing fast on Ekadashi and passing his night in the company of pious devotees." Hearing these words, Yamaraj greeted me and worshipped me with devotion. Then, he called his servers. Yamaraj says, "Listen to me, O agents. I am narrating something to your interest. Never bring to me in future anybody who is engaged in religious task. Stay away from those who always recite the name of Sri Hari. Greet them from a distance. This is my order as well as teaching to all of you. Spare all those who serve their teachers, love their religion, are helpless, serve the pious one and are truly deserving. Bring all such people who abuse their mother, hate the world, steal the wealth of temples and Brahmins, who are killers, who do not observe fast on Ekadashi, who are short-tempered, criticize me and nurture hostility with others." Hearing such words from Yamaraj, fire of penance began to burn within me. More intense this fire grew, more of my sins were destroyed. I acquired an appearance of Sri Hari. Even, Yamaraj greeted me with respect. His action even surprised the Yamaduts. Worshipping me, Yamaraj sent me on a divine aircraft to the abode of Vishnu. O Father! I was passing my time happily. I did not know how and when crores of years passed. Then I arrived in Indraloka. There I stayed with the gods for many kalpas. It was after such a great experience that I have arrived on the earth. Having the knowledge of my previous birth, I always engaged in the worship of Hari and inspire others to follow suit. Earlier, I didn't know the virtues of Ekadashi Vrata. But now, because of the knowledge of my previous births, I have come to know about it. I observed it without any desire and without knowing that I was actually observing a fast and received so much in return. Hence, I cannot tell how much will one receive if he observes Ekadashi Vrata with some desire. Those who devotedly worship Sri Hari and observe Ekadashi Vrata attain even the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. The words of his son gladdened sage Gulav. He says, "My birth has been successful because I got such a devotee son like you who told me the complete method of worshipping Lord Vishnu." Home. 13 Skanda Purana. I Maheshvarkund. Daksha's animosity towards Lord Shiva. Skanda Purana begins with the eulogy of Lord Shiva. Yajyagya Jugutsrishta Viranka Palko Hari. San Artikal Rudrakian Amastasme Ipinakine. Salutations to Lord Shankar who has entrusted the job of creation to Lord Brahma who has instructed Lord Vishnu to nurture the world and who himself acts as the supreme annihilator. During ancient times, once, sage Shanak had performed a grand yagya at his hermitage in Naimisharanya forest. Many sages had thronged Naimisharanya to attend it. One of them was sage Lomesh. After the yagya was over, all the assembled sages requested sage Lomesh to narrate the divine tales of Lord Shiva. Sage Lomesh said Daksha Prajapati had got his daughter, Sathi married to Lord Shiva. Once, he had performed a grand yagya in which he had invited everybody except his own son-in-law. When Sathi learned about the yagya, she sought Lord Shiva's permission to attend that yagya. Lord Shiva tried to convince her that it was not proper to attend a ceremony in which one had not been invited. But Sati did not pay any heed and was bent upon attending that yajna. Ultimately, Lord Shiva had no option but to give his consent. But he did not forget to send his Rudraganas with her for her protection. Sati jumps into the sacrificial fire. When Sati reached her father's place, she saw a grand yajna being performed. A large number of people had been invited: the deities, the sages, and the hermits. Sati became sad because Daksha had invited everybody except her husband. She knew quite well that it was a deliberate decision on part of her father, not to invite Lord Shiva. But, she got infuriated when she found that Daksha had not even kept Shiva's share in the yajna while the shares of other deities had been kept. When Daksha saw Sati, he was enraged. "How dare you come here? Your husband is an embodiment of inauspiciousness. He is the lord of the spirits, ghosts, and all types of mean powers. This was the reason why I did not invite him." The insult heaped on her husband in front of everybody devastated Sati. She felt so humiliated that she decided to give up her life. Before anyone could understand, she jumped into the sacrificial fire and was charred to death. All the deities present there were stunned by this sudden development. All the Rudraganas mourned Sati's death with deep sorrow. Meanwhile, Lord Shiva got the sad news from Narada. He got mad with anger and uprooted some hair from his scalp. He then dashed the hair against a mountain. There was a thundering sound and Veerbhadra manifested within a split second. Lord Shiva ordered him to punish Daksha for his evil deed, which caused the death of Sati. Veerbhadra proceeded with a huge army of spirits, ghosts, and Marijanas to punish Daksha. When he reached the ablation site, Daksha and all the other deities became scarred. But, Sage Bhrigu came at the deities' rescue and told them not to worry. He then chanted few mantras, which helped the deities to win the first round of the battle. The defeat of his army enraged Veerbhadra to such an extent that he created havoc in the ranks of deities' army. He showered volleys of arrow on them, which forced the deities to make a hasty retreat from there. Veerbhadra dashed Sage Bhrigu against the ground and uprooted his beard. He then severed the head of Daksha and threw it in flames of sacrificial fire. Lord Brahma took the refuge of Lord Shiva and requested him to stop Veerbhadra from causing further death and destruction. Lord Shiva told Brahma nobody else but Daksha himself was responsible for his death. But, Lord Brahma requested Lord Shiva to make Daksha alive once again. Lord Shiva then went to Daksha's place and fixed a goat's head on the trunk of Daksha's body. This way Daksha became alive once again, albeit with a goat's body. He was very ashamed of his behavior and requested Lord Shiva to forgive him. Lord Shiva blessed him and said, "Salvation cannot be attained merely by performing the rituals. If you are desirous of salvation, then engage yourself in virtuous deeds with virtues of worshipping Lord Shiva." Sage Lomesh told the assembled sages, "One who brooms the courtyard of Shiva temple attains to Shivaloka. Those who make offerings of incense to Lord Shiva not only liberate himself from the bondage of this world but also both his kulas. One who gets constructed a Shiva temple or renovates it, attains incomparable virtue. One who chants the holy mantra Om Namah Shivaya daily and begins his day by visiting Shiva temple in the morning becomes absolved of all his sins." Churning of the ocean. Sage Lomesh narrated the tale, which described how Indra lost heaven after he showed disrespect to Brihaspati. Once, Indra was enjoying the songs sung by Gandharvas when sage Vashishtha arrived. But, Indra was so engrossed in music, that he forgot to welcome his distinguished guest. Sage Vashishtha was enraged by his behavior and went away fuming with anger. When the demon king Bali, the lord of Padaloka, learned about this incident, he attacked Indraloka with a large army. A fierce battle took place in which all the deities were defeated. Bali and his army brought all the wealth to Padaloka. But the demons were not destined to be the owner of this plundered wealth for too long, as the whole wealth got submerged into the ocean. Bali was surprised and asked Shukrakarya about the reason. Sage Shukrakarya revealed to Bali that he could not enjoy the splendors of deities' wealth because he had not performed 100 Ashwamedha yajnas. The deities, after being defeated, went to seek Lord Vishnu's help. Lord Brahma was also present with them. After giving a deep thought to the whole issue, Lord Vishnu advised them to patch up with the demons so that all the wealth could be retrieved from the ocean bed. The deities went to Pataloka and convinced the demons to participate in the churning of the ocean. When the process of churning of the ocean began, Mandarachal mountain was used as a churner and the serpent Vasuki as the rope. Both the parties immersed the Mandarachal mountain into the ocean, but it sank down, as there was no base upon which it could be placed. So, Lord Vishnu took the form of a tortoise and held the mountain on his back. Churning of the ocean resulted into the emergence of many things like Chandramadhav, Surbi, Kalpatri, Kaustubh, Uchchashrava, Airavat, goddess Lakshmi, poison, ambrosia, intoxication, etc. When poison emerged from the seabed, neither the deities nor the demons made any claim for it. The poison was so venomous that the whole world started getting inflamed by it. Lord Shiva then drank the halahal poison and thus the world was saved. Lord Vishnu accepted goddess Lakshmi as his consort. The emergence of ambrosia. When Dhanvantari appeared with a pot of ambrosia in his hands, a demon named Vrishparva snatched it from him. All the demons then fled to Pataloka with the pot of ambrosia. Lord Vishnu disguised himself as an enchanting beauty and went to Pataloka. There, he found all the demons quarreling among themselves. Each of them wanted to have his own share of ambrosia. The demons were stunned by Mohini's beauty the moment they saw Lord Vishnu in the form of a beautiful lady. Mohini took control of the ambrosia pot and summoned the deities to Pataloka. All the deities and demons were made to sit in separate rows. Mohini then started distributing ambrosia to the deities. A demon named Rahu, who had disguised himself as a deity, was also sitting among the deities. Hardly had Rahu gulped down some ambrosia than Mohini severed his head on the information given by Chandramadhav. The severed head of Rahu tried to take revenge by swallowing Chandramadhav, who took the refuge of Lord Shiva. Shiva kept Chandramadhav within the lock of his hair. Meanwhile, Rahu too came chasing Chandramadhav and Lord Shiva wore his head as a garland in his neck. Lord Brahma's boon to Tarakasur. After the death of Sati, Lord Shiva became aloof and engaged himself in an austere penance. His lack of interest in performing his duties resulted into the predominance of sin in the world. A demon named Tarakasur had received a boon of invincibility from Lord Brahma. Only a child and nobody else could kill him. Tarakasur, being drunk with power, started to torment the deities. All the deities eulogized Lord Brahma and they heard a heavenly voice saying, "Nobody can kill Tarakasur except Shiva's son. So you must put all your efforts to help Shiva get married." The deities were aware that after the death of Sati, Shiva had lost all interest in life and was living like a recluse. Nevertheless, they wanted to give a try. So they went to Himalaya, who had no progeny at that time, and requested him to beget a girl. Himalaya agreed, as he was aware of the misdeeds of Tarakasur. In course of time, Himalaya's wife, Meena, gave birth to a girl child who was in fact the reincarnation of Sati. The girl child was named Girija. Girija was brought up with great love and care. When she attained the age of 8, Himalaya once took her to the cave where Lord Shiva was doing penance. Initially, Shiva was little hesitant to meet Himalaya because Girija was accompanying her father and he had vowed never to put his glance on any woman after the death of Sati. But, later on he relented and allowed both of them to meet him whenever they liked. Now, Girija made it her habit to visit Lord Shiva regularly. She used to look after all the needs of Shiva while he was engrossed in his penance. Even after the passage of a long time, the deity's wishes did not look like getting fulfilled, as Shiva remained as nonchalant as ever. So, the deities requested Kamadava's help in sowing the seeds of love and passion in Shiva's heart. Kamadeva went to the place where Lord Shiva was doing his penance. He tried to sow seeds of compassion in Shiva's heart only to receive his wrath. Lord Shiva was infuriated by the efforts of Kamadeva. He opened his third eye, as the result of which Kamadeva was charred to death. Rati started wailing inconsolably at the death of her husband, but Girija assured her that she would try to bring Kamadeva back to life. Girija commenced her penance to please Lord Shiva. There was a great turmoil in the world on account of her penance. Lord Vishnu led the deities to Shiva and requested him to marry Girija so that the world could be protected from the torments of Tarakasur. Finally, Shiva gave his consent and went to the place where Girija was doing penance. Shiva tests Parvati's devotion. After reaching there, Lord Shiva found Parvati engrossed in her penance. Parvati was surrounded by her few trusted companions. Lord Shiva decided to test Parvati's devotion towards him. So he disguised himself as a hermit and asked her companions about the reason why Parvati was doing such a severe penance. Jaya, one of Parvati's companions, informed him that her friend was doing penance in order to get Lord Shiva as her husband. Jaya also informed Lord Shiva that her friend Girija was the daughter of Himalaya. Lord Shiva, who was in the guise of a hermit, said, "Why is this tender girl so eager to marry Shiva, who is an embodiment of inauspiciousness, who carries a skull in his hand and who lives in a crematorium? How can your friend think of marrying one who has been expelled by Daksha from the yajna ceremony? Does your friend know that Shiva wears a snake around his neck and is surrounded by numerous spirits and ghosts?" Parvati, who had been listening to all those nonsensical utterances, told Jaya, "This fellow seems to abhor Shiva. We should not talk to this evil person. Tell him to leave at once." Lord Shiva was extremely pleased by Parvati's unwavering devotion towards him. He appeared in his original form and said, "You can ask for anything you wish." But Parvati replied, "O Supreme Lord, I am the same Sati for the sake of whom you had destroyed Daksha's yajna. Don't you recognize me? There is a great purpose behind my reincarnation. A son born to us would kill Tarakasur. So go to my father and request for my hand in marriage." But Lord Shiva refused to make a request to Himalaya, considering it as an undignified act. He then returned to the place where he had been meditating. After a while, Himalaya and Meena arrived there and asked Parvati how her penance had been progressing. Parvati narrated the whole incident, how Lord Shiva had finally given his consent to marry her. Himalaya and Meena were extremely pleased by this good news. The arrival of Saptarishis. Later on, Lord Shiva sent the Saptarishis with the proposal of marriage to Himalaya. Himalaya received his distinguished guests with respect and inquired about the purpose of their visit. The Saptarishis replied, "We have come to request you to give your daughter's hand in marriage to Shiva." After consulting his wife, Meena, and other mountains, Himalaya agreed to accept Shiva as his son-in-law. The Saptarishis then returned and conveyed the good news to Shiva. The preparation for marriage ceremony started being made. Finally, the marriage procession proceeded towards the bride's home. The marriage procession consisted of all the deities, apsaras, gandharvas, even spirits and ghosts. Sage Garg supervised the rituals of marriage ceremony. Vishvakarma constructed the canopy, where marriage ceremony was supposed to take place. After the marriage was over, Himalaya performed the ritual of Kanyadan, and this way Shiva returned with his consort. Birth of Kartikeya. Lord Shiva and Parvati lived happily at Gandhamadan mountain, enjoying every bit of their conjugal life. Once it so happened that a small quantity of Shiva's sperm fell on the ground while he was enjoying intimate moments with Parvati. As a result, tremendous amount of heat was generated and the whole world started burning. Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu instructed Agni to employ some means so that the destruction caused by Shiva's overflowing sperms could come to an end. Agni went to Gandhamadan mountain in the guise of a hermit. He requested Parvati by saying, "O mother, please give me something as alms. I have nothing but my hands as a begging bowl." Parvati kept Shiva's sperms on his palm, which was eaten up by Agni. Parvati was enraged to see this and cursed Agni, "You have shown disrespect to me. From today onwards you would become omnivorous. The sperms which you have devoured would cause unbearable inflammation in your body." As the result of Parvati's curse, Agni really started experiencing unbearable inflammation in his body. He requested Lord Shiva to reveal the means by which his pain would come to an end. Lord Shiva instructed Agni to implant those sperms in any woman's womb to get rid of the unbearable inflammation. Thus, Agni, who was suffering from extreme heat that generated in his body, sat at a lonely place waiting eagerly for a woman to arrive there. He did not have to wait for too long, as 6 Kritikas, shivering with cold, arrived there to warm themselves. The sperms of Shiva entered into their bodies through the pores. These 6 Kritikas became pregnant. When their respective husbands learned about their pregnancy, they cursed them. As a result, they got transformed into nakshatras and established themselves in the sky. But, they aborted their respective foetus at Himalaya mountain before getting transformed into 6 constellations. The holy Ganges carried that foetus to a secluded place, which was covered with dense bushes of reeds. In course of time, Lord Kartikeya manifested from those reed bushes. He had 6 heads. The deities were delighted at the birth of Kartikeya. Lord Shiva along with Parvati went to the place where Kartikeya had incarnated. Parvati took young Kartikeya in her embrace. Kartikeya kills Tarakasur. Lord Shiva assured the deities, who were also present there, that Tarakasur's days were numbered. The deities' army then proceeded towards the battlefield. On their way, the deities heard a heavenly voice: "You can defeat the demons only if you fight under the leadership of Kartikeya." Now all the deities requested Kartikeya to become their leader. Meanwhile, Devasena, the daughter of Mrityu, arrived there and requested Kartikeya to become her husband. Kartikeya accepted Devasena as his wife. This is the reason why he is also known as Devasenapti. Kartikeya was leading the deities' army, mounted on an elephant. The army had all the deities in its rank: Indra, Varuna, Vayu, Kuber, Dharmaraj, etc. Both the rival armies met at an island situated between Ganga and Yamuna. Tarakasur had come with a large army, which boasted of many brave and mighty warriors. The battle commenced and the first phase was dominated by the demons. The deities could not stand up to the might of demons. Even Indra was severely wounded when Tarakasur attacked him with his deadly weapon Shakti. On seeing the level of destruction caused in the deities' army, King Muchkunda, who was on the side of the deities, attacked Tarakasur. In the ensuing battle, Muchkunda got injured and fell down on the ground. He got up furiously and tried to kill Tarakasur with his Brahmastra. Sage Narada told him that Brahmastra would be of no use, as Tarakasur had been blessed with invincibility against mortals. Narada said only Kartikeya is capable of killing Tarakasur. So, you all need to have patience till Kartikeya accomplishes his mission. Meanwhile, Veerbhadra was fighting a dual bout against Tarakasur. He had already caused indescribable losses to the demons. While the fight was going on, Tarakasur realized that it was not easy to defeat him. So, he decided to use his illusionary powers, which helped him in acquiring 10,000 hands. The deities ran away from the battlefield. When they saw ferocious Tarakasur approaching them, Lord Vishnu instructed Kartikeya to kill Tarakasur before it was too late. Kartikeya chased Tarakasur with his deadly weapon Shakti in his hand. A fierce fight took place between both of them. Kartikeya attacked Tarakasur with his Shakti. Tarakasur retaliated by hitting him with his own Shakti. The assault was so severe that Kartikeya lost his consciousness for few moments. When Kartikeya regained his consciousness, he got up quickly to fight against Tarakasur. Once again a fierce battle commenced. Kartikeya remembered his parents in reverence and released his Shakti in the direction of Tarakasur. Tarakasur died instantly. The deities were delighted at the death of their tormentor. Virtues of observing fast on Shivaratri. Sage Lomesh eulogizes the virtues of Shivaratri in the following words: the 14th day of the dark half of a month is dedicated to the worship of Lord Shiva and is famously known as Shivaratri. It destroys all the sins committed by a man. Sage Lomesh then narrated a tale, which emphasized the greatness of Shivaratri. Once upon a time a Brahmin widow developed an illicit relationship with a Chandal. Later on she gave birth to a son who was named Dussa. Her son had all the bad qualities one can think of: a gambler, a drunkard, a thief, a murderer, etc. One day, Dussa went to a Shiva temple with the intention of committing robbery. It was the festive night of Shivaratri and people had thronged the temple in a large number. So, he did not get an opportunity to steal temple property. He remained awakened for the whole night waiting for an opportune moment, but his wishes remained unfulfilled. He spent his time listening to the divine tales of Lord Shiva that was being narrated by the temple priest. Though he was a sinner, yet he took his next birth in a royal family on account of his 2 virtuous deeds. He had remained awakened for the whole night of Shivaratri, and he had listened to the tales of Shiva. In his next birth, he was born to a king named Chitrangit, and he himself was named Vishitravirya. Vishitravirya was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. He ultimately united with Lord Shiva and manifested as Veerbhadra at the time when Lord Shiva had shaken his head violently after hearing the sad news of Sathi's demise. There are numerous instances of people attaining salvation by observing a fast on Shivaratri. The names of some great devotees to do so are King Bharata, Mandhata, Dhandhumar, Harishchandra, etc. Kartikeya sorrow. While the deities hailed the glory of Kartikeya for having killed Tarakasur, Kartikeya himself was saddened by his act. He told the deities, "I regret for having killed Tarakasur because he was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. Is there any way to atone for my sin?" Lord Vishnu consoled him. Killing a wicked person, who nourishes himself on the blood of innocent people, is not a sinful deed. But, still, if you feel guilty, then there is no better way to atone for your sin than worshipping Lord Shiva. Install Shivalingas and worship them with deep devotion. Kartikeya instructed Vishnukarma to make 3 divine Shivalingas. Later on, Kartikeya installed these Shivalingas at 3 different places and worshipped them with appropriate rituals. In course of time, these 3 holy places came to be known as Pratijeshwar, Kapaleshwar, and Kumareshwar. Kartikeya, while worshipping at Kapaleshwar, sprinkled holy water on the Shivalinga and prayed so that Tarakasur's soul rested in peace. He also offered sesame seeds to Lord Kapaleshwar and prayed, "May my offerings made in the form of sesame seeds reach Tarak, the descendant of sage Kashyap." This way, Kartikeya was absolved of his sins. Killing of Pralam. A demon named Pralam had escaped unharmed in the battle fought between the deities and demons. As the deities were busy installing Shivalingas at different places, Pralam started to torment their families in their absence. The deities got this information from Kumud, who appeared at the time when the deities were digging up a reservoir near Siddheshwar temple. All the deities requested Kartikeya to do something. Kartikeya released his fiery weapon, Shakti, in the direction of Pralam. Shakti pierced the heart of earth and went right up to Pataloka, where Pralam lived with the surviving demons. All the demons were killed within few moments. A long tunnel had been created as the impact of Shakti's penetration of the earth. This tunnel was later on filled up with the water of Patalganga and became famous as Siddhakupa. Kalbhiti's austere penance. There is an amazing tale related with the birth of Kalbhiti. During ancient times there lived a sonless Brahmin named Manti in Kashi. He did an austere penance to get a son. At last, Lord Shiva became pleased by his devotion and appeared. Lord Shiva said, "You will be blessed with an enlightened son who would liberate your whole clan." In course of time, Manti's wife became pregnant, but amazingly did not deliver a baby even after a long time. 4 years passed like this, but Manti's wife did not deliver the child. Manti was perplexed by this unusual event, so he asked the baby, who was still in his mother's womb, as to why he was hesitant to come out. The child replied that he feared Kal, and this was the reason why he was not taking birth. The child said, "If you can assure me of protection from Kal, then I shall certainly take birth." How could have Manti given such an assurance? So he took refuge in Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva ordered 4 of his Ganas to go and convince the baby. The names of these 5 Ganas were Dharma, Jun, Vairagya, Aishvarya, and Adharma. They assured the baby by saying, "Get rid of your fear. We assure you that each 4 of us will never abandon you." The 5th Gana, named Adharma, on the contrary, promised not to cast his evil shadow on the baby. These assurances were enough for the baby to come out from the womb. But, even after taking birth, the child was trembling and wailing in fear. The Gana said, "Manti, your child is still fearful of the Kal. He is trembling and crying in spite of the best of our efforts to drive away his fears. So he will become famous as Kalbhiti. Kalbhiti grew up to be a virtuous person. He used to engage himself in various kinds of austerities. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. One day, as Kalbhiti was meditating under a bale tree, he went into his trance. The joy experienced during trance period was something which he had never experienced before. He decided to regularly meditate under that tree. He did penance for 100 years standing on his toe. Lord Shiva became pleased by his devotion and appeared in the guise of a human being. Lord Shiva said, "O great soul, please discontinue with your penance. I have brought some water for you. Please quench your thirst." But Kalbhiti refused to take water from an unknown person. He requested Lord Shiva to reveal his identity. Kalbhiti also inquired Lord Shiva about his religion and conduct. Lord Shiva told him that he was beyond any religion or conduct. When Kalbhiti refused to have water, Lord Shiva dug up a large pit and emptied the pot into it. After that he disappeared. Kalbhiti stood fixed at that place, being stunned by the disappearance of Lord Shiva. Suddenly, an effulgent Shivalinga appeared under that bale tree. Kalbhiti worshipped that Shivalinga, which was radiating light in all directions. Now, Lord Shiva appeared and blessed Kalbhiti to become free from the fear of Kal. From that day onwards the Shivalinga situated there became famous as Mahajit. Before disappearing once again, Lord Shiva instructed Kalbhiti to preach sage Karandham, who was expected to visit him shortly. Kalbhiti himself became renowned as Mahajit because he had been successful in conquering death. Karandham's queries. As predicted by Lord Shiva, King Karandham arrived at the place where Mahajit was staying. First of all he worshipped Lord Mahajit and subsequently went to meet sage Mahajit. King Karandham had numerous doubts regarding the rituals of Shraddh, so he asked Mahajit, how does the rituals related to Tarpan satisfy the dead ancestors? Mahajit replied, the souls of dead ancestors are capable of accepting whatever is offered to them. Time and distance does not matter to them. They accept only the essence of whatever is offered to them and not the gross materials as such. Karandham posed his second query, I think a soul, after it has abandoned the mortal body, is bound by its own karma. Then, how can the dead ancestors be expected of giving us blessings and changing our fortunes? Mahajit replied, not all Pitras are bound by their karma. Pitras belonging to different classes like deities, asuras, and yaksha are unembodied and formless. Similarly, the dead ancestors of all the four castes are called Mrita Pitras. These 7 types of Pitras are considered to be eternal and powerful. They also transcend the law of karma. A total number of 31 Ganas are subordinate to them. The rituals of Shraddh are performed for the pacification of these 7 eternal Pitras. These 7 Pitras are the ones who shower blessings on the performers of Shraddh rituals. Karandham's next question was, some people are of the view that one can attain salvation only by taking refuge in Lord Vishnu, while some think that only Lord Brahma is capable of giving salvation. There are many people who consider Lord Shiva as the supreme liberator. What do you have to say on this? Mahajit replied, God is one. The 3 deities you have named, even they eulogize each other. It is nothing but foolishness to grade them as superior, average, or inferior. The thing, which matters most in the path of salvation, is individual's unflinching faith and devotion. Any deity in whom he has total devotion is capable of giving salvation. Karandham then requested Mahajit to describe the appropriate rituals related with the worship of Lord Shiva. Mahajit replied, a devotee who puts on tripund mark on his forehead, chest, and both the shoulders while worshipping Lord Shiva is blessed to see the divine appearance of Lord Shiva. He should enter the temple premise with a pure heart. After entering the temple he should purify the Shivalinga by removing all the unnecessary articles which may be lying there. He should then fill up 4 garuas with water. Articles like milk, curd, clarified butter, honey, and sugarcane juice are kept to the left side of Shivalinga. The devotee should then come out of the temple and worship the Dwarpalas. After that, deities like Kuldevta, Nandi, Mahajitghata, and Vidhata are worshipped. Once again he should enter the temple and sit in front of the Shivalinga and meditate on Lord Shiva. While performing Ardhya he should make offerings of articles like water, akshat, kasha grass, sandalwood, flowers, mustard seeds, milk, curd, and honey. Having offered Ardhya, a devotee should perform the ritual of ablution with water, milk, curd, honey, clarified butter, and sugarcane juice in the given order. While performing this ritual the devotee should also offer dhyupa and chant Om Hum Vishvamurt Nama. Some other deities whom a devotee must worship along with the worship of Lord Shiva are Ishan, Tatpurush, Sadrijit etc. A devotee must also not forget to worship Shiva's trident. While doing this he should chant Trishaldana Kajya Kapil Kutharbhya Nama. A devotee should conclude his worship by begging for Lord Shiva's forgiveness for any mistake that he might have committed while performing the rituals. Arunachal Shivalinga. Once, Sutji had gone to Namisharanya. All the sages residing there asked him about the manifestation of Arunachal Shivalinga. Sutji recounted a tale when sage Sanak had posed the same query to Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma had told Sanak's son, once Lord Vishnu and I witnessed an effulgent pillar. It had manifested from nowhere and was limitless in size. Its radiance put the whole world ablaze. Both of us worshipped that marvelous pillar by chanting Vedic mantras. Actually, that effulgent pillar was a Shivalinga. Lord Shiva manifested from it after being pleased by our devotion. We requested him to minimize his size and establish himself in the form of Arunachal Shivalinga. Lord Shiva agreed to minimize his size as well as his effulgence by establishing himself in the form of Arunachaleshvar. The holy place of Arunachaleshvar remains untouched while the whole world gets submerged in water at the time of deluge. Lord Shiva the sovereign creator. The sages then asked Sutji how Lord Shiva had created the universe. Sutji replied Lord Shiva commenced creation by his own will. Vishnu manifested from the left side of his body while Brahma from the right side. He then attributed the qualities of Rajas and Sattva to Brahma and Vishnu respectively. From then onwards Lord Brahma took the responsibility of further creation and Lord Vishnu became the preserver of the world. Later on Lord Brahma created his 10 Manasputras by his will and Daksha Prajapati from his right thumb. He also created the Brahmins from his mouth, Kshatriyas from both his arms, Vaishyas from both his thighs and Shudras from both his feet respectively. Both, the deities and demons came from the lineage of sage Kashyap, who himself was Marishi's son. Not only that, Kashyap also fathered different species like Marut, Nag, Yaksha, Gandharv, and Apsaras. Similarly, Lord Brahma had also created Manu, who is believed to be the person from whom human race originated. All the sages as well as the Kshatriyas are the descendants of sage Atrai. Yakshas originated from Pulasutya whereas Rakshasas were the descendants of Pula. Agni as well as sages like Shyavan was the descendant of Bhrigu. Many famous sages came from the lineage of Vashishtha. These are the names of few prominent sages, whose descendants have populated the earth. Thus, Lord Shiva is the sovereign creator because he created Brahma the creator. Execution of Shum Nishum and Mahishasur. The demons named Shum and Nishum had received boons from Brahma according to which no deity, demon, or man could kill him. Shum and Nishum became excessively arrogant and started tormenting the deities. All the deities including Lord Vishnu went to Lord Shiva and requested for his help. Lord Shiva assured them that both the demons would be killed at the opportune time. The deities were satisfied and returned back to their respective abodes. Parvati was of dark complexion. She thought that Shiva would be more affectionate towards her if she somehow discarded her dark skin. She eventually discarded her dark skin at a place and it instantly got transformed into Kali Kaushiki. She then did an austere penance at Vindhyachal mountain. At that time, Shum and Nishum lived there. When both the demons saw goddess Kali Kaushiki, her divine beauty infatuated them. But goddess Kali Kaushiki ultimately killed both of them. Having accomplished her mission, Kali Kaushiki did a tremendous penance at Gauri Peak and regained her fair complexion. In course of time she became the mother of Ganesh and Kartikeya. Once, Goddess Parvati went to Arunachal mountain where sage Gautam was doing penance. She was so enchanted by the scenery over there that she decided to do penance. She instructed Goddess Durga to stand guard till she accomplished her penance. She also ordered the two goddesses Subhaga and Dhandukumara to keep a watch in all directions. Mahishasur the demon sent a female messenger to convince Parvati into marrying him. The female messenger disguised herself as a female hermit and tried to impress all the three goddesses who were keeping surveillance by praising the glory of Mahishasur. "O beautiful ladies! Why is your mistress living in such a secluded place? She is worthy of living in a royal palace. There is nobody among the deities who is fit enough to marry her. But, Mahishasur the lord of all the three worlds is certainly fit to become her husband." But all the three goddesses drove the female messenger away. Ultimately, Mahishasur came accompanied by a large army to forcibly abduct goddess Parvati. The commotion caused by the demons disturbed Parvati's meditation. She instructed Durga to kill all the demons. Goddess Durga transformed her appearance. Now she looked ferocious in her new appearance. She was well equipped with all sort of lethal weapons and was mounted on a lion. She thundered loudly and challenged Mahishasur. Countless yoginis manifested from her body. These yoginis attacked Mahishasur's army and killed many demons. The whole battlefield was splashed with blood. Goddess Kamanda severed the heads of Chand and Mund with her chakra. Mahishasur was enraged and he attacked Goddess Durga. Some other demons like Prachanda, Kamar, Mahamali, Mahahanu, Yugravaktra, Vikataksha, and Ahan also came forward to help him, but each one of them was killed by Goddess Durga. Now, Mahishasur's anger crossed all limits and he menacingly ran towards Goddess Durga. A severe battle was fought between both of them. When Mahishasur realized that the goddess was dominating the battle, he started changing his guises frequently. He tried to dodge Goddess Durga by transforming his appearance into that of a boar. But, Goddess Durga kept on chasing him. Then, Mahishasur became a lion. This way he kept on changing his appearances frequently to avoid getting killed by Goddess Durga. Once he transformed himself into a buffalo, but Goddess Durga attacked him. This way, Mahishasur was forced to change his appearance frequently on account of relentless attack by Goddess Durga. Ultimately Durga killed him. Goddess Durga picked up his severed head and danced in joy. The deities were relieved at the death of Mahishasur. Parvati receives Arunkaleshwar's grace. Goddess Durga then went to the place where Goddess Parvati was still doing penance. She held Mahishasur's head in one hand and a sword in the other. Goddess Parvati said, "O Mthyavasini, you have accomplished an impossible act. If it were not for you I would not have been able to accomplish my own penance. Now, you should get rid of the skull and create a holy spring bathing in which would destroy your sin acquired by killing Mahishasur." Goddess Durga hit ferociously at a huge rock, breaking it into pieces. A large pit was created which was soon filled up with underground water. She then took her bath in it by chanting Namashonadranathe. In the meantime, an amazing incident took place. While Goddess Durga was taking her bath with Mahishasur's skull in her hand, a Shivalinga, which was struck in Mahishasur's throat, fell down. This Shivalinga later on became famous as Papanashan Shivalinga. She then released the skull and came out from the pond. Arunachaleshvar became pleased by Parvati's devotion and appeared before her. Lord Arunachaleshvar then made Parvati to sit by his left side. The next moment Parvati's identity mingled with that of Lord Arunachaleshvar. The place where this incident took place, there is situated a grand temple of Goddess Apitastani and Lord Arunachaleshvar. 2 Vaishnavkund. Lord Varha satisfies Prithvi's curiosity. Sutji then narrated the tale of Lord Varha to the sages, which he had heard from sage Vyasa once. While Narada was wandering about, he reached Meru mountain where he saw the abode of Lord Brahma. He also saw a giant-sized entity, just next to Brahma's abode. The person possessed 4 arms and his face resembled a boar. The person held a conch and a chakra in his 2 hands. The remaining 2 hands were in the postures of giving blessings. Narada was very surprised to see that divine person being surrounded by sages like Vasishtha, Atrai, Markandeya and Bhrigu. After paying his eulogy to him, he stood in a corner. In the meantime, Prithvi arrived there with her two companions Ila and Pingla. She was curious to know about the identities of various mountains, which Lord Varha had established on her. Lord Varha told Prithvi about the prominent mountains like Sumeru, Himavan, Mandarachal, Vindhyachal, Parayatrak, Mahendra, Malay, Sinachal and Gandhamadan are situated to the north of Himalaya. The mountain ranges situated to the south of Himalaya are Arunachal, Hasti, Kritikal, and Gatikakal. Sages believe that in Satya Yuga Lord Vishnu had his abode at Anjan mountain, while in Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga and Kali Yuga he has his abode at Narayangiri, Sinachal and Shrivanketakal respectively. Lord Varha and Prithvi flew away towards Venkatachalgiri mounted on Garuda. Lord Varha mantra. On their way, Prithvi requested Lord Varha to reveal the sacred mantra, chanting of which makes him pleased. Lord Varha said the secret mantra that pleases me to no limits is Om Naham Shri Varha Idharanyu Adarni Svaha. This mantra is capable of liberating a man and also brings all sort of worldly accomplishments to him. In the first Krita Yuga, a Manu named Dharma had realized me by continuously chanting this mantra. Even Indra regained the control of heaven by chanting it. Anant, the lord of all serpents, chanted Varha mantra and as a result became capable of holding the earth on its hood. Manifestation of Padmavati. Lord Varha then narrated the tale of Padmavati's manifestation to Prithvi. He also revealed to her that Padmavati was the reincarnation of Vedavati and had manifested so that she could become his consort. Lord Varha said once upon a time there lived an emperor named Akash. One day he ordered his men to get the lands situated at the bank of Arani plowed so that a grand yagya could be organized there. As the land was being cultivated, the plow suddenly struck against something. People plowing the field dug up that place and were surprised to find an infant girl, crying loudly. The news of girl's manifestation spread like a wildfire. The emperor became extremely happy since he had no progeny. He brought up that child as his own daughter. This way the baby girl was brought up like a princess. She was named Padmavati. Padmavati proved very lucky for the emperor, as the emperor, who was still sonless till then, was blessed with a son. This male child was named Vasudan. One day, Narada visited the palace and met both the children. He was impressed by Vasudan's intelligence, but Padmavati appeared to be shy and absorbed in her own thoughts. Narada lovingly called her and instructed her to spread her left palm. Narada was amazed to find signs, which predicted Padmavati's marriage to Lord Vishnu. Everybody living in the palace became happy after getting this news. Narada then went away. Padmavati becomes Lord Hari's consort. Continuing with the tale, Lord Varha said one day, while Padmavati and her companions were playing in the garden, they saw an equestrian approaching them. He held a bow and arrows in both his hands. The stranger asked all the girls whether they had seen a wolf. Apparently the stranger was on his hunting spree. Padmavati angrily reminded the stranger that hunting was strictly prohibited in that area and hence he should go back home. The stranger was stunned by Padmavati's beauty and said, "I am Ananta from Venkatakal mountain. People also call me Veerpati. Can I have this beautiful lady as my wife?" Padmavati's companions angrily rebuffed Anant, who then galloped back on his horse. These unfortunate girls were unable to recognize Lord Vishnu, who had come disguised as Anant. After reaching his palace, Anant found it very difficult to concentrate on his work. His mind was occupied by the thoughts of Padmavati. One day, while he was sitting in a thoughtful mood, Vakul Malika arrived there and requested him to come down for lunch. But, Sri Hari was lost in the thoughts of Padmavati. On being asked by Vakul Malika, Sri Hari narrated the following tale to her. In Treta Yuga, when I had incarnated as Ram, Ravan had deceitfully abducted my consort Sita. But fortunately she was not Sita but Agni's consort Svaha. Before this incident could occur, Agni had already taken Sita to Pataloka and kept his own wife Svaha in her place. Indra's act had special purpose behind it to avenge Svaha's death, who was Vedavati in her previous birth, and who had committed suicide after being touched by the same demon. Actually, Agni's consort Svaha was Vedavati in her previous birth. So, in reality Ravan had abducted Vedavati instead of Sita. Later on, I thanked Agni and promised him that I would make Vedavati my consort in Kali Yuga. The same Vedavati has taken birth as Padmavati. You must go and convince Padmavati to become my consort. Vakul Malika went to Narayanpur and informed the king about Srihari's desire. Emperor Akash was extremely delighted at the prospect of having Srihari as his son-in-law. An auspicious day was chosen for the marriage and thus, Lord Srihari got Padmavati as his consort. King Parikshit. Once, Sutji narrated the tale of King Parikshit to all the assembled sages. Parikshit ruled over Hastinapur. One day he went into a forest on a hunting spree. He saw a deer and managed to injure it with his arrow. But the injured deer disappeared from his sight. Parikshit chased the injured deer in the direction it had disappeared. He reached a place where Sage Shumik was engrossed in his meditation. Parikshit inquired Sage Shumik if he had seen that injured deer. But Sage Shumik, being in deep meditation, did not respond to Parikshit's query. This made Parikshit extremely angry and he wrapped a dead snake around Shumik's neck as a punishment for not having answered his question. But, it made no difference to Sage Shumik and he continued with his meditation. Parikshit went back fuming in anger. Shringi was the son of Sage Shumik. When he saw a dead snake coiling around his father's neck, he cursed, "Whoever has tried to insult my father will not live to see the seventh day, because a Takshak Nag would bite him to death." When Sage Shumik learned about his son's curse, he reproached his son and sent a disciple named Dormukh to inform Parikshit so that he could take some preventive measures. Dormukh went and narrated the whole incident to King Parikshit. Parikshit became very scared and he started living on a canopy that had been constructed in the middle of river Ganges on his instructions. Now he felt secured and safe. Meanwhile a poor Brahmin named Kashyap came to know about the curse that poor Parikshit had received. He knew how to cure a person bitten by snake. So he thought that it was an excellent opportunity for him to receive monetary awards from the king. So, he proceeded towards the place where Parikshit was staying. On his way, Kashyap met a Brahmin who in reality was Takshak in disguise. Takshak was on his way to kill Parikshit. He asked Kashyap about the reason he was going to meet Parikshit. Kashyap revealed to Takshak that he could neutralize the influence of poison in any person bitten by a snake. Takshak wanted to examine the authenticity of Kashyap's statement, so he inserted his poisonous fangs into the trunk of a huge tree. A man was sitting on the branches of that tree. The tree as well as the man was charred to death within no time. Kashyap really brought the tree and that man back to life. Takshak was stunned by this unbelievable act. He asked Kashyap how much he expected as reward from the king. Kashyap revealed the amount, which he expected from Parikshit in lieu of giving him a fresh lease of life. Takshak gave lot of wealth to him as a bribe and Kashyap went back home satisfied. Takshak then summoned all his companions and instructed them to go to the place where Parikshit lived, disguising themselves as hermits. All the serpents went to meet Parikshit impersonating as hermits and offered fruits to him. According to his plan, Takshak had hidden himself within a plum fruit. He bit Parikshit as soon as he got a chance. Parikshit died instantly. Janmejaya was crowned as the next king. Meanwhile, people started criticizing the treacherous conduct of Kashyap, which had resulted in the death of King Parikshit. He decided to make a pilgrimage to Venkatakaleshwar so that he became liberated from his sin. Krishna Tirth. Sutji narrated a tale to all the assembled sages during ancient times. A Brahmin named Ramkrishna did an austere penance at Venkatakal mountain. He remained immobile during the entire course of his penance, resulting into the development of molehills all over his body. Indra was scarred by Ramkrishna's penance and caused a heavy downpour for a week. All the molehills were washed away from Ramkrishna's body. Lord Srinivas became pleased and appeared before him. He blessed Ramkrishna by saying, "This holy place, where you have performed a great penance, will be named after you as Krishnatirth. Anybody who makes a pilgrimage to this place will be liberated from all the sins." Eulogizing Lord Venkateshwar, Sutji says, "A man, who has the good fortune of seeing the divine appearance of Lord Srinivas even for a moment, attains salvation." Some other places of pilgrimage on Venkatakal mountain. All the sages then requested Sutji to tell about some other places of pilgrimage situated on Venkatakal mountain. Sutji replied, "There are about 108 holy places situated on Venkatakal mountain. Among all these holy places, 6 are considered to be capable of bestowing salvation: Swami Pushkarini, Akash Ganga, Papvinashan, Pandyatirth, Kumardharakatirth and Tumbutirth. Anjana's penance at Akash Gangatirth." Describing how Vayudeva had once assured Anjana that he would take birth as her son, Sutji told the sages Anjana, being issue-less even after a long married life, decided to do penance in order to beget a son. Sage Matang advised her to go to Akash Gangatirth where her wishes would get fulfilled. Sage Matang also described the geographical location. At a distance of 10 yojans towards south is situated Dhanachal mountain, which is believed to be the abode of Lord Nrsimha. Brahmatirth lies in its vicinity. At a distance of 10 yojans south of Brahmatirth, flows river Suvarnamukari. Venkatakal mountain is situated to the north of this river, and the holiest place called Swamapushkarni is situated among its numerous peaks. You should visit that place and take a holy dip in its water. After that you should seek the blessings of Lord Varahaswamy and Lord Venkateshwar. You should then go towards north of Swami Tirth and you would reach Akash Ganga. Acting as per Matang's instructions, Anjana went to Akash Gangatirth and did her penance. Finally Lord Vayudeva appeared before her and promised to incarnate as Hanuman. Vishnu advises Brahma to go to Purushottam Kshetra. The sages asked, "O revered sage, we would like to know more about Purushottam Kshetra, where there is a majestic wooden idol of Lord Vishnu." Sage Jaimini replied, "The sacrosanct place of Purushottam Kshetra is graced by the presence of Lord Jagannath. During ancient times, Lord Varha had rescued Prithvi from the clutches of Hiranyaksha, the mighty demon who had abducted her to Rasatala. After Prithvi had been established in its original position, Lord Brahma commenced his creations. Lord Brahma wondered about the means by which human beings could get liberated from 3 major types of sorrow: adhyatmic, adhitavik, adhibhantic. He sought the help of Lord Vishnu, who eulogized the greatness of Purushottam Kshetra and advised him to go there. Lord Vishnu said Purushottam Kshetra is situated at the seashore, to the south of river Mahanadi. This sacrosanct place of mine does not get affected by deluge. I dwell at this holiest place as Lord Purushottam. There is a holy pond called Rohan in the vicinity. Anybody who takes a holy dip in that pond gets absolved of all his sins. O Brahma, you must pay a visit to Purushottam Kshetra, where spending a day bestows virtues greater than all the austerities combined together." This way, Lord Brahma went to Purushottam Kshetra as per the instructions of Lord Vishnu. Markandeya eulogizes Vishnu. Lord Brahma soon after reaching Purushottam Kshetra sat down and started meditating. He was so engrossed in his meditation that he remained in that state for a very long time. This resulted into total chaos, as Yamaraj found that his power of causing death had no effect on people living in Purushottam Kshetra. Worried as he was, Yamaraj rushed towards Neelachal mountain and sought Lord Vishnu's intervention in the matter. Lord Vishnu smiled and signalled Goddess Lakshmi to say something. Goddess Lakshmi said, "O Suryanandan, anybody residing at this holy place is freed from the vicious cycles of birth and death after becoming absolved of all his sins. This is the reason why you are experiencing this unusual problem. The whole world except this holy place will come into your jurisdiction." Yamaraj was amazed by this revelation, so he asked Lakshmi, "I would like to know why such a privilege is being given to this place." Lakshmi replied, "O Ravinandan, at the time of deluge, when the whole world was submerged in the water, sage Markandeya was struggling to find a secure place for his survival. Although he was blessed with an unusually long life of 7 kalpas, but still he needed a place to live in. He started swimming and finally managed to reach Purushottam Kshetra, which had remained unscathed by the turbulence of the deluge. There he saw a divine tree called Akshayavat. Markandeya continued to swim along the coast, wondering how that place had managed to remain unaffected by deluge when the whole world had been submerged. Suddenly he heard a voice, which appeared to be coming from the direction of the Akshayavat. O Markandeya! Don't worry. Take my refuge and you shall be protected. Markandeya was very surprised and looked all around. He kept on swimming and saw Lord Vishnu, who was engrossed in his yoga nidra in Kashir Sagar. I was also present there. Markandeya eulogized Vishnu in the following way: salutations to the Supreme Lord, the source of all creations. O Jagannath! Protect me from getting drowned. Lord Vishnu opened his eyes and found Markandeya gasping for breath. On realizing the gravity of the situation, he said, raise your head and look at the top of this kalpavat. You would find an infant sleeping on a leaf of the kalpavat. The infant is none other than Kal himself. You should enter inside his body through his opened mouth and live peacefully, as there is no other place for you to live in. Markandeya entered into Kal's body as per the instructions given by Lord Vishnu and was amazed by the expanse of his belly, which appeared like a bottomless pit. He also saw all the 14 bhuvans existing within Kal's belly, including all the creatures, deities, sages, siddhas, gandharvas, etc. Markandeya wandered all over the place and after getting tired came out through Kal's opened mouth. He found Lord Vishnu was still present there, accompanied by his consort Lakshmi. Markandeya made salutations to both of them and narrated his experiences he had inside Kal's belly. Lord Vishnu blessed him and made a revelation: the place you had visited few moments ago is beyond the limits of creation or deluge. The name of this holiest place is Purushottam Kshetra, and it is my permanent abode, for I do not leave it even for a moment. Markandeya was very impressed and requested Lord Vishnu to allow him to live there. Lord Vishnu replied, O Brahmarishi! I shall remain at Purushottam Kshetra till the end of this kalpa. I shall also create a sacrosanct place, which would enable you to become immortal. Sage Markandeya then dug up a reservoir with the help of Vishnu's chakra. He did an austere penance to please Lord Maheshwar, as the result of which he was indeed blessed with immortality. In course of time, this reservoir became famous as Markandeya Kund. Holy places in the vicinity of Purushottam Kshetra. Dwelling in length upon the majesty of Purushottam Kshetra, Goddess Lakshmi said Purushottam Kshetra resembles a conch in shape and is graced by the presence of Lord Shiva. Towards its north is situated a temple of Lord Nilkant. A famous Shivalinga named Kapil Mokan is also situated in the vicinity. One who makes a pilgrimage to Kapil Mokan becomes liberated from gravest of sins. A temple of goddess Vimla Devi is also situated nearby. Purushottam Kshetra is considered to be supreme among all the places of pilgrimage, and for this very reason it is aptly named Tirthraj. A divine pond called Rowing Kund is also situated nearby. Anybody who takes a holy dip there is freed from the vicious cycles of birth and death. It is believed that the increased level of water at the time of deluge ultimately recedes and disappears into this pond. Goddess Lakshmi said, O Dhanraj! This holy place is beyond your jurisdiction because people living there never experience death. It is well protected by 8 goddesses from all the 8 directions. The names of these 8 goddesses are Mangala, Lamba, Kalratri, Marichika, Vimla, Sarvamangla, Ardhashini, and Chandrupa. How can Lord Rudra be absent when Rudrani has manifested herself in 8 forms? So, he has manifested himself in 8 different forms as well: Kapalmokan, Kashitripal, Yamshwar, Markandayeshwar, Ishan, Bilbshwar, Nilkant, and Vateshwar. While describing the majesty of Purushottam Kshetra, Goddess Lakshmi revealed to Lord Brahma in the coming Satya Yuga there would be a king named Indradyumna and would be famous for his unflinching devotion in Lord Vishnu. Being pleased by the king's devotion, Lord Vishnu would ultimately manifest himself from a wooden structure to bless him. Vishvakarma would then carve out 4 idols from the wooden block, all of which would be installed by none other than you. Once, while sage Jaimini was describing the greatness of Purushottam Kshetra to the assembled sages, all of them curiously asked him, where is Purushottam Kshetra situated? Jaimini replied, Utkal is situated at the eastern coast of Bharatavarsha. At the time of deluge, when everything gets submerged in water, Utkal remains unaffected, and it is the very place from where the knowledge of the Vedas spread in all directions. The residents of Utkal are not only learned but also very prosperous. There is not a single person in this land who is not a devotee of Lord Vishnu. All the people belonging to the four prominent castes diligently follow their respective dharma. This holy place never experiences natural calamities of any kind. Sage Jaimini then went on to narrate the tale of King Indradyumna to all the assembled sages. In Satya Yuga there lived a noble and virtuous king named Indradyumna, who ruled over the province of Malva. He was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. One day, while worshipping in a temple, he asked the priest, I have a wish, which still remains unfulfilled. I have a deep desire of seeing Lord Jagannath with my mortal eyes. Is there any means with the help of which I can get my wish fulfilled? The royal priest had no answer to the king's query, so he kept quiet. Suddenly, he saw a group of pilgrims coming towards the temple. He thought that perhaps one of them might be having an answer to the king's query. When the pilgrims arrived at the temple, the royal priest posed the same question to them. One of the pilgrims answered, there is a place called Adra, where is situated a grand temple of Lord Jagannath. This sacrosanct place is also famously known as Purushottam Kshetra and is situated at the foothills of the Neelachal mountain. There is a holy pond called Rohan situated nearby. At the eastern bank of this pond is situated a majestic temple of Lord Vasudeva. The idol of Lord Vasudeva is made of Indraneel diamond. To the west of this temple lies Shabardeep hermitage, from where starts a path leading to Jagannath temple. Having said this, the pilgrim disappeared from everybody's sight. Not only Indradyumna but all the pilgrims were equally amazed by his sudden disappearance. Indradyumna was convinced that Lord Jagannath had himself come there in the guise of a pilgrim. Now, his desire of visiting Purushottam Kshetra became even more intense. Indradyumna instructed his priest to find out the exact location of Purushottam Kshetra by sending somebody over there. Later on, the priest went home and sought the help of Vidyapati, his younger brother, in this regard. Vidyapati readily agreed to help his brother, and one fine day he proceeded on his journey with a select group of his trusted friends. After a long and arduous journey, all of them reached a Kamravan forest, situated at the foothills of Neelachal mountain. The thought of being so near their destination made everybody extremely excited. But, despite their best of efforts, they could not find Shabardeep ashram. Being tired, all of them decided to take rest for a while and then recommence their efforts to find out the location of Shabardeep hermitage. Finding a huge tree, all of them took rest under the shade of that tree. Suddenly, they heard a heavenly voice, which appeared to be coming from the western direction. They followed the voice and reached Shabardeep ashram in a short time. There they saw a large gathering of devotees. One of the devotees, whose name was Vishvavasu, curiously asked Vidyapati, it is not easy to reach this place. From where are you coming and where do you intend to go? You must be tired, wait till I return with some refreshment for all of you. Vidyapati was not in a mood to waste his time, as he was aware that Indradyumna was eagerly waiting for him to return. He told Vishvavasu, I have a difficult mission to accomplish, so I am not in a position to waste my time. I am the younger brother of the royal priest of King Indradyumna. The king has vowed not to have a single morsel of food till he makes a pilgrimage to Purushottam Kshetra. He has sent me with the specific purpose of finding the exact location of Purushottam Kshetra and the easiest route leading to it. So, help me reach the temple of Lord Jagannath as soon as possible. Vidyapati eulogizes Lord Neelmadhav. Vishvavasu told Vidyapati, I have heard this prophesy of Indradyumna's possible arrival at Purushottam Kshetra in the near future. Not only that, I have also heard that Indradyumna would become so impressed with Purushottam Kshetra that he would settle down there for good after renouncing everything. Vishvavasu then requested Vidyapati to follow him and started negotiating the steep heights of Nilachal mountain. Vidyapati followed him through the curvy and arduous paths of the mountain. Having walked for some time, Vishvavasu pointed towards a pond and said, "This pond is famously known as Rowing Kund. The Kalpavat that you see towards the east of this pond is considered to be so sacrosanct that a sinner becomes liberated of all his sins once he comes under its shade. Lord Jagannath's temple is situated between Rowing Kund and the Kalpavat. Go ahead and have a darshan of Lord Jagannath, for whom you have undertaken such an arduous travel." Vidyapati's joys knew no bounds, as he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. First he purified himself by taking a holy dip in Rowing Kund and then went inside the temple to worship Lord Jagannath. He worshipped Lord Jagannath by chanting the sacred Pranav mantra. After the worship was over, Vishvavasu requested Vidyapati to visit his place, which was nearby. Vidyapati agreed and accompanied Vishvavasu to his place. Vidyapati was given a royal treat by his host, which made him wonder as to how could Vishvavasu arrange all the luxurious things at such a remote place. He could not control himself and asked Vishvavasu, "Even a king would have found it difficult to treat his guest as lavishly like you. I am amazed how you could make arrangements for all these things at a remote and secluded place like this. How do you manage this?" Vishvavasu replied, "It is not as difficult as you believe. Since Purushottam Kshetra is a sacrosanct place and it is frequently visited by the deities who make divine offerings to Lord Jagannath, I collect the residuals of whatever is offered to Jagannath from the temple and bring it home. So, I really don't have to make any special efforts to accumulate divine foodstuffs. On account of eating these divine foodstuffs, not only we have been blessed by eternal youth, but also we are never troubled by old age." Vidyapati was very impressed and requested Vishvavasu to become his friend. He also reminded Vishvavasu that he wanted to return as soon as possible so that the king could go on a pilgrimage to Purushottam Kshetra. But, Vishvavasu made a shocking disclosure to Vidyapati and said King Indradyumna will never be able to have a divine glimpse of Lord Jagannath, as the Lord is soon going to disappear. But, don't disclose this fact to the king, otherwise he would get disheartened and abandon his plan of making a pilgrimage to Purushottam Kshetra. Finally, when the king in his utter frustration would try to end his life after not being able to have a divine glimpse of Nilmadhav, the most gracious Lord will appear in his dream and instruct him to get constructed 4 wooden idols of Jagannath, Balbhadra, Subhadra and Sudarshan Chakra. Having accomplished his mission, Vidyapati proceeded on his return journey, and once again he visited Purushottam Kshetra, which fell on the way. He picked up a garland, which had been offered to Nilmadhav by some deity. Finally, when he reached Malva, he found King Indradyumna eagerly waiting for him. After presenting the garland to the king, he narrated his experiences he had at Purushottam Kshetra. "O king, Lord Jagannath's idol is made of Nilmani diamond and is very ancient. Even the deities have deep regards and undiluted reverence for Lord Jagannath and are frequent visitors to Purushottam Kshetra. The garland, which I have given you, was in fact had been offered to Lord Jagannath by the deities. These flowers do not wither and have fragrance lasting for eternity. Purushottam Kshetra remains untouched by old age, sorrow or disease and gives salvation to anybody who goes on a pilgrimage over there." Indradyumna leaves for Purushottam Kshetra. Indradyumna had been waiting for this moment for a long time, the moment when he would get a chance to go on a pilgrimage to Purushottam Kshetra. Revealing his great plan to Vidyapati, he said, "Now, the time has finally come for me to go on a pilgrimage to Purushottam Kshetra. I also intend to develop that holy place as a prominent place of pilgrimage. I would shift my subject to that holy place and perform 100 Ashwamedha yagyas once I reach there. I also intend to devote rest of my life in the worship of Lord Jagannath." While the conversation was going on, the ever-wandering sage Narada arrived there and informed Indradyumna how pleased were the deities after learning of his holy intention of developing Purushottam Kshetra into a major place of pilgrimage. Narada also dwelt on length on the virtues of Jagannath's worship. Indradyumna, thinking that Narada might prove to be of great help during the course of pilgrimage because of his vast traveling experience, requested him to accompany him to Purushottam Kshetra. Narada readily agreed to accompany the king and said, "O king, I shall reveal to you the importance of all the holy places that we come across in the course of our pilgrimage." Finally, King Indradyumna left for Purushottam Kshetra followed by a large procession, that consisted of his subject, all the ministers and army officers. The entourage touched the bank of river Mahanadi by evening. Deciding to take rest and spend the night there, King Indradyumna first took his bath and then worshipped Lord Jagannath. After the king had taken his bath, all the rest of the people also took their bath and then everybody sat down to have their dinner. After the meal was over, while Indradyumna was busy discussing with his ministers on the future course of action, somebody came with the news that the king of Utkal had arrived. Indradyumna ordered the messenger to bring the esteemed guest with all the honor and respect. The king of Utkal arrived and broke a disturbing news. Indradyumna, I am afraid your intention of having a divine glimpse of Lord Jagannath is not going to fructify, as Lord Nilmadhav has presently concealed himself beneath a huge heap of sand caused by a ferocious sandstorm. The fallout of this inauspicious incident has been extremely adverse on my kingdom, as my people are experiencing acute famine. Indradyumna was shocked, especially the thought of not getting a chance to have a divine glimpse of Lord Nilmadhav made him dejected. He saw all his efforts going in vain. But, Narada consoled him by saying, "Don't worry. Lord Nilmadhav is extremely merciful and he will certainly give you an opportunity to have his divine glimpse." Indradyumna reaches Akamrakhetra. Continuing with the tale of Indradyumna, sage Jaimini told all the sages next morning. Indradyumna and his entourage crossed Mahanadi on boats and reached Akamrakhetra, where they worshipped Lord Purushottam. After that they worshipped on their onwards journey and reached Kodeshwar Mahalaya, where they worshipped Lord Tribhuvaneshwar with appropriate rituals. Lord Tribhuvaneshwar appeared after becoming pleased and blessed Indradyumna that his wish of seeing Lord Jagannath was soon going to be fulfilled. Lord Tribhuvaneshwar then instructed Narada, "O great soul, after reaching Purushottam Kshetra, help Indradyumna perform 100 yagyas as per the instructions given by Lord Brahma. I, along with goddess Durga, dwell at the entrance of Conch-shaped Purushottam Kshetra. Although, presently Lord Jagannath has concealed himself beneath a heap of sand, yet very soon he is going to manifest himself. Indradyumna should get constructed a magnificent temple of Lord Jagannath at the same place, where once existed his idol and presently which is hidden beneath the heap of sand. Later on, Vishvakarma would then carve out 4 idols from a single piece of wood, which would subsequently be installed by Lord Brahma himself. Finally, Indradyumna's wish of seeing Lord Jagannath would get fulfilled. Narada assured Lord Tribhuvaneshwar that all his instructions would be followed in letter and spirit. The procession then left for the place indicated by Lord Tribhuvaneshwar. Indradyumna eulogizes Lord Nilmadhav. After reaching the temple of Nilkant Mahadev, all of them worshipped Mahadev and Durga. They then visited the temple of Lord Nrsimha, situated under a sandalwood tree at the foothills of Nilachal mountain. King Indradyumna was anxiously waiting for the moment he would have a divine glimpse of Lord Jagannath. He requested Narada to take him to the place where Jagannath had hidden himself beneath the heap of sand. Narada took him near a banyan tree and said, "Look at this huge banyan tree that is 2 yojans in height and whose trunk is spread in the area of 1 yojan. To the north of this banyan tree and to the north of Nrsimha temple lies the place where Lord Nilmadhav used to have his dwelling some time ago, but who has presently concealed himself. Now, the time is not very far when you would see Lord Jagannath with your mortal eyes." Indradyumna bowed in reverence to the place where Lord Jagannath was supposed to remanifest himself in the near future. He eulogized the Lord as if he were already present there, and this was true, as Jagannath's idol was indeed present there, albeit hidden beneath heaps of sand. He prayed, "O Lord, you are the one in whom every living creature ultimately takes refuge. My only wish is to be able to see your idol, which is presently hidden beneath heaps of sand." Hardly had Indradyumna finished his prayer when he heard a heavenly voice, "O king, do not worry. The day is not far when you would see me with your mortal eyes. You just need to follow Narada's instructions and your wish will be fulfilled. Narada installs the idol of Nrsimha. Narada told Indradyumna, now, we should install an idol of Lord Nrsimha near Nilkant's temple, for this is the very place where you will be performing 1000 Ashwamedh Yagyas in the days to come. So, your first priority should be to get constructed a magnificent temple of Lord Nrsimha. I plan to stay here for 5 more days as Vishvakarma will be needing my help in carving out the idol of Lord Nrsimha. Leaving Narada alone near the Nilkant temple, Indradyumna went near the sandalwood tree, which was at a little distance from the temple, and was surprised to find Sugat, Vishvakarma's son, waiting for him. He requested Sugat to construct a grand temple with its main entrance facing west. Sugat constructed the temple within 4 days. On the 5th day, Narada arrived there with an idol of Lord Nrsimha, which had been carved out by Vishvakarma. An auspicious day was chosen for installing the idol. After the idol had been installed, everybody including King Indradyumna, Narada as well as the people accompanying the procession worshipped Lord Narsingha. Indradyumna performs Ashwamedh Yagyas. Sages, who had been listening to the tale narrated by Jaimini with rapt attention till then, asked what did Indradyumna next do after the idol of Lord Nrsimha had been installed. Sage Jaimini replied, after the idol of Lord Nrsimha had been installed, Indradyumna began making preparations for Ashwamedh Yagya. He sent invitations to all the deities, learned Brahmins, and sages. When everybody arrived, he made a special request to Indra to remain present at the oblation site till the completion of 1000 Ashwamedh Yagyas. Indra assured Indradyumna of his full cooperation and advised him to go ahead with his plan of accomplishing 1000 Ashwamedh Yagyas. Finally, Indradyumna performed the first yagya under the supervision of learned priests. This way, he was able to successfully accomplish 999 yagyas without any problem. Finally, when the last Ashwamedh Yagya was being performed, Indradyumna had a divine glimpse of Lord Vishnu while he was engrossed in his meditation. Indradyumna narrated his experience to Narada, to which he got a reply that it was a good omen, which proved that the king was going to see Lord Jagannath with his mortal eyes. Jagannath idol is carved out. After the rituals of final yagya ended, Narada advised Indradyumna to perform the rituals of Purnayuddha to mark the end of yagya ceremony. Narada then went on to say a tree is considered to be the partial incarnation of Lord Vishnu, for each of his hair that falls on the earth gets transformed into a tree. Narada, then pointing towards a tree, told Indradyumna, the Almighty Lord has manifested himself in the form of this tree. Now, you should make preparations to get this tree installed on the great altar inside the temple. The tree to which Narada had pointed was unique in the sense that it had only 4 branches on it. Indradyumna, following the instructions, ordered his men to uproot the said tree and then install it on the Mahavedi inside the temple. But, at the same time, he was wondering as to who would carve out the 4 idols of Jagannath, Balbhadra, Subhadra, and Sudarshan Chakra. Suddenly, a heavenly voice was heard. Lord Vishnu would manifest himself on the sacred altar on his own. An old carpenter, who is standing among you, should be sent inside the temple premise. The main door of the temple should then be shut and nobody should try to enter the temple till the idols are ready. One more thing to be kept in mind is that all of you should keep on beating drums so that nobody hears the sound emanating from the carving of the idols. Anybody, who hears this sound, is doomed to become deaf. Similarly, anybody who tries to see the act of idols being made shall lose his power of sight. Indradyumna made elaborate arrangements as per the instructions given by the heavenly voice. The old carpenter was sent inside and the main door of the temple shut. On the 15th day, Lord Jagannath manifested himself along with Balbhadra, Subhadra, and Sudarshan Chakra. Once again heavenly voice was heard which said, O king, get all the 4 idols colored on the basis of the complexion of the respective deities. The color of Jagannath's idol should be dark blue, similar to that of dark clouds. Similarly, the idol of Balbhadra should be colored in white just like his fair complexion. The color of goddess Subhadra's idol should be reddish just like the rising sun. Sudarshan chakra should be painted deep red. Either the descendants of Vishvavasu or your royal priest are entitled to participate in the consecration ceremony of the idols in future events. Indradyumna, once again following the instructions, got the idols colored in the way specified by the heavenly voice. After that, all the 4 idols were adorned with beautiful apparels and ornaments. Now, they really looked divine in their new looks. Looking at the divine idols of Jagannath, Indradyumna went into trance. Seeing his condition, Narada advised not to waste time and seek any boon from Lord Jagannath, because the sole purpose for which Jagannath had manifested himself was to bless him and to fulfill his wish. Indradyumna immediately realized what Narada meant to say. He eulogized Lord Jagannath in the following way: O Jagannath, help me out from the sorrows of this world. I don't aspire for anything else. Subsequently, Narada and the whole entourage, which had come along with King Indradyumna, worshipped Lord Jagannath, Balbhadra, Subhadra and Sudarshan Chakra. Lord Jagannath was worshipped amidst the chanting of Dwadashakshar mantra, while Jagannath was worshipped with Purusha Sukta. Similarly, Subhadra and Sudarshan Chakra were worshipped amidst the chanting of Devi Sutra and Vedic verses respectively. Finally, donations were made to the Brahmins and everybody was sent off with respect. Consecration of the idols. King Indradyumna was anxious to get performed the rituals of consecration as soon as possible, so he asked Narada, I am not aware of the proper rituals that are employed in the consecration of an idol. I need your help in this regard. Narada then made a list of articles required for the consecration of idols and instructed Indradyumna to make arrangements for all those items. He also instructed the king to get constructed a grand palace for Lord Brahma, who was supposed to arrive shortly to perform the consecration ceremony. Narada said get constructed 3 chariots for all the 3 deities. The chariot meant for Lord Jagannath should have a mast on its top with the figure of Garuda on it. Similarly, Balbhadra's chariot should have a mast with a plough drawn on it, whereas Subhadra's chariot should have a mast with a beautiful lotus drawn on it. The number of horses pulling the chariots of Jagannath, Balbhadra and Subhadra should be 16, 14 and 12 respectively. It did not take much time to construct the 3 chariots as per the instructions given by Narada. Very soon Lord Brahma arrived there, accompanied by all the deities, to perform the consecration of the 4 idols. On seeing Lord Brahma, Indradyumna's joys knew no bounds and he paid his obeisance to the Creator. Lord Brahma said, see how fortunate you are. All the deities and sages have come here to help you in your cause. Lord Brahma then performed the rituals of consecration on the auspicious day of Ashtami of the bright half of the Hindu month Vaishak. The day was Thursday and the nakshatra was Pushya. Rath Yatra. Dwelling on length about the auspicious days on which Rath Yatra should be taken out, Sage Jaimini told the assembled sages the combination of Tej falling in the month of Vaishak and Rohini Nakshatra is considered to be extremely auspicious. A king should get constructed 3 chariots on the above-mentioned day. The entire path along which the chariots as well as the procession is supposed to pass should be decorated with beautiful flowers and banners. On the 2nd day of the bright half of the Hindu month Ashad, all the 3 deities are worshipped and subsequently installed on their respective chariots, which are then pulled by the devotees. The procession then passes through the major routes of the city so that people can pay their obeisance. After reaching Gundaka Nagar, the procession should stay there for 7 days on the bank of Bindatirth. On the 8th day, all the chariots should begin their return journey. This famous Rath Yatra lasts for 9 days. Some prominent places of pilgrimage. Once, Sage Shanak asked Sutji about the means, which enabled human beings to attain salvation in Kali Yuga. Sutji recounted a tale once, Kartikeya had posed the same question to Lord Shiva. Emphasizing on the importance of pilgrimages, Lord Shiva had told him that in Kali Yuga anybody could attain salvation by going on pilgrimage to holy places. Giving names of some prominent holy places and rivers, Lord Shiva had told Kartikeya that some of them were capable of fulfilling any wish of a man, while some gave salvation. The names of some prominent rivers Lord Shiva had given were Ganga, Godavari, Nirmada, Taptai, Yamuna, Kshipra, Gautami, Kaushiki, Kaveri, Tamraparni, Chandrabhaga, Sindhu, Gandaki, Saraswati, etc. According to Shiva, all these rivers were not only capable of fulfilling any wish of a man but also giving salvation. Naming some prominent holy places, Lord Shiva had told Kartikeya that Ayodhya, Dvarka, Kashi, Mathura, Avanti, Kurukshetra, Ramtirth, Kangchi, Purushottamkshetra, Pushkarkshetra, Varhakshetra, and Bhadrakashram were capable of liberating a man from the sorrows of this world. Lord Shiva had told Kartikeya anybody who goes on a pilgrimage to Ayodhya becomes absolved of all his sins. Lord Hari dwells at Dvarka and does not abandon it even for a moment. A devotee, who takes a holy dip in river Gomti and then pays obeisance to Lord Krishna, attains salvation even if he is ignorant. In the same manner, one who takes a bath in the holy Panchganga at Varanasi, becomes free from the cycles of birth and death. Anybody, who goes on a pilgrimage to Kashi and pays obeisance to Lord Vishwanath, is freed from all the bondage of this world. Great importance has been attached to the performance of Tarpan at Vishramtirth, and anybody who performs the rituals of Tarpan with sesame seeds and water, his ancestors are freed from the tortures of the hell. Taking a holy dip in Kotai Tirth at Avantipuri, in the Hindu month of Vaishak, and worshipping Lord Mahajateshvar too absolves a man of all his sins. Donating gold either at Kurukshetra or Ramtirth, on a solar eclipse day, helps a man in attaining salvation. Going on a pilgrimage to Purushottamkshetra and worshipping Lord Jagannath after taking a holy dip in Markandeya Sarovar, bestows incomparable virtues. Badrinath, the dwelling place of Lord Vishnu, is considered to be the supreme place of pilgrimage, and even its remembrance is capable of giving salvation. Virtues attained by the performance of various deeds, appear to be insignificant as compared to virtues attained by going on a pilgrimage to Bhadrakashram. The majesty of Bhadrakshetra. Kartikeya asked Lord Shiva, how did this sacrosanct place originate? Who is the presiding deity of this place? Lord Shiva replied, Bhadrakashram is an eternal city and Lord Narayan is its presiding deity. A mere sight of Bhadrakashram is enough to free a man from all the bondage of life. There are numerous other holy places situated in the vicinity, Kedarnath being one of them. To emphasize the significance of Bhadrakashram, Lord Shiva narrated the following tale to Kartikeya. In Satya Yuga, Lord Vishnu existed in his physical form at Bhadrakashram for the benediction of human beings. But, in Treta Yuga, only sages had the privilege of perceiving him with the help of yoga. At the advent of Dwapar, things changed drastically and Lord Vishnu just disappeared from Bhadrakashram. Deities became worried and asked Lord Brahma about the reason that made Lord Vishnu disappear. Even Lord Brahma had no answer to this question. Thinking that Lord Vishnu must have gone to Kashir Sagar, his eternal abode, all the deities led by Brahma went there. They eulogized Vishnu, who emerged from the Kashir Sagar. But, none of the deities except Lord Brahma could see him. Lord Vishnu told Brahma that the main reason why he disappeared from Bhadrakashram was the flawed intelligence and arrogance of the deities. Brahma informed the deities whatever Vishnu had told him. All the deities were ashamed of themselves and returned to heaven with long faces. Feeling pity on the deities, I disguised myself as a sannyasi and carried Lord Vishnu's idol from Naradatirth to Bhadrakashram and installed it over there to uplift the sagging morale of the deities. This is how Lord Vishnu once again graced Bhadrakashram with his presence. Even a grain of prasad had at Bhadrakashram is enough to liberate a man from all his sins. The importance of Hindu month Kartik. Once, on being asked by some sages about the significance of the Hindu month Kartik, Sukji narrated the following tale. Once, Narada had asked Lord Brahma the same question. At that time Lord Brahma had revealed to Narada that Kartik was supreme among all the months, just as Lord Vishnu is supreme among all the deities and Bhadrakashram is the crown of all the places of pilgrimage. According to Brahma, all these three would have greater significance in Kali Yuga as compared to any other yuga. Kartik is very dear to Lord Vishnu and any virtuous deed done during this month never goes without being rewarded. One important characteristic of this month is that all the deities live in the proximity of human beings for the entire period of the month and accept everything that is offered to them. Penance done in this month or donations made during this month is believed to give imperishable virtues. There is a special significance of donating food grains during this month. Similarly, worshipping Shalagram during this month also has great significance. Observing austerities during this month or worshipping Lord Vishnu with appropriate rituals liberates one's ancestors from the tortures of the hell. Worshipping Lord Vishnu with petals of lotus helps him to become absolved of all the sins committed in his previous many births. Worshipping Lord Vishnu with tulsi leaves helps one in getting cured of incurable diseases. The importance of holy dips in Margashirsh. Continuing with the description of the significance of various months, Sutji said once, while Lord Vishnu was engrossed in his Yoganidra at Shwetdvipa, Lord Brahma arrived there and requested him to describe the importance of Margashirsh. Lord Vishnu had told him that a devotee aspiring for unification with him, must observe austerities during this month. Describing the proper method of observing austerities, Lord Vishnu had said that one should get up early in the morning and after performing the ritualistic akaman, he should remember me by chanting my 1000 names. Next, he should take his bath according to the rituals mentioned in the scriptures, as follows: he should remove some soil from near the roots of tulsi plant and pluck few tulsi leaves. Holding both the things in his hand, he should chant either Gayatri mantra or the mantra, Om Namo Narayanaye, so that they become sanctified. While taking his bath, it is a must to eulogize Ganga in the following way: O Ganga, thou have manifested from Vishnu's feet and hence called Vaishnavi. Myself being a devotee of Lord Vishnu, you should protect me from all the possible sins I am likely to commit in my whole life. A devotee should say this prayer for 7 times and take the same number of holy dips in the river. He should then put on tidy clothes and perform tarpan in the names of all the deities, sages as well as ancestors. The significance of charity made in Vaishak. Continuing with his tales, Sutji said once, King Ambarish asked Narada about the reason why Lord Vishnu had special liking for the Hindu month Vaishak. Narada's answer was that Vaishak had been given special privilege by Lord Brahma himself and is believed to fulfill all the wishes of a man. No other month is as dear to Lord Vishnu as Vaishak. The sin raises its ugly head only till a devotee has bathed before sunrise in the month of Vaishak, but once he has taken his bath all his sins just disappears. This is also the period when all the deities are believed to dwell in all the rivers, ponds, lakes, apart from the holy rivers. Great significance has been attached to doing charitable deeds in this month, especially providing water to thirsty. Similarly, donating certain articles like umbrella, fans, shoes, all have their own importance. One who gets constructed an inn for the comfort of the travelers and provides water to them attains imperishable virtues. No charitable deed can ever match the virtue of donating food grains, and one who accomplishes this great act can be aptly called a Pita. Ayodhyapuri. Once, on being asked by sage Bharadvaj and few others about the grandeur of Ayodhya, Sutji replied, Ayodhya, a sacrosanct city, is based on the bank of river Saryu. It is the very city where the famous king Ikshvaka ruled once upon a time. The term Ayodhya means unconquerable and consists of 3 root letters, A symbolizing Brahma, Y symbolizing Vishnu, and DH symbolizing Rudra. It is a place where Lord Vishnu has his abode for eternity and does not leave it even for a moment. According to the scriptures, Ayodhya is based on Sudarshan Chakra. It is well expanded in the radius of 1 yojan. Its eastern boundary stretches up to 1 yojan from a place called Sahasradhan. Similarly, the western front stretches up to 1 yojan from a place called Sama, the southern up to 1 yojan from the bank of Saryu, and its northern boundary up to 1 yojan starting from the bank of river Tamsa. In ancient times, a Brahmin named Vishnu Sharma had performed an austere penance at Ayodhya. Lord Vishnu had appeared after becoming pleased by him and had created a holy place by digging up the earth with his Sudarshan Chakra. Anybody who takes a holy dip in Chakratirth becomes absolved of all his sins. 3 Brahmakund. Rameshvar Kshetra. Once, Shanak and few other sages ask Sutji as to how could a man become free from the bondage of the world. They also inquired whether there was an existence of any such holy place capable of liberating a man from heinous of sin. Sutji replied, Ramtirth is supreme among all the places of pilgrimage. A mere sight of this holy place is enough to free a man from the bondage of this mortal world. Going on a pilgrimage to Rameshvar gives virtues similar to what is attained by performing all the yagyas. 1. Who takes a holy dip at Setu Rameshvar, attains to Vishnu Loka. Merely by sleeping at the seashore of Rameshvar a man gets absolved of heinous of sins like Brahmatya, etc. A man is blessed if his remains are consigned to the holy waters at Rameshvar after his death. Scriptures say that 5 types of sins are as grave as the sin of Brahmahatya. 1. Who criticizes sages. 2. A selfish person who cooks food only for himself. 3. One who destroys well-laid path making it difficult for people to tread upon. 4. One who accepts food from a shandal and 5. One who sells food grains to a shandal. But, all these just disappears once the sinner reaches Rameshvar. Setu Bond. All the sages were curious to know about the holy places in the vicinity of Rameshvar. Sutji replied, Sri Ram replied, went into exile accompanied by Sita, his consort, and his younger brother, Lakshman. Ravan, the demon king who ruled over Lanka, deceitfully abducted Sita. Subsequently, Sri Ram befriended Sugriva and killed Bali, who harbored enmity against him. Sugriva sent monkeys in all directions to find out where Sita had been kept by Ravan. Later on Sri Ram reached Mahendraparvat accompanied by Lakshman, Hanuman, Sugriva, Jamavan, Nal, and many more brave warriors. They stayed for a brief period at Chakratirth, where Vibhishan came to see Sri Ram. Eventually Vibhishan was nominated the king of all the demons by Sri Ram to the great displeasure of his brother Ravan. Sri Ram and his army faced an uphill task of reaching Lanka, for they had to cross the ocean, which lay as a great barrier between them and their destination. Samudra revealed to Sri Ram that Nala had divine powers and whatever he would throw in the ocean would not sink down but keep on floating. Nala tried to check the authenticity of Samudra's statement by throwing a huge rock into the ocean, as he himself was not aware of his powers. To the sheer amazement of everybody present there, the rock started floating on the surface of the ocean instead of sinking down. All the rest of the monkeys tried to emulate Nala's feat by throwing huge rocks into the ocean, and to their own surprise found that the rocks did not sink. This was how a bridge was built and across the ocean, which made it possible for Sri Ram and his army to cross the ocean. Then length of Setu Rameshvar Band is 100 yojan and it is 10 yojan broad. There are many holy places situated on the bridge, prominent among which are Chakratirth, Papvinashantirth, Siddhasaravar, Mangaltirth, Amritwadika, Brahmakund, Hanumatkund, Agastyatirth, Ramtirth, Lakshmantirth, Jayatirth, Lakshmitirth, Agnitirth, Shivtirth, Shanktirth, Yamunatirth, Gangatirth, Kotitirth, Manastirth and Danishkatitirth. Rameshvar Linga. Describing how Sri Ram had installed Rameshvar Linga, Sutji said after killing Ravan, Sri Ram enthroned Vibhishan as the king of Lanka. While returning to Ayodhya he made a brief stop at Gandhamadan mountain. Since the thought of having killed a Brahmin kept on tormenting him, he decided to atone for his sins. So, he installed the idol of Rameshvar Linga at Rameshvar Setu. Rameshvar Linga is so sacrosanct that all the holy places, sages, and ancestors are believed to exist within the temple premise of Maheshvar Linga. Being installed by Sri Ram himself, this particular linga has special significance attached to it. One who goes on a pilgrimage to this holy place is certain to attain salvation even if he were a Mlekha. Dharmaranya Kshetra. Once, sage Vyasa went to meet Yudhishthir, who requested him to describe the significance of Dharmaranya Kshetra. Sage Vyasa replied, O king. Once, Dharmaraj Yudhishthir did an austere penance to please Lord Shiva. As usual, Indra became scarred because he thought that Dharmaraj was doing penance with the intention of acquiring Indraloka. He and other deities went to seek the help of Lord Brahma, who did not have any clue. So, all of them went to Kailash mountain to seek Lord Shiva's help. Since Shiva was aware of Dharma's motive, he explained to the deities that there was nothing to worry about. But Indra was not satisfied, and the thought of losing his kingdom continued to torment him. Indra then instructed a beautiful Apsara named Vardhini to go to the place where Dharma was doing penance and disturb him by corrupting his thoughts. Vardhini went to the place where Dharma was engrossed in his penance and was successful in disturbing him. When Dharma opened his eyes, he found a beautiful Apsara in front of him. Vardhini asked Dharma, "O Lord, what is the objective with which you are doing such an austere penance? Being an embodiment of virtuosity yourself, you prevail in the whole world. So, in a sense you already the Lord of the world, what else do you need?" Dharma told Vardhini that he was doing penance with the objective of having a divine glimpse of Lord Shiva. Vardhini informed him that Indra was scared of losing his kingdom and hence had sent her to disturb his penance. Dharma was pleased by her truthfulness and wanted to reward her for that. Vardhini expressed her desire of having her abode in Indraloka for eternity and also of having a place of pilgrimage named on her. Dharma blessed her, after which she returned to Indraloka. Dharma once again engrossed himself in penance. Ultimately, Lord Shiva became pleased and appeared before him. "Ask for any boon and it shall be bestowed to you," said Lord Shiva. Dharmaraj replied, "O Lord, I want this place to be named after me. I also request you to grace this place by your presence." Lord Shiva blessed him and fulfilled both his wishes. This was how Dharmakshetra got its name. Subsequently, Lord Shiva appeared in the form of Dharmeshvarlinga in accordance with the second wish of Dharmaraj. After his penance was over, Dharma also had created a holy reservoir over there which is believed to absolve a man of all his sins. Loss of moral values in Kali Yuga. On being asked by Yudhishthira about the lifestyle of people in Kali Yuga, sage Vyasa replied, "There will be a widespread prevalence of sinful deeds and lack of moral values in Kali Yuga. People would become untruthful and would become critical of revered sages. Moral values would decline to such an extent their minds would be preoccupied by nothing else but the thought of sex. In Kali Yuga women will feel most insecure and even her near and dear ones would become untrustworthy, men belonging to their own gotras would try to exploit her. Brahmins would be criticized because of their inappropriate conduct. They would become arrogant, would start trading their knowledge and would not follow the teachings of the Vedas. Similarly, Kshatriyas would become cowards and a mere reference of battle would be enough to scare them. Majority of people would indulge in immoral deeds like gambling and consume variety of intoxication. They would always look out for an opportunity to grab others' wealth by deceitful means. Married women would not fulfill their obligation towards their husbands. Cows would give lesser milk and trees would bear fewer fruits. Young girls would become pregnant at the raw age of 11 years. Brahmins, by their conduct would undermine the importance of holy places and would indulge in excessive eating and drinking. In Kali Yuga, people would not give any importance to caste system. Kings would lose their kingdoms and mlekhas would become the rulers. Treachery, enmity, and disrespect towards elders would become the norms of the day. The significance of Chaturmasya Vrat. Once, on being asked by Narada about the importance of Chaturmasya, Lord Brahma said Chaturmasya is the period of 4 months during which Lord Vishnu is believed to take rest in Kashir Sagar. So quite naturally, all the oceans, rivers, and ponds are believed to attain divinity due to the presence of Lord Vishnu in Kashir Sagar during this period. This is the reason why great importance has been attached to taking holy bath during this period. A devotee, who observes austerities related with Lord Vishnu during these 4 months, becomes absolved of all his sins. All the deities are believed to dwell within Lord Vishnu during this period. Going on pilgrimage to holy places and taking holy dips in rivers bestow indescribable virtues. A devotee must not forget to perform the rituals of Tarpan after taking his daily bath. He should also observe abstinence and avoid indulging in sensual pleasures during this period of 4 months. There is special significance of making donations during this period, especially donating food grains. Importance of abstinence during Chaturmas. Continuing with the importance of austerities observed during Chaturmas, Lord Brahma said human beings are bundle of desires and long for worldly things. So, there is a great importance of abstinence and forsaking things, which one is very fond of. One who relinquishes his most favorite thing during this period gets the same thing in abundance in the next world. A householder, who renounces his family life for the sake of his devotion during this period, becomes free from the tortures of recurring births and deaths. Similarly, relinquishing the use of chili in one's food during this period helps him to acquire great fortune. Renouncing silk cloths during this period gives imperishable joy. One should avoid wearing black cloths during this period. Combing and shaving are prohibited during this period. A devotee should worship Lord Vishnu on the auspicious day of Kark Sankranti. Normally black plums are offered to Lord Vishnu while worshipping. Celibacy is believed to be the best austerity, and anybody who observes it during the period of Chaturmas never experiences sorrow in his life. Rituals pertaining to Shodashyopashar. Once, on being asked by Narada about the proper methods of performing Shodashyopashar rituals, Lord Brahma said in normal circumstances, when Lord Vishnu is worshipped by employing the rituals of Shodashyopashar, it is considered as tapa. But, when the same rituals of Shodashyopashar are employed to worship Lord Vishnu during Chaturmas, it is considered as Mahatapa. In the same manner, all the austerities that are observed during Chaturmas attain greater importance. Lord Brahma then went on to elucidate the proper method of performing the rituals of Shodashyopashar. A particular Mahasukta of Yajurveda consisting of 16 richas are chanted while worshipping Lord Vishnu. Similarly, richas like Sahasra Shirsha Purusha and 15 others are considered to be most appropriate for the worship of Almighty Vishnu. First of all, a devotee should perform the ritual of Nyas by mentally associating all the 16 richas with different organs of the body as per the instructions given in the Smritis. The same rituals of Nyas are then performed on the idol of Lord Vishnu or Shalagram. After that, an invocation is made to Lord Vishnu by chanting the first richa of Purush Sukta Sahasra Shirsha Purusha with a slight modification, i.e. by adding Om in the beginning of the mantra. Similarly, Lord Vishnu and other Parsads should be installed at the place of worship by chanting the second richa Purush Evadam. With the chanting of third richa, Lord Vishnu's lotus feet are washed, after which Ardhya is offered with the holy water collected from all the 7 seas and other holy rivers. Subsequently, the ritual of Akaman is performed amidst the chanting of fifth richa. The ritual of ablution is then performed, in which the idol of Lord Vishnu is bathed amidst the chanting of the sixth richa. The idol is adorned with beautiful apparels amidst the chanting of seventh richa. Similarly, a sacred thread is offered to Lord Vishnu amidst the chanting of eighth richa, while sandalwood paste is smeared on the idol amidst the chanting of ninth richa. Subsequently, amidst the chanting of 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th richas, flowers, incense, lighted lamp, and navetya are offered to the deity respectively. Navetya should consist of cereals. While performing arti, the 14th richa should be chanted. A devotee should then circumambulate around the idol amidst the chanting of 15th richa. Imagining himself as an inseparable part of Lord Vishnu, he should meditate amidst the chanting of the 16th richa. 4. Kashikund. Vidyachal obstructs the path of Surya. Once, sage Vyasa narrated the following tale to all the assembled sages. Once, while wandering about, sage Narada arrived at Vindhyachal mountain. He was received with great honor and respect by Vindhyachal mountain. But, when the time arrived for Narada to take his leave, he took a deep sigh, which made Vindhyachal extremely perplexed, and he asked Narada if anything was wrong. Narada replied, "Your rival Meru mountain is superior to you in every respect, and this is the fact I am lamenting about. My deep sigh is just the indication of my worried state of mind." Vindhyachal mountain was filled with inferiority complex and started waiting for an opportunity when he could prove his superiority to Meru mountain. He thought perhaps Narada was right, for even Lord Surya has great respect for Meru's might, and this is the reason why he circumambulates my adversary. If I am able to beat Meru in height, then maybe Lord Surya would start circumambulating me, and this way I shall prove my superiority to Meru. Now, Vindhyachal started increasing his height, and in a short time its peaks became invisible. The fallout of this amazing incident proved to be quite catastrophic for the world, because even Lord Surya was left stranded at a particular point in the horizon. As a result, one part of the earth became too hot for any life to exist. Similarly, the other half of the earth became unbearably cold. The time became still and everything went haywire in the world. All the deities became extremely worried and went to Lord Brahma to seek his help. Lord Brahma advised them to go to Kashi and seek help from sage Agastya. Deities were pleased at their good fortune of getting a chance to visit Kashi. Deities, after reaching Kashi, paid a visit to Manikarnika Tirth and took their bath. Subsequently, they went to Vishwanath temple and worshipped Lord Vishwanath. At last, they reached the hermitage of Agastya, where he was busy worshipping a self-made Shivalinga. The entire hermitage was crowded with young pupils of Agastya. After the pleasantries having been exchanged, sage Agastya asked the deities about the purpose of their visit. Agastya orders Vindhya to diminish its size. When Agastya learned of the problem created by Vindhyachal, he agreed to help the deities, despite fully aware of the fact that once he left Kashi it would not be possible for him to see his dearest Kashi once again, at least in his present birth. Before leaving for Vindhyachal, he sought permission from Lord Bhairav. He then reached the place where Vindhyachal had obstructed the path of Surya. Lokmudra, his wife, accompanied him. When Vindhyachal found Agastya staring angrily at him, he became scared and immediately minimized his size. Sage Agastya was pleased that his objective had been achieved without making any effort, but he knew quite well that once he left the place Vindhyachal would regain his mammoth size. So he decided to do something so that Vindhyachal could not obstruct the path of Surya. He worked out a plan according to which he instructed Vindhyachal to wait for him until he returned after accomplishing his pilgrimage. Vindhyachal agreed, assuming that Agastya would return in a short time. Vindhyachal thanked his good fortune of escaping Agastya's wrath, which could otherwise have threatened his very existence. Sage Agastya then went away, never to return, and Vindhyachal kept on waiting for his arrival. This way, the path being cleared, Surya was once again able to move freely on its orbit without any problem, and as a result normalcy returned to the world. On the other hand, Agastya, who was not at all happy leaving his dearest Kashi, was desperate to get there back as soon as possible. But, he knew that his wish was going to remain unfulfilled. While wandering about, he reached Kolhapur, where he worshipped Goddess Mahalakshmi. When Goddess Mahalakshmi appeared, he asked her whether he would ever be able to reach Kashi in his present life. Goddess Mahalakshmi replied, "Your wishes will be fulfilled in the coming 19th Dwapar, when you would incarnate as Vyasa and would contribute a great deal in the propagation of the Vedas and Puranas. There is a sacrosanct place of Kartikeya not very far from here. Go there and pay your obeisance to Lord Kartikeya, and he would unravel the mysterious aspects of Kashi to you." Sage Agastya and his wife Lokmudra then went to the mountain called Sri Shail, where Kartikeya lived at that time. Kashi, the sacrosanct place of pilgrimage. After traveling for some time, both of them arrived near Sri Shail mountain. Pointing his finger towards the mountain, Agastya told his wife, "One, who has a good fortune of seeing the peaks of this mountain, never takes a second birth." Lokmudra replied in amazement, "If the sight of this mountain was capable of giving salvation, then why do you long for Kashi?" Sage Agastya then went on to clarify that there were many other holy places capable of giving salvation. Prayag is one such place. It is capable of bestowing all the four Purusharth to Mandharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Apart from Prayag, there are many more holy places like Namisharanya, Kurukshetra, Gangadwar, Avanti, Ayodhya, Mathura, Dvarka, Bhadrakashram, Purushottam Kshetra, which are capable of giving salvation to a man. But none of these places can match Kashi, because Kashi is incomparable. Lord Kartikeya describes the majesty of Kashi. Sage Agastya and his wife Lokmudra circumambulated Sri Shail mountain and climbed up Lohit mountain where they found Lord Kartikeya. Both of them eulogized Kartikeya by singing Vedic hymns in his praise. Lord Kartikeya was extremely pleased by their devotion and said, "O revered sage, you can understand Kashi's importance by the fact that, though I am capable of reaching any place according to my wish, but still, here I am doing this austere penance for the attainment of Kashi. I must confess that I have not been successful in my efforts till date. If anybody thinks that he can attain to Kashi just by performing austerities, then he is totally wrong. Kashi can never be attained to until and unless one has the blessing of Lord Mahadeva. And one who is fortunate enough to have reached Kashi must under no circumstances leave it till he is alive. O Agastya, you are blessed because you had the good fortune of residing at Kashi. Please allow me to touch your body, which has acquired holiness due to its proximity to Kashi." Having said this, Kartikeya touched different parts of Agastya's body as if he were touching the sacred soil of Kashi. The origin of Kashi. Sage Agastya asked Lord Kartikeya how the sacrosanct place, Kashi, came into being. He also asked how Kashi became famous as a place capable of giving salvation to a man. Lord Kartikeya revealed to Agastya that once Parvati had asked Lord Shiva the same question. Lord Shiva had told her at the time of deluge, when everything had submerged in the ocean and darkness prevailed everywhere, only Brahman, the embodiment of truth, existed at that time. And nothing else. Brahman, the absolute truth, is indescribable and inexpressible. No name can be attributed to him. He is the absolute truth, the ultimate knowledge, the infinite, the omnipresent and the eternal bliss. Though basically formless, he attained a form on account of his own wish. That form is none other than me. Later on I created Prakriti from my body. All three of us manifested simultaneously by the grace of Adi Purusha. Continuing with the tale of Kashi's greatness, Kartikeya told Agastya there is no holy place as dear to Lord Shiva as Kashi, which is not abandoned by him as well as his consort Parvati even at the time of deluge. Lord Shiva named this holy place Anandavan, because it gave immense joy to him. Subsequently, Lord Shiva and Goddess Jagdamba put a glance on the left portion of their respective bodies, as the result of which a divine entity manifested himself, who was none other than Lord Vishnu and who was named Purushottam by Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva, after blessing Purushottam, went away. Later on, Lord Vishnu created a divine reservoir with his Sudarshan chakra and filled it up with his sweat. He then engaged himself in an austere penance. Lord Shiva once again appeared along with Parvati and blessed Vishnu by saying, "This holy place will become famously known as Manikarnika because this is the very place where I had once lost my diamond earring." Lord Vishnu made a request to Shiva, "May this place fulfill the wishes of those who seek salvation. Since it is blessed with your eternal presence, hence its another name would be Kashi." Lord Shiva assured Vishnu by saying, "This sacrosanct place is very dear to me and no event takes place here against my wish. Even if a person living here happens to be a sinner, he has nothing to fear because I protect him. One who lives far from Kashi but remembers it with reverence becomes absolved of all his sins." There is a magnificent Shivalinga at Kashi famously known as Kashi Vishwanath. Here is situated one of the 12 Jyotirlingas. Just as the sun is visible in the whole world despite its presence at a particular point in the horizon, in the same manner Kashi has its influence throughout the length and breadth of the world. Vyavanti Kshetrakund. Sanat Kumar glorifies Mahajit Tirth. Once, Goddess Parvati requested Shiva to describe the significance of Mahajit Tirth. Lord Shiva replied once, "Sanat Kumar, one of the Manasputras of Lord Brahma, had gone to his father's abode, situated at a place near Meru mountain. Sage Vyasa arrived there and asked him the same question. Sanat Kumar had revealed to him that all kinds of sins lose their evil influence at Mahajit Tirth. He had also told him that it was called Pitha because Matrikas had their abode over there. Anybody, who is fortunate of leaving his mortal body at this holy place, is freed from the vicious cycles of birth and death. This place is very dear to Lord Shiva and is also called by various other names like Akamrakvan, Mahajitvan, and Vimati Kshetra. Kapil Mokan. Once, Lord Shiva arrived at Mahajit forest with a skull in his hand. All the trees and vegetation were delighted to find him in their midst. They requested Lord Shiva to remain there forever. Lord Shiva told them that it was not possible for him to stay there forever, but on being requested once again agreed to stay there for at least a year. After 1 year, when the time for departure came, he released the skull from his hand as a memorial. When Lord Brahma came to know of this incident, he instructed all the deities to reach Mahajit forest without wasting any time so that a grand yajna could be performed at the place where Shiva had left the skull. All the deities went to the said place and worshipped Lord Shiva by employing the rituals of Pashupat-Vrata, which Lord Brahma had taught them. Lord Shiva became pleased by their devotion and said, "Perhaps you all are not aware that there was a specific objective behind my act of releasing the skull from my hand. This act of mine was done to protect your lives, but it seems you are unaware of its significance. In a way, all of you have already received my blessings in advance for your deep devotion. What else do you wish for?" Deities were amazed by Shiva's statements and were wondering what Shiva was trying to convey. So, they requested Shiva to unravel the mystery so that they could understand what he meant to say. Lord Shiva told them, "The followers of Maya were planning to kill you while you were busy doing penance, but no one of you was aware of their evil motive. I came to know about this in my deep state of meditation and dropped the skull from my hand. As soon as the skull touched the ground, a thunderous sound was made, as the result of which all the demons were killed instantaneously. All the deities thanked Lord Shiva for protecting their lives. In course of time, this particular place became famous as Kapil Mokan Temple and is presently situated in Ujjain. Various names of Ujjainapuri. Once, sage Vyasa requested Sanat Kumar to reveal why Ujjainapuri was known by various names like Kanakshringa, Kashasthali Avanti, and Padmavati. Sanat Kumar replied, "Once, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva arrived at Ujjainapuri in search of Lord Vishnu, who had disappeared from his abode. To their pleasant surprise, they found Lord Vishnu staying there. Both of them requested Vishnu to allow them to stay at Ujjainapuri and said, 'O Lord, when did you create such a magnificent place with golden mountain peaks? Allow us to live in this beautiful city, for we cannot live in your separation.' Lord Vishnu requested Brahma to make his abode in the northern part of the city, while Shiva was told to make southern part as his abode. Lord Vishnu then told them, 'Since you have referred to this place as a city of golden mountain peaks, therefore from now onwards it would become famous as Kanchanjunga.' Sanat Kumar then went on to explain why Ujjainapuri was also called Kashasthali. Having created the world, Lord Brahma requested Lord Vishnu to nurture it. Lord Vishnu agreed on the condition that Lord Brahma provided him a pious place on the earth from where he could perform his duty. Brahma then picked up a handful of kasha grass and threw down on the earth. This way Lord Vishnu performed his duty as the nurturer of the world, sitting on the seat of kasha grass. This is the reason why this place came to be known as Kashasthali. Sanat Kumar then described how Ujjainapuri also came to be known as Avantipuri. Once, after being defeated by the demons, deities fled to Meru mountain. Later on they went to Lord Brahma and sought his help. Lord Brahma took all the deities to Lord Vishnu. Hardly had they reached the abode of Vishnu and offered their obeisance, then they heard a heavenly voice, "There is a sacrosanct place called Kashasthali in the forest of Mahajit Van. This holy place is graced by the presence of Lord Mahadeva. Go there and engage yourself in austerities, and you will certainly become the master of the heaven once again." Subsequently, all the deities went to a place called Paishamakan situated in Kashasthali and engaged themselves in various austerities. As prophesyed by Vishnu, the deities indeed defeated the demons and became the ruler of heaven. The term Avan means the protector, and since it had protected the deities, hence it became famous as Avanti. Sanat Kumar also described how Kashasthali also came to be known as Ujjaini. Once, a demon named Tripura did an austere penance to please Lord Brahma. When Brahma appeared, he expressed his wish of becoming immortal. Lord Brahma fulfilled his wish, as the result of which Tripura became arrogant and started tormenting the deities. The deities sought the help of Lord Shiva, who assured them that he would kill the demon. Subsequently, Lord Shiva did kill Tripura with his most lethal weapon Pashupat Astra after a fierce battle. The place where this incident took place became famous as Ujjaini because of the fierce battle fought between Shiva and Tripura. Continuing with the tale which described the reason why Ujjainapuri also came to be known as Padmavati, Sanat Kumar told Vyasa during the time of ocean churning ambrosia had also emerged from the ocean bed along with many other valuable things. The demons wanted to drink ambrosia so that they could become immortal, but the deities were against this idea. Very soon, the arguments turned into a major dispute and both the sides started quarreling. Narada requested Lord Vishnu to do something in this regard. Lord Vishnu disguised himself as a beautiful lady and was successful in infatuating the demons. Finally, he started giving ambrosia to the deities who after drinking it became immortal. A demon named Rahu was sitting in the rows of the deities after changing his guise. Lord Vishnu was unable to recognize Rahu and gave some ambrosia to him, mistaking him to be a deity. But, hardly had Rahu gulped down ambrosia and before it could reach down his throat, Vishnu severed his head. Rahu's head became immortal as the result of ambrosia's influence. This incident had taken place at Mahajit forest. Later on, all the deities distributed the whole wealth, which had emerged from the ocean, among themselves. This is the reason why Ujjainapuri came to be known as Padmavati, because Padma is another name of goddess Lakshmi. The grandeur of Avantipuri. Sanat Kumar says once, Parvati requested Lord Shiva to explain why Avantipuri was considered so holy by the devotees. Lord Shiva told her that it was so because there were numerous holy places situated over there. Lord Shiva had told her there are 4 holy rivers flowing through the different regions of Avantipuri: Kshipra, Divya Nav, Nilganga and Gandhavati. There are temples belonging to 84 Shivalingas, 8 Bhairavas, 11 Rudras, 12 Adityas, 6 Ganeshas, and 24 goddesses. Not only this, there are also temples of Lord Vishnu and Brahma. Avantipuri is spread in the radius of 1 yojan. There are temples belonging to 10 different incarnations of Lord Vishnu: Vasudeva, Anant, Balaram, Janardhan, Narayan, Hrishikesh, Varha, Darnadar, Vaman, and Lord Vishnu himself taking rest on Shashnag. Apart from these, there are many other holy places situated at Avantipuri, which enhances its sanctity and holiness. The descent of Narmada. Explaining the reason why Narmada had to descend down to earth, Sukji narrated a tale to the assembled sages. Once, Sage Markandeya was taking rest at the bank of river Narmada where Yudhishthir accompanied by Draupadi arrived there. Yudhishthir curiously asked Markandeya about the reason he had chosen the bank of Narmada as his resting place when there were so many other holy places of greater significance. Sage Markandeya recounted a tale, which said how some sages had requested King Purava to bring down river Narmada to the earth so that the whole world becomes liberated from its sins. Describing the holiness of Narmada, sages had told Purava the holy Narmada is capable of liberating the whole world from its sin. So, you should find means so that Narmada descends down to earth. Later on, Purava did an austere penance to please Shiva. When Lord Shiva appeared before him, Purava expressed his wish. Shiva instructed Narmada to descend down to earth, but she told him that she needed a base for that to happen. Lord Shiva then instructed Parayank, the son of Vindhyachal mountain, to hold Narmada while she descended down to earth. Prayank agreed to do that, and this was how Narmada came down on earth. Initially, the whole world was flooded with the waters of Narmada, but at the request of the deities she minimized her size. Narmada blessed Purava and instructed him to perform the rituals of Tarpan in the name of his ancestors so that they became liberated from their sins. Purava complied, and thus by performing Tarpan liberated all his ancestors. Having finished his tale, Markandeya told Yudhishthir that one who takes a holy dip in Narmada attains virtues similar to that of performing Ashwamedh Yagya. Narmada marries Purakutsu. Markandeya said, O Yudhishthir, King Puratkutsu was Samudra in his previous birth and had been cursed by Brahma. The descent of Narmada on earth made the deities extremely delighted, and they requested Narmada to give them the privilege of experiencing her divine touch. But, Narmada refused to give them that privilege on the pretext that she was still unmarried and it would not be proper for her to do so. All the deities then requested her to become the consort of Purukutsu, to which she agreed. This way, Nirmada married Purukutsu. After getting married, Purukutsu requested her to liberate his ancestors so that they could attain to heaven. Nirmada readily obliged, and this way Purukutsu contributed in his ancestors' departure to heaven. Manu receives a boon from Nirmada. Markandeya said Manu ruled over Ayodhya during Svayambhuva Manvantar. One day, while he was going to sleep, he heard a peculiar sound, as if numerous small bells were ringing. He was perplexed and could not ascertain the cause of that sound, so he asked sage Vashishtha about this. Sage Vashishtha made a revelation by which Manu was startled. Sage Vashishtha told him there is a holy place called Tripuri situated at the bank of river Nirmada. The sound that you heard last night emanated from the small bells attached to number of aircraft kept on the roofs of the residences of such people who are virtuous. O king! Only Nirmada is capable of giving salvation to lowly of sinners. Manu was highly impressed and decided to go to Tripuri along with his whole clan. All of them took holy dips in the Nirmada and became liberated from all their sins. Manu performed a grand yajna at the bank of Nirmada, to which all the sages and hermits were invited. Nirmada became pleased by his devotion and expressed her willingness to fulfill any wish that Manu desired. Manu requested her help in bringing down Ganga and other holy rivers to earth. Nirmada blessed him and said, in the first half of Treta Yuga, one of your descendants named Bhagirath would accomplish this great feat of bringing down holy Ganga to earth. In the second half of the same era, other holy rivers like Kalandi, Sarasvati, Sarayu, and Mahabhaga would also manifest themselves. Jamdani receives Kamdanu. Markandeya told Yudhishthir sage Jamdani was a great devotee of Shiva and he lived in Narmadapur. He spent his day chanting mantras in the praise of Lord Shiva. Once, he performed an austere penance, which lasted for a month. Ultimately, Shiva manifested himself from the Siddheshwar Linga and appeared before him. Lord Shiva asked Jamdani to ask for anything he wished for. Jamdani expressed his desire to have Kamdanu so that he could perform his rituals and other religious obligations without any problem. Lord Shiva blessed Jamdani and disappeared. The next moment, Jamdani found Kamdanu standing in front of his hermitage. Now, Jamdani got everything that he wished for. This way, he was a happy and contented life until one fateful day when he was killed by a greedy king named Kartavirya, who subsequently took Kamdanu along with him. While the greedy king was still on his way, Kamdanu cursed him that very soon not only he but the whole caste of Kshatriya would be liquidated by Parshuram, Jamdani's son, as punishment for having committed such a ghastly sin of killing an innocent sage. After cursing Kartavirya, Kamdanu went to her original abode, the heaven. Later on, when Parshuram learned of his father's slaying, he liquidated Kartavirya and the whole caste of Kshatriya as had been prophesized by Kamdanu. Description of Hell. Yudhishthir requested Markandeya to describe what a sinner had to go through in Yamaloka and also that what kind of a person should be considered as the most ghastly sinner. Markandeya replied, donating food to needy people is an extremely virtuous deed and there is no virtuous deed greater than this. A person who donates cereals can be aptly called Anadata, one who provides food. One who has never donated cereals in his lifetime is definite to go to hell and has to tread an arduous path leading to it that is ridden with prickly thorns, pointed nails, and other sharp objects. The entire path leading to hell is extremely dark and covered with large pits. The path is also covered with unbearably hot sand spilled all over the place. The sinner is forcibly taken by the Yamduts despite their reluctance. The sinners repent for the sins they have committed, but it is of no use to them, as they will have to reap the fruits of their evil deeds. They have to undergo all sorts of painful experience. They are forced to pass through fire and pits full of filth. Those sinners who have atoned for their sins are not treated so harshly by the Yamduts. After they appear before Yamraj, Chitragupta reminds them of all the sins they had committed. Thereafter, Yamraj orders his attendants to purify the sinners by putting them into the ocean of the hell. There are 28 types of hells: Atira, Raudra, Gordama, Dukjanani, Garupa, Taruntara, Bayanika, Kalratri, Gatokata, Chanda, Mahachanda, Chandakolahala, Prachanda, Varagnika, Jaganya, Avaraloma, Bishni, Nayaka, Kerala, Vikarala, Vajravanshti, Asta, Panchkana, Syudurga, Paravarchala, Saptabhauma, Ashtabhauma, and Diagamaya. Each of the latter hell is more horrific than the former. Sinners have to undergo unbearable pain and sufferings in the hell. They are tied up by very hot iron chains and hang down from trees. Yamduts attach hot and heavy iron balls to their feet and thrash them with hot iron rods. They are then put into wells of filth. The tongue of a liar is rooted out with brute force, and a person, who shows disrespect to his elders and teachers, his mouth is filled with hot sands and boiling oil. Similarly, immoral women, who do not fulfill their obligation towards their husbands, are thrown into a horrific hell named Luhakum. O Yudhishthir! A man's life is too short and uncertain. One is not sure when his final call would come. So, one should try to lead a virtuous life to the best of his ability. 6. Nagarkund. Trishunka cursed by Vashishtha's sons. Sutji once narrated the following tale to the assembled sages. In ancient times there lived a mighty king named Trishunku. He belonged to Suryavamshi dynasty. One day, he asked sage Vashishtha whether there was any such yagya by performing which, he would be entitled to go to heaven with his physical form. Sage Vashishtha laughed at his naive query and told him that there was no such yagya by performing which a man could go to the heaven with his mortal body. But, Trishunku was not satisfied by Vashishtha's answer, and so he went to ask the same question to Vashishtha's sons, who were 100 in number. But even they corroborated their father's statement. Trishunku got infuriated and threatened them that he would appoint somebody else as his royal priest to get the same yagya performed, as they all lacked the required knowledge and competence. Vashishtha's sons also got angry and cursed him to become a Chandal. The next moment Trishunku indeed became a Chandal and was so much ashamed of himself that he decided to go to the forest after relinquishing his throne. He called his son Harishchandra and narrated the whole tale of his misery. Before going to the forest he appointed Harishchandra as his successor. One day, while wandering in the forest, Trishunku met sage Vishvamitra and narrated his miserable tale to him. Since Vishvamitra was a competitor of Vashishtha, he took it as a golden opportunity to prove his superiority to his adversary. So, he assured Trishunku that he had the requisite power to send anybody to heaven and said, "I shall help you perform a grand yagya, which would allow you to attain to the heaven with your mortal body. But before that you will have to go on a pilgrimage so that you become pure once again." Both Vishvamitra and Trishunku set out on a pilgrimage and reached Arbudakal, where they met sage Markandeya. After the pleasantries were over, Markandeya asked Vishvamitra about Trishunku, who was standing quietly. Vishvamitra revealed everything to Markandeya and said, "I had taken a vow not to take rest until Trishunku got absolved of the evil influence of the curse given by Vashishtha's sons. I have not achieved success in my objective till date, so I have decided to renounce the world." Seeing Vishvamitra in such desperation, Markandeya consoled him and instructed him to go to Hatkeshwar, where taking a holy dip in Padal Ganga would purify Trishunku and solve all his problems. Both Vishvamitra and Trishunku reached Hatkeshwar and bathed in the holy Padal Ganga. To his pleasant surprise, Trishunku found that he had indeed become purified and all the lowly qualities had vanished within no time. Vishvamitra was delighted, as the first condition for Trishunku's departure to heaven had been met. He decided to go to Brahmaloka to request Lord Brahma to be present at the yagya which was to be performed for the success of Trishunku's departure to heaven. But before leaving, he instructed Trishunku to make all the necessary preparations before his return. After reaching Brahmaloka, Vishvamitra narrated the whole story to Lord Brahma and requested him to grace the yagya by his presence. Lord Brahma told him that it was just impossible for any mortal to attain to heaven in his physical form, but he added that if Trishunku performed the rituals diligently then he would certainly attain to heaven after his death. Vishvamitra did not like Brahma's words and challenged him that no power on earth could stop him from sending Trishunku to heaven. Vishvamitra commences new creation. Vishvamitra then instructed Trishunku to make preparation for the yagya. After everything was ready, Vishvamitra initiated Trishunku into the rituals of Yajna. Trishunku made offerings in the sacrificial fire at the instruction of Vishvamitra. The deities readily accepted all the offerings that were made to them. This way, the Yajna continued for 12 long years, but still there was no sign of Vishvamitra's desire of sending Trishunku to heaven getting fulfilled. Trishunku became dejected and told him about his decision to renounce everything and spend rest of his life doing penance, as chances of attaining to heaven appeared impossible. He was also sure that Vashishtha's sons would make fun of him if he went back to his kingdom without achieving his objective. But, Vishvamitra consoled him and said, no power on earth can stop you from going to heaven with your physical form. You just need to have some patience and your desire will be certainly fulfilled. Vishvamitra decided to please Lord Shiva, as he was convinced that Shiva was the only deity who could help him achieve his goal. He eulogized Shiva by singing hymns of praise in his name. At last, Shiva appeared before him and expressed his desire of fulfilling any wish of Vishvamitra. Vishvamitra requested Shiva to bestow on him the power of creation just like Brahma had. Lord Shiva blessed him and disappeared. Now, Vishvamitra was eager to test his powers, so he began creating different things. He created sun, moon, stars, oceans, rivers, so on and so forth. In a short time the whole world was filled by his creations, resulting into chaos all over. As the result of his creations, every natural thing became double in number, one that had already been created by Brahma and the second created by Vishvamitra. Now there existed 2 suns, 2 moons, so on and so forth. Vishvamitra's amazing deeds had catastrophic fallout on the natural course of events. Deities were scared and rushed to seek the help of Lord Brahma. They told Brahma that if Vishvamitra was not stopped, the whole world was doomed to destruction. Lord Brahma appeared before Vishvamitra and ordered to stop doing creations. Vishvamitra told him that he was ready to do that if Brahma helped Trishunku attain to heaven with his mortal body. Seeing no other option, Brahma accepted Vishvamitra's condition. This way, Vishvamitra was able to send Trishunku physically to heaven with the help of Lord Brahma. 7. Prabhaskund. Description of Puranas and Up-Puranas. Once, while describing the origin of Puranas, Sutji told the sages who had assembled at Namasharanya Lord Shiva had first revealed the contents of Skanda Purana to Parvati at Kailash mountain. Lord Brahma and few other deities were also present there at the time when Shiva was narrating the tale. Subsequently, Parvati narrated this tale to Skanda, Skanda to Nandi, and Nandi to sages like Sanak, etc., and finally Sanak narrated it to Vyasa. Now I am going to tell you the same tale which Vyasa had narrated to me. Sutji began by saying, during ancient times, Lord Brahma once did a very austere penance resulting into the manifestation of all the 4 Vedas. Later on, all the 18 Puranas too appeared from his mouth. These 18 Puranas were Brahma Purana, Vishnu Purana, Shiva Purana, Bhagavat Purana, Bhavishya Purana, Narada Purana, Markandeya Purana, Agni Purana, Brahma Vaivarta Purana, Linga Purana, Padma Purana, Varha Purana, Skanda Purana, Vaman Purana, Kuram Purana, Matsya Purana, Garuda Purana, and Vayu Purana. Apart from these 18 main Puranas, there are also similar number of secondary Puranas known as Up-Puranas. These Up-Puranas are Sanat Kumar, Narsingha, Skund, Shiva Dharma, Durvasa, Narada, Kapil, Manu, Ushana, Brahmand, Varun, Kalika, Maheshvar, Sam, Sara, Parashar, Marik and Bhargava. Sutji then went on to describe the other features of each Purana. Brahma Purana contains 10,000 shlokas in it, whereas Padma Purana contains 55,000 shlokas. Similarly, there are 23,000 shlokas in Vishnu Purana. Vayu Purana contains the tales related with Lord Shiva and it contains 24,000 shlokas in it. Similarly, the remaining Puranas like Bhagavat, Narada, Markandeya, Agni, Bhavishya, Brahmavaivarta, Linga, Varha, Skanda, Vaman, Kurm, Matsya, Garuda, and Brahmanda Purana contain 18,000, 25,000, 9,000, 16,000, 14,500, 18,000, 11,000, 24,000, 81,100, 10,000, 17,000, 14,000, 18,000, and 12,200 shlokas respectively. Sutji told the sages that all the up-Puranas owe their origin to the main Puranas, which are 18 in number. He also revealed to them that they could be categorized into three main types: Sattvic, Rajas, and Tamas. Sattvic Puranas contain the tales of Lord Vishnu, while Rajas Puranas contain the tales of Brahma, and Tamas Puranas contain the tales of Agni and Rudra. One of the chief characteristics of Puranas is that each of them is divided into 5 sections: Sarg, Pratisarga, Vansh, Manvantar, and Vanchanucharit. Prabhas Tirth. On being asked by the sages about the prominent places of pilgrimage, Sutji named many holy places, but according to him Prabhas Tirth was the crown of all the places of pilgrimage and was incomparable. Recounting a tale when Parvati had once asked Lord Shiva the same question, Sutji said at that time Shiva had told Parvati that Prabhas Kshetra was supreme among all the holy places and capable of liberating a man from all his sins. He had also told her that due to prevalence of sins in Kali Yuga, people would not attain virtues despite going on pilgrimages. Shiva had also told her that this was the reason why he had created numerous holy places and kept them secret, so the holiness of these places remained intact. I have manifested myself in the form of a divine Shivalinga at Prabhas Kshetra. The whole universe has originated from it and merges into it ultimately at the time of deluge. The Shivalinga is called Somanath and very few people are aware of its existence. This Shivalinga continued to exist since its manifestation in a particular kalpa named Bhairav long ago. Unfortunately, people of Kali Yuga under the influence of all-pervading ignorance would fail to recognize the importance of holy places. Such people would try to demean the value of holy places and make fun of those people who go on pilgrimages. Being blinded by their superficial intelligence, they would try to find faults with rituals and religion. Such would be the condition of the mortals in Kali Yuga, that they would criticize everything that is religious and spiritual in nature. How can one expect from these unfortunate people of Kali Yuga to understand the significance of Prabhas Kshetra, and which is revered even by me? Parvati, who had been listening to the tale with rapt attention, became even more curious to know about Prabhas Kshetra. So she requested Lord Shiva to shed more light on the other important aspects of this sacrosanct place. Lord Shiva, continuing with his description of Prabhas Kshetra, said this sacrosanct place has temples of 3 deities on its 3 sides. To its east is situated a grand temple of Surya Narayan, while there is a magnificent temple of Madhav to its west. In the same way there is a beautiful temple of goddess Bhavani to the north of Prabhas Kshetra, and towards its south lies the ocean. This holy place is spread in the area of 5 yojans and is divided in 3 major areas: Maheshvar, Vaishnav, and Brahma. There are about 1 crore temples related with different deities in Vaishnav and Brahma Kshetras, while Maheshvar Kshetra contains 1.5 crore temples. As the name implies, each area has been named after one god, forming the Trinity. Anybody who has the good fortune of living in the central part of Prabhas Kshetra becomes absolved of all his sins, even if he has committed most abhorrent sins. The significance of this holy place can be understood by the fact that a man born there does not take a second birth and attain salvation. One whom scholars of the Vedas call Kalagnirudra is famously known as Bhairav in Prabhas Kshetra. Somnath Linga. Emphasizing on the significance of Samshwar Linga and its deep association with the Vedas, Lord Shiva told Parvati the divine Samshwar Linga exists since time immemorial and will remain for eternity. This revelation descended on me while I was engrossed in a deep state of meditation. Samshwar Linga has deep association with the Vedas, and it enhances their sanctity by establishing itself in each of them at different periods of time during the day. During morning time, Samshwar Linga establishes itself in the Rigveda, during noon in the Yajurveda, during afternoon in the Samaveda, and during evening time it establishes itself in Atharvaveda. Different names of Somnath. Parvati curiously asked Lord Shiva about the reason why Somnath was known by so many different names. Lord Shiva said since the time this divine linga first manifested itself, very few blessed souls had the knowledge of its existence. Brahma has a lifespan of one kalpa, at the end of which even he ceases to exist, giving way to his successor, a new Brahma. In the same manner this divine linga acquires a new name at the end of each kalpa. The present kalpa is seventh in order, as 6 kalpas have already passed. The name of the present Brahma is Shadanand, and this divine linga is presently famous by the name of Somnath. Similarly, it was famous as Mrityunjaya during the time of Brahma named Viranchi. During second kalpa this linga was famous as Kalagnirudra, and the name of Brahma was Padmabhu. The third kalpa had Swayambhu as Brahma, and the linga was famous as Amritesh. The name of the fourth Brahma was Parmashthi in fourth kalpa, and the linga was famous as Anamati. In the same way the names of the fifth and sixth Brahma were Surajyesht and Hemagarbha respectively, and the names of the linga during their periods were Kritavas and Bharavnath respectively. Lord Shiva also revealed to Parvati that the next kalpa, eighth in order, would have Shaturmukh as Brahma, and the divine linga would be known as Prannath. Goddess Parvati then asked Shiva about the exact location of the linga in Prabhas Kshetra. Lord Shiva told her that the sacrosanct place of Prabhas Kshetra was situated between the plains of 2 rivers Vajrani and Nyankamati. He also told her that the eternal linga was not very far from the sea coast. Dwelling at length about the good fortunes of those living in Prabhas Kshetra, Lord Shiva told her anybody who does not abandon this holy place despite his hardships and troubles is certain to attain to my abode. One who has the good fortune of dying at Prabhas Kshetra attains salvation. There will be prevalence of sins in Kali Yuga. As a result of this, people would experience all sorts of hurdles and problems in their lives. To minimize their sorrows and to lessen their miseries, I have personally instructed Ganesh not to abandon this place even for a moment. Of all the lingas present on the earth, Somnath is specially dear to me. Siddheshvar Linga and Siddhalinga. Describing the reason why this sacrosanct place was named Prabhas, Lord Shiva told Parvati, I dwell in the entire area stretching between the ocean in the south and river Karshwari. Being situated at the western coast, this entire area is radiated by Surya's light for a relatively longer period of time, and hence it has been named Prabhas, meaning luster. This is the reason why there is situated a grand temple of Lord Surya in Prabhas Kshetra. Not far from this Surya temple is situated a magnificent temple of Lord Siddheshvar, which was famously known as Jakashaveshwar in ancient times. Lord Shiva then went on to describe why Siddheshvar was called Jakashaveshwar. During ancient times there lived a sage named Jakashavya in previous kalpa. He used to daily worship a Shivalinga named Mahoday, which had manifested on its own. Keeping in view Shiva's fondness for ashes, he used to smear it on his body hoping to please his deity. Not only this, he even slept on ashes. He thus led an extremely austere life. At last he was able to please Lord Mahoday by his devotion. When Lord Mahoday appeared before him and expressed his willingness to fulfill anything he wished, but Jakashavya wanted nothing but total devotion in his deity. Lord Mahoday blessed him with immortality and said, there would be nobody as powerful as you. Your feats achieved in spiritual things will be unmatched, and you would become famous as Yogakarya, or teacher of yoga. One who regularly worships this particular linga which you have been worshipping with such deep devotion till now is certain to get absolved of all his sins. Having blessed Jakashavya thus, Lord Mahoday disappeared from his sight. After this incident, Mahoday Linga also came to be known as Jakashaveshwar. In course of time, when the Kaliyuga of that kalpa arrived, some sages named Bakalyas had gone to the same place and worshipped Lord Mahoday. Similarly, many more sages went there and attained sthiti or accomplishment. This is how this linga came to be known as Siddheshvar. There are many holy places in the vicinity like Siddhalinga, which was installed by Lord Surya. Anybody who worships this linga on the auspicious day of Trayadashi of the bright half of the Hindu month Chaitra attains virtues similar to the accomplishment of Pundarikagya. Chandradeva eulogizes Shiva. Parvati asked Lord Shiva about the reason Chandradeva had to install a Shivalinga at Prabhas Kshetra. Lord Shiva replied that Daksha had got married 27 of his daughters to Chandradeva. Chandradeva was very attached to Rohini, who was one of them, and neglected others. When Daksha came to know about this, he cursed Chandradeva, as the result of which he lost his luster and started waning day by day. The worried Chandradeva did an austere penance for thousands of years to please Lord Shiva. At last Lord Shiva became pleased and appeared before him. Subsequently, Chandradeva got a divine Shivalinga installed by Brahma and worshipped it for thousands of years. Lord Shiva appeared once again and expressed his willingness to fulfill any wish Chandradeva expressed. Chandradeva requested Lord Shiva to dwell in the very Shivalinga he had been worshipping till then. Lord Shiva revealed to him that there was no question of dwelling in the Shivalinga as he had never abandoned it in the first place. Chandradeva had regained his luster on account of his arduous penance. Lord Shiva blessed him and said, since you have regained your luster by dint of your austere penance, this holy place will become famous as Prabhas Kshetra. This linga would be named upon you and become famous as Somnath Linga. Having blessed Chandradeva thus, Lord Shiva disappeared. Later on Chandradeva instructed Vishvakarma to build a magnificent temple at the site. He also built a city nearby so that all the priests who were supposed to supervise the rituals of worship could live there. The significance of getting one's head tonsured. Dwelling on length about the significance of getting one's head tonsured at holy places, Lord Shiva told Parvati a man should get his head tonsured whenever he gets an opportunity to visit a holy place because hair are believed to contain all the sins he has committed. There is a holy place called Padmatirth, not far from Somnath temple. A devotee should first get his hair removed at Somnath Tirth and then immerse them at Padmatirth. This way he becomes absolved of all his sins. Women should have a symbolical cut of their hair. It is necessary to perform the rituals of Tarpan in the names of ancestors after the head tonsuring ceremony. According to the scriptures, an ocean is considered holy and nobody should its holy water in an impure state. While bathing, a devotee should chant the following mantra. Om Namo Vishnuguptaya Vishnurupaya Nama. Sunadhai Bhavadav Sagare Lavanam Hasi. There are about 5 crore Shivalingas submerged in the ocean near Somnath. There are also other holy places situated nearby like Agnikunda, Padma Saravar etc. The emergence of Sarasvati in Prabhas Kshetra. On being asked by Parvati about the emergence of river Sarasvati at Prabhas Kshetra, Lord Shiva narrated the following tale to her. The holy Saraswati flowing in Prabhas Kshetra constitutes of 5 different streams, Harini, Vajrani, Nyanku, Kapila, and Sarasvati. Lord Vishnu once instructed Sarasvati to carry Badwanal and dump it in the ocean near Prabhas Kshetra. After taking permission from Lord Brahma, her father Sarasvati flew towards her destination. Ganga became sad at her departure, so she asked her as to how could she have a glimpse of her now that she was going to such a distant place. Sarasvati consoled Ganga by saying that she would be able to see her whenever she looked eastwards. The swift currents of Sarasvati penetrated the earth and reached Padaloka carrying Badwanal along with her. She continued to move beneath the ground towards her destination. As she reached Prabhas Kshetra, 4 learned sages, who were well versed in Vedas, arrived there and invoked Sarasvati to give them the privilege of separate bath by dividing herself in 4 different streams. The names of these sages were Hiranya, Vajra, Nyanku and Kapil. While Sarasvati was about to comply with their request, suddenly Samudra arrived there and he too expressed the same wish. Thus Sarasvati divided herself into 5 different streams: Harini, Vajrani, Nyanku, Kapila, and Sarasvati. Eventually, when Sarasvati reached near the ocean, Badwanal, whom she was carrying, was surprised to see the high tides rising in the ocean. He thought that the Samudra was frightened of his fury, so he asked Sarasvati, "Why is the ocean scared of me?" Sarasvati inflated his ego by saying that who would not be scared of him. Badwanal was pleased and wanted to grant her a boon. Sarasvati remembered Lord Vishnu, who instantly gave his divine appearance in her heart. She narrated the whole story and sought his advice. Lord Vishnu advised her to ask Badwanal to make his appearance small like the eye of a needle. Sarasvati, following the advice of Lord Vishnu, asked Badwanal to become small like a needle and keep sucking the ocean. Subsequently, Sarasvati summoned Samudra and told him to accept Badwanal, to which he agreed. This way Samudra devoured Badwanal, who continues to suck the water of the ocean even today as per the instructions given by Sarasvati. It is believed that tides are nothing but the manifestation of Badwanal's exhalations. This was how Sarasvati emerged in Prabhas Kshetra. Prabhas, the abode of Trinity goddesses. Lord Shiva revealed to goddesses Parvati that Prabhas Kshetra boasted of possessing many more Shivalingas apart from the famous Somnath Shivalinga. He also gave names of some of the prominent Shivalingas situated over there and said to the northeast of Somnath temple is situated a grand temple of Lord Sarveshvar Deva, who is also famously known as Siddheshvar. The reason behind this is that Shivalinga over there had been installed by the Siddhas in ancient times. People who are desirous of acquiring siddhis throng this holy place and engage themselves in austere penance. To the east of Siddheshvar temple is situated one more temple called Kapileshvar. It has been named after sage Kapil, who had installed the Shivalinga over there. A Shivalinga named Gandharveshvar is also situated nearby. This particular Shivalinga had been installed by a Gandharv named Danvahan. To the east of Gandharveshvar temple is situated Vimaleshvar temple. It is believed that anybody suffering from tuberculosis gets cured after he worships in that temple. Dhandishwar Linga was installed by Kabir, who was bestowed with the lordship of wealth on account of his austere penance. Lord Shiva told Parvati that there were also temples of 3 goddesses in Prabhas Kshetra apart from Shiva temples. These 3 goddesses were Mangala, Vishalakshi, and Chatwar, representing the 3 types of power: willpower, power of action and power of knowledge. Lord Shiva said the pilgrimage to Prabhas Kshetra is believed to be incomplete until and unless these 3 goddesses have been worshipped. Goddess Mangala represents the power of Lord Brahma while Goddess Vishalakshi that of Lord Vishnu. Goddess Chatwar represents my power. Goddess Mangala holds the privilege of getting worshipped first. During ancient times Chandramadhav did an austere penance for thousands of years and all the deities including Lord Brahma had gone there to witness his amazing feat. At that time Goddess Mangala had blessed them and this was how she got her name. Lord Shiva then went on to describe how Goddess Vishalakshi got her name. A fierce battle had taken place between the deities and demons during Chakshu's Manvantar. Lord Vishnu fought along with the deities and helped them in defeating the demons. Demons fled towards the south but were chased by the deities. Realizing that it was not easy to annihilate the demons, Lord Vishnu remembered Goddess Mahamaya and sought her help. Mahamaya appeared instantly and looked at Lord Vishnu with her large eyes. This is how she got her name. In the present Kalpa she is also known as Lalitoma. To the south of Vishalakshi temple is situated the temple of Goddess Chatwarpriya. Goddess Chatwarpriya is the savior of people living in that area. Anybody who worships her on the auspicious day of Mahanavami with appropriate rituals is blessed. Dvarka Mahatmaya, Sages queries to Prahlad. Once, few sages asked Sutji about the means by which Lord Vishnu could be realized in Kali Yuga, the era dominated by sin and decaying moral values. Sutji started by describing how Lord Vishnu, on seeing the prevalence of sin in Dwapar Yuga, had to take incarnation as Krishna to liberate the world from the sinners. He also described in detail all the incidents culminating into the killings of many cruel demons: Kaliya serpent, Shanur, Shishupal, and ogress like Putna. He gave in-depth description of the events leading to the war of Mahabharata and how the infighting among the mighty Yadvas led to their destruction. He told them how a fowler mistook Krishna's feet to be a deer and killed him. Sutji also told the assembled sages how the magnificent city of Dvarka had been submerged in the ocean ultimately. He revealed to them that the passing away of Krishna marked the advent of Kali Yuga and the situation became even worse. On finding how difficult it was to realize Lord Vishnu in the Kali Yuga, the era dominated by sin, some prominent sages decided to seek Lord Brahma's help in this regard. After reaching Brahmaloka, they eulogized Brahma and received his blessings. Lord Brahma told them to go to Pataloka and meet Prahlad, the supreme devotee of Lord Vishnu, who according to Lord Brahma was in a better position to help them. All the sages went to Pataloka as per the instructions given by Lord Brahma. There they not only found Prahlad but also the most charitable King Bali. After the pleasantries were exchanged, they came to the real issue and said, "We are very much distressed by the prevailing situation where it appears that the evil forces have overshadowed the virtuous ones. The ways shown by the Vedas are no longer in practice and the Brahmins are being tormented by the Shudras, who have become the rulers. We have come with a request and a desire to know whether there was any possibility of realizing Lord Vishnu in this dark era of Kali. If yes, then where can we find Lord Vishnu? The sanctity of Dvarkapuri. Prahlad, being an ardent devotee of Vishnu himself, understood quite well the desperation with which a devotee seeks his Lord. So he told them, by the grace of Almighty Vishnu, I am revealing to you the name of that sacred place which has remained a secret till now. Kashasthalpuri is a divine city situated on the western coast. Nearby is the place where river Gomti meets the ocean, and at this convergent point is situated the sacrosanct city called Dwarawati, where you can find Lord Vishnu in all his glory of 16 kalas. Blessed be the Dvarkapuri, which the Almighty Vishnu has chosen as his abode and where he dwells in his glorious Chaturbhuj form. This is the very place, which even liberates the most fallen sinner from all his sins. There is a famous temple of Lord Trivikram at the bank of river Gomti, and not far from this temple is a divine pond. Anybody desirous of salvation must bathe in this pond for the fulfillment of his wish. It is believed that before leaving for heaven, Lord Krishna had transferred all his divine powers into the Trivikram idol. So, there is no place as holy as Dvarka, and if you are desirous of having a divine glimpse of Lord Krishna, then you must visit Dvarka. All the sages thanked Prahlad for sharing his secrets with them, because nobody else except Prahlad was aware of the fact that Lord Vishnu had given Dvarka the privilege of being his abode. These revelations made them more curious about Dvarka, so they requested Prahlad to disclose how the holy Gomti descended down to Dvarka. Prahlad began by describing the virtues of going on a pilgrimage to Dvarka. The mere resolution of going on a pilgrimage to Dvarka is enough to liberate one's ancestors from the tortures of the hells. Each step that a devotee takes towards Dvarka gives virtues similar to what is attained by performing Ashwamedh Yajna. One who encourages others to go on a pilgrimage to Dvarka certainly goes to Vishnudham. Prahlad then switched over to the second part of the sage's question and said there is an interesting tale describing how sage Vashishtha had brought down Gomti from the heaven to earth. At the time of deluge, when the whole world had submerged in water, a lotus flower manifested from Lord Vishnu's navel, on which was seated Brahma. Lord Vishnu instructed him to perform his duty as a creator, to which Brahma agreed. First of all, Brahma created his 10 Manasputras and sought their help in increasing the population of the world by becoming householders. But, all of them were extremely virtuous and did not show any inclination towards getting married. Ultimately, all of them went to the western coast and engaged themselves in austere penance. Their penance continued for a number of years, after which Sudarshan Chakra appeared before them. As all of them looked up in bewilderment, they heard a heavenly voice, O sons of Brahma! Very soon the Almighty Vishnu is going to manifest himself. The chakra you are seeing is his. You all must perform the rituals of Arthaya in the name of Lord Vishnu to show your reverence towards him. All the Manasputras eulogized Sudarshan Chakra with deep devotion. All of them wished that there were a holy river, with whose water they could perform the rituals of Arthaya. But to their utter dismay there was no such holy river nearby. They then remembered Lord Brahma, who immediately understood what they desired. Lord Brahma instructed Ganga by saying, Ganga, go to the earth, where you would be known as Gomti. Sage Vashishtha will lead you to your destination. Just follow him like a daughter follows her father. Finally, when Sage Vashishtha followed by Gomti reached their destination, all the Manasputras were delighted. They eulogized Ganga and expressed their gratitude to Vashishtha for bringing Ganga on earth. All of them thanked Vashishtha by saying, since you have brought Gomti on earth, you would be considered as her father. They offered Arthaya to Gomti and subsequently eulogized Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu appeared after being pleased and blessed them. Your unflinching devotion in me has pleased me no bound. Since you did this penance with the objective of moksha, this place would become famous as Moksha Dayak. This sacrosanct place would also be called Chakratirth because of Sudarshan Chakra, who informed you all of my manifestation at Dvarkapuri. I assure you that I won't abandon this sacrosanct place even for a moment. This way, all the Manasputras were finally successful in their objective of offering Ardhya to Lord Vishnu with the holy water of Gomti. At last, Gomti, having fulfilled her mission for which she had descended down to earth, merged with the ocean. Lord Vishnu disappeared from there and Manasputras continued to live there. Home. 14 Garuda Purana I Introduction. Lord Vishnu's Incarnations. Sutji once reached Namasharanya in course of his pilgrimage. There he found numerous sages engaged in austerities and penance. All of them were delighted to find Sutji in their midst and considered it as a God-sent opportunity to get their doubts related with religious topics cleared. Sage Shanak was also present there and he asked Sutji, "O revered sage, who is the creator of this world? Who nurtures it and who annihilates it in the end? How can one realize the Supreme Almighty? How many incarnations the Almighty has taken till now? Please enlighten us on all these things, which are shrouded in mystery." Sutji replied, "I am going to reveal to you the contents of Garuda Purana, which contains the divine tales of Lord Vishnu. This particular Purana is named after Garuda because he was the one who first narrated these tales to sage Kashyap. Kashyap subsequently narrated them to sage Vyasa. I came to know about these divine tales from sage Vyasa. Lord Vishnu is the Supreme Almighty and the source of all creations. He is the nurturer of this world and the annihilator as well. Though he is beyond the bondage of birth and death, yet he takes incarnations to protect the world from the tyranny of sinners. His first incarnation was in the form of the eternal adolescent Sanat Kumar and others who were all celibates and extremely virtuous. Lord Vishnu took his second incarnation in the form of a boar to protect the earth from the mighty demon named Hiranyaksha, who had abducted her to Pataloka. In his third incarnation as Narada, he propagated the virtues of Nishkam Karma. In his fourth incarnation as Nar Narayan, he performed arduous austerities for the protection and propagation of dharma or religiousness. Lord Vishnu's fifth incarnation was as Kapil, which he took to protect the Sankhya Shastra, which was on the verge of becoming extinct. He took his sixth incarnation in the house of Atri and Anusuya as Dattatreya with the specific objective of propagating the most secret Brahma Vidya to worthy people. His disciples included virtuous souls like Prahlad and others. Lord Vishnu took his seventh incarnation as the son of Ruchi Prajapati and Akuti and was known as Yagyadeva. His eighth incarnation was as Rishabdeva, the son of sage Nabi and Marudevi. In this incarnation he established the norms for Grihastha Ashram, which later on became the guidelines for every householders. Lord Vishnu took his ninth incarnation as Prithu and milked various nutrients from the earth, who had disguised herself as a cow and thus protected the populace from getting starved to death. In his 10th incarnation as Matsya, he protected the life of Vaivaswat Manu, who would not have survived otherwise. Lord Vishnu took his 11th incarnation in the form of a tortoise and held the Mandarachal mountain on his back at the time when the ocean was being churned. His 12th incarnation was as Dhanvantari and 13th as the most enchanting beauty Mohini to retrieve the ambrosia pot from the possession of the demons. He subsequently distributed it among the deities, as the result of which they became immortal. In his 14th incarnation, Lord Vishnu manifested himself as Nrsimha and to protect his devotee Prahlad killed the wicked demon Hiranyakashipu by tearing apart his abdomen with his sharp claws. His 15th incarnation was as Vaman, in which he demanded all the three worlds from Bali, the most benevolent demon king, and then sent him to Pataloka. In his 16th incarnation as Parshuram, he wiped out the whole caste of Kshatriyas from the face of the earth for 21 times, as they had all become immoral. In his 17th incarnation he was born as Vyasa to Parashar and Satyavati and accomplished his mission of propagating the knowledge of Vedas by categorizing them into 4 parts. In his 18th incarnation he manifested himself as Sri Ram. His 19th incarnation was as Krishna and his 20th incarnation as Balram. He will take his 21st incarnation as Buddha to bring the mankind back to virtuous path by preaching against the rituals and proving that it is not proper for a seeker to get bound by them. Lord Vishnu would take incarnation as Kalki and will be born to a Brahmin named Vishnuyasha to liberate the earth from the sinners. How Garuda Purana was propagated. On being asked by the sages as to how did he come to know about the contents of Garuda Purana, Sutji told them once, I had gone to Bhadrakashram, where I met sage Vyasa. I requested him to enlighten me on various spiritual matters, to which he agreed, saying that he was going to narrate the tales of Garuda Purana, which was first told by Lord Brahma to Narada, Daksha Prajapati, and myself. Sage Vyasa then told Sutji how once he along with Narada, Daksha, and Bhrigu had gone to Brahmaloka to see Lord Brahma. After reaching there, all three of them requested Lord Brahma to shed light on the essence of the real knowledge. Lord Brahma revealed to them that Garuda Purana contained the essence of all the scriptures, and Lord Vishnu himself had narrated its divine tales to him. Describing the incident when Lord Vishnu had told the divine tales of Garuda Purana to him as well as Shiva, Lord Brahma said, I once went to Kailash mountain accompanied by Indra and other deities. We found Shiva engrossed in his meditation. We were amazed and asked him as to who was he meditating upon. Lord Shiva told us that he was meditating upon the omnipresent, omniscient, and the omnipotent Vishnu, in whom the entire universe exists. Lord Shiva also revealed to us that this was all he knew of Vishnu's power, and also that if we wanted to know more about him, then we will have to ask Lord Vishnu himself. So, all of us including Shiva went to Vishnu Loka and requested Lord Vishnu to clear our doubts on various topics which confused us. Lord Vishnu gave a long discourse covering all the major religious topics. Lord Vishnu reveals his omnipotent nature. Dwelling on length about his power, Lord Vishnu told Shiva, O Rudra, I am the Lord of all the deities. I am the one who controls each and every event that occurs in the universe. I am the one whom mortals worship with the desire of attaining salvation. The universe would have ceased to exist but for me. I am the creator, the nurturer, as well as the supreme annihilator. I manifest myself in the sacred mantras as well as their meanings. People meditate on me. Matter is nothing but a medium through which I manifest myself. Lord Vishnu blesses Garuda. Describing how Garuda pleased him with his deep devotion, Lord Vishnu said, during ancient times Garuda once did an austere penance to please me. I appeared before him and expressed my willingness to fulfill anything that he wished for. Garuda wanted to liberate his mother, Vinta, from the slavery of Katra, the mother of serpents. He also wanted to avenge his mother's humiliation at their hands. He also expressed his desire of becoming immortal by having a Purana credited to his name, and finally he requested me to give him the privilege of becoming my mount. I blessed Garuda, as the result of which all his wishes were fulfilled. Once, on being requested by sage Kashyap, Garudan narrated the divine tales of Garuda Purana to him. Sage Kashyap had once brought back a dead tree back to life with the help of Garudai Vidya, a sacred mantra found in Garuda Purana. Similarly, Garuda too had brought numerous dead creatures back to life with the help of same mantra. The beginning of creation. Lord Shiva requested Vishnu to shed light on different topics like Sarga, Pradasarga, Vansh, Manvantar, and Vanchanucharit. Lord Vishnu replied, O Rudra, Lord Vasudeva in his incarnation of Naranarayan performs his responsibilities of the creator, protector as well as the annihilator. Each particle that is found in this universe, whether perceptible or imperceptible, is nothing but the medium through which the Almighty makes his presence felt. In the beginning of the creation, on account of his will, subtle matter of nature came into being. He is the one to whom Atma or Purusha owe its existence. Subsequently, intelligence or buddhi manifested itself from the subtle matter of nature, mind or man from intelligence, space or akash from mind, air or vayu from space, fire or teja from air, water from teja, and finally the earth manifested itself from water. O Rudra! Then came into existence an enormous-sized egg. I dwell within that egg, and so do all the other deities. In fact, the whole universe is situated within that egg. The Almighty Vishnu creates in the form of Brahma, nurtures in the form of Vishnu, and annihilates in the form of Shiva at the end of each kalpa. The creations of the Almighty are known as sargas. First of all, the Almighty creates the Mahatattva, which symbolizes his gross quality. Since it was his first creation, therefore it was called the first sarga. The second Sarga consisted of the creation of the Panch-Tanmatras or the five basic elements earth, water, fire, air, and sound. These five basic elements are the stuffs from which matter is made. The third Sarga, namely Vaikarik Sarga, comprising the creation of all the sense organs and the organs of the actions, is basically intelligence-oriented, because the sense organs cannot function without intelligence. All these above-mentioned three Sargas come under the category of Prakrit Sarga or natural creation. The fourth Sarga is known as Mukhya Sarga or the main creation and consisted of immovable things like mountains, trees, etc. The fifth Sarga is known as Tiryak Sarga and consisted of animals and birds. The sixth Sarga comprised the creation of the deities and other celestial beings and hence it is also known as Deva Sarga. The seventh Sarga comprised the creation of human beings and hence it was called Manish Sarga. The eighth Sarga, which is also called Anugra Sarga, consisted of creations that are both sattvic and tamasic in nature. The ninth Sarga is called Kamar Sarga. Lord Brahma commenced his creation of supreme entities by expressing his will, resulting into the manifestation of all the 10 Manasputras. Subsequently, Lord Brahma created different other entities like deities, demons, ancestors, and human beings. He then created the Asuras from his thighs and subsequently abandoned his body. The dark qualities emanating from the body resulted into the creation of night, a creation that immensely pleased the demons. Lord Brahma then attained a new physical form, which was pure in nature. He created the deities from his mouth and once again abandoned his body, resulting into the creation of day this time. All the deities became extremely pleased by this particular creation of Brahma. Once again Lord Brahma attained another form and created the Pitras, and when he abandoned that body, Sandhya manifested from it. Lord Brahma then attained a form that was Rajomaya in nature and created human beings. His abandoning that particular form resulted into the creation of Pratihal. Subsequently, Lord Brahma created the different species like Yaksha, Sarpa, Gandharva, and Apsaras and many more creatures from the different parts of his body. All the 4 Vedas, namely Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samveda and Atharvaveda, manifested themselves from each of Brahma's 4 mouths. Similarly, all the 4 castes such as Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra manifested from Brahma's mouth, arms, thighs and feet respectively. The beginning of copulative creation. Having created Daksha Prajapati and his wife Prasyuti from his right and left thumb respectively, Lord Brahma instructed both of them to make their contribution in increasing the population with the help of copulative creation. In course of time, Daksha Prajapati begot numerous daughters, all of whom were given in marriage to 10 Manasputras. Once, Daksha Prajapati had organized a grand Ashwamedha Yagya to which he had invited all his daughters and son-in-laws except Sati and Rudra. Sati eventually reached her father's place much against the advice of Shiva, who was strictly against going to a place uninvited. Shiva's apprehensions were not unfounded supposition, as Sati was indeed humiliated by Daksha in front of all the esteemed guests. Sati was so deeply hurt by her father's rude behavior and the manner in which he made fun of her husband that she gave up her life by jumping into the sacrificial fire. When Rudra learned about Sati's death, he cursed Daksha by saying that he would lose his divine status and would be born as a human being in the lineage of Dhruva. In her next birth, Sati was born as the daughter of Himalaya and Manak. She was once again successful in getting Shiva as her husband by virtue of her deep devotion towards Shiva. The Dhruva dynasty. Lord Vishnu, continuing with the tales of Garuda Purana, told Shiva Uttanpad had 2 wives, Suruchi and Suniti. From his former wife he begot a son named Uttam, while Suniti gave birth to Dhruva, who became immortal because of his unflinching devotion in me. Dhruva had a mighty son named Shlishta. Prakanvari was Shlishta's son and Dhruva's grandson. Few other prominent personalities coming from the lineage of Dhruva were Udarti, Divanjaya, Rapu, Chukshush, Ruru, Anga, Ven etc. Ven was an atheist and was eventually killed by sages for his immoral deeds. Since Ven had no progeny, his death put a question mark on his successor. Sages tried to solve this problem by churning his thighs, which resulted into the emergence of Nishad. But, Nishad went to Vindhyachal to do penance. Seeing their whole effort go in vain, all the sages once again churned Ven's hands. This time Lord Vishnu himself incarnated as Prithu. Prithu was an extremely kind-hearted king and cared for his subjects. Once, when his kingdom was experiencing an acute famine, he successfully extracted the essential nutrients from the earth and thus saved his subjects from starvation. Prithu had 10 sons, prominent among whom were Antardhan, Havardhan, Prakanvari and Prachetas. In course of time Prachetas married Marisha. Just according to the curse of Shiva, Daksha Prajapati was reborn in the clan of Dhruva. His father's name was Prachetas and his mother was Marisha. In the beginning, Daksha Prajapati tried to do creation by merely expressing his will, but his efforts went futile because of Shiva's curse. So, he had no option but to take the help of copulative creation, and to meet his objective he married Asikni, the daughter of Viran. In course of time he became the father of 1,000 sons, all of whom perished while on their impossible mission of finding out the circumference of the earth. Actually, sage Narada had incited all of them to undertake this impossible mission. Daksha, though angry, did not lose heart, and in course of time he once again fathered 1,000 sons. Once again, Narada was successful in convincing them to emulate the deeds of their elder brothers. All of them set out on an impossible mission, never to return. Now, Daksha's anger crossed all limits, and he cursed Narada by saying that he would take birth as a human for inciting his sons to death. This is the reason why Narada was born as Kashyap's son. In the years to follow, Daksha Prajapati begot 60 beautiful daughters from Asikni, among whom he gave away 2 daughters in marriage to sage Angara, 2 to sage Krishishva, 10 to Dharma, 14 to sage Kashyap, and 28 daughters to Chandramadhav. The names of Krishishva's wives were Supragya and Jaya, while Dharma's wives were Arundhati, Vasu, Yami, Lamba, Bhanumti, Marutvati, Sankalpa, Muhurta, Sathya, and Vishva. The names of Kashyap's wives were Utti, Dithi, Danu, Kala, Anayu, Sinhika, Muni, Kadru, Sathya, Ira, Krodha, Vinta, Surbi and Kaga. Dharma's wives Vishva and Sathya gave birth to the Vishvadevas and Satyaganas respectively. Similarly, Marutvati gave birth to Maruthvans and Vasu to Vasuganas. Dharma's wife named Bhanu gave birth to 12 Bhanus, while Muhurta gave birth to Muhurtaganas. Lamba gave birth to Ghosh, while Yami gave birth to Nagvathi. Sankalpa gave birth to Sankalpa. Kashyap's wife Utti gave birth to 12 Adityas, while Dithi gave birth to 2 sons, Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. Dithi also had a daughter named Sinhika, who was married to Viprachiti. Hiranyakashipu had 4 sons, Anulad, Hlad, Prahlad, and Sanlad. Ayushman, Shivi and Bashkal were the sons of Sanlad. Prahlad had a mighty son named Virochan, who himself had a son named Bali. Bali had 100 sons in all, and Ban was the eldest among them. Hiranyaksha had 6 sons, all of whom were very brave and valiant. Their names were Utkur, Shakuni, Butsantapan, Mahanam, Mahabayu and Kalnam. Danu had numerous sons who were all very brave: Wimardha, Shankar, Ayamuk, Shankushara, Kapil, Shambar, Ekachakra, Mahabayu, Tarak, Mahabal, Swarbanu, Vrishaparva, Puloma, Maheshar, and the mightiest among them Viprakiti. Puloma and Kalka, both daughters of Vashvana, were married to sage Kashyap. Kashyap had 60,000 sons from both of them. Demons such as Nayat Kavik came from the lineage of Prahlad. Tamra had 6 daughters, and their names were Shaki, Shayani, Masi, Sagrivi, Shachi and Gridika. Shaki gave birth to numerous species of birds like Shaka, Ulaka, and Kak. Similarly, Shayani gave birth to Shayan and Gridika to Grid. Shachi was the mother of aquatic birds, while Sagrivi gave birth to various animals like horses, camels, donkeys, etc. Arun and Garuda were born to Vinta, while Sursa and Kadrua gave birth to serpents. Krodha gave birth to powerful pishachas, Surbi to cows and buffaloes, Arad to various vegetation like creepers and grass, Kaga to yakshas and rakshas, Muni to apsaras, and Arishta gave birth to Gandharvas. Dithi gave birth to 49 Marutganas, all of whom are in fact the incarnations of Lord Vishnu. 2 powerful mantras. Navgraha mantra. Describing the significance of worshipping Navgraha, Lord Vishnu told Rudra, one who worships the Navgraha with appropriate rituals attains all the 4 Purusharth Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. He then went on to give various mantras related with the Navgrahas, which a devotee should chant while worshipping them. Surya Om Surya Mert Nama. Om Hram Hrim Sa Surya Nama. Chandra Madhav Om Somai Nama. Bam Om Bame Nama. Buddh Om Buddha Nama. Brihaspati Om Brihaspata Nama. Shukra Om Shukra Nama. Shani Om Shanaishchari Nama. Rahu Om Rahavi Nama. Ketu Om Ketave Nama. Shiva Mantra. There are various mantras used in the rituals of Shiva worship. A devotee should begin by worshipping the asan on which the deity is seated. There is a specific mantra for this particular ritual, Om Hram Shiva Nama. Subsequently, a salutation to Lord Shiva is made by chanting, Om Shiva Mert Nama. A special ritual named Shaidanjanyas is then performed by chanting different mantras associated with the specific parts of the deity's body, such as Om Hram Hridyai Nama. Om Hrim Shur Svaha. Om Hum Shikaya Vashat. Om Hram Kavache Hum. Om Hrim Netra Trei Vashat. Om Hra Astray Fat. Having accomplished the above-mentioned rituals, a devotee should then worship each of the 5 faces of Shiva by chanting the following mantras. Om Hram Sadiohate Nama. Om Hrim Vamdave Nama. Om Hum Aghare Nama. Om Hram Tat Purushe Nama. Om Hrim Ishanai Nama. Vishnu Mantra. While worshipping Lord Vishnu, first of all a devotee should worship the asan of the deity by chanting Om Vasudeva Sanai Nama. He should then make salutations to Lord Vishnu by chanting the following mantras. Om Vasudevi Mert Nama. Om Am Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevi Nama. Om Am Om Namo Bhagavate Sankarshanai Nama. Om Am Om Namo Bhagavate Pradyumnai Nama. Om Namo Bhagavate Aniruddhi Nama. Subsequently, a devotee should worship the various incarnations of Lord Vishnu, his weapons as well as his different mounts by incorporating the rituals of Shodashopishar and by chanting the following mantras. Om Narayana Nama. Om Tat Sad Brahmane Nama. Om Hum Vishnav Nama. Om Hrim Namo Bhagavate Nrisanhe Nama. Om Bu Om Namo Bhagavate Varhai Nama, etc. Sarasvati Mantra. A devotee should begin his worship by making salutations to Goddess Saraswati by chanting Om Hrim Saraswatyai Nama. He should then perform the rituals of Shaidanyas by chanting the following mantras: Om Hram Hridyai Nama. Om Hrim Shur Svaha. Om Hum Shikaya Vashat. Om Hram Kavache Hum. Om Hrim Netra Trei Vashat. Om Hra Astray Fat. Lakshmi Mantra. A devotee desirous of acquiring wealth and prosperity must worship Goddess Lakshmi with appropriate rituals. He should begin by making salutations to the goddess by chanting the following mantra. Om Srim Hrim Mahalakshmaya Nama. Then follows the rituals of Shaidanyas, that is performed by chanting the specific mantras meant for them. 3. Astrology in Garuda Purana. The chariots of Navgrahas. While describing the chariots of all the 9 planets, Lord Vishnu told Rudra the chariot of Surya Deva has an unbelievable expanse stretching up to 9,000 yojans. The axle of the chariot is 1,057 lakh yojans long and wheels are fixed at both its ends. The wheels have 6 circumferences symbolizing the 6 main seasons and 5 spokes symbolizing the 5 different units of time measurement in them. The chariot of Surya is pulled by 7 horses. These horses symbolize the 7 chhans Gayatri, Vrihati, Ushnik, Jugti, Trishtup, Anishtup, and Punkti. The chariot of Chandramadhav has 3 wheels in it. It is pulled by 10 white horses. The color of Mangal's chariot is golden and is pulled by horses of dark red color. Buddha's chariot is of brown color and is pulled by 8 horses of the same color. The chariot of Brihaspati is made of gold and is pulled by 8 horses of yellowish complexion. Jupiter remains in each of the 12 zodiacs for a year. Shukra's chariot is well escorted by his army. The chariot has a mast on its top and is pulled by horses that are found on earth. Horses pulling the chariot of Shani are of varicolored. The chariot of Rahu is pulled by 8 horses, which are of the color of smoke. The chariot of Ketu is pulled by 8 horses, which are red in color. Description of yogas and muhurtas. Giving elaborate description of inauspicious days on which one should not undertake travels or journeys, Lord Vishnu told Shiva various yoginis dwell in different directions on specific days and one should never set out on journeys on those days. A yogini named Brahmani dwells in the east on Pratipada and Navami of both the fortnights of each month and nobody should travel on both these dates towards east. Maheshvari dwells in the north on 2nd and 9th of both the fortnights of each month and hence nobody should travel towards north on both these dates. Varahi dwells in the south on the 5th and 13th of both the fortnights of each month and hence it is unadvisable to travel towards south on the above mentioned dates. In the same manner, Indrani dwells in the west on 6th and 14th of both the fortnights of each month and therefore nobody should travel in this direction on both the above mentioned dates. While giving names of some auspicious nakshatras suitable for undertaking journeys, Lord Vishnu said constellations like Ashvini, Anuradha, Revati, Mrigashira, Mool, Punarvasu, Pushya, Hast and Jeshth are auspicious for undertaking journeys. Lord Vishnu, giving some specific combinations of days and tithas considered to be inauspicious said one should never travel on the following inauspicious days, Dwadashi falling on Sunday or Ekadashi falling on Monday or Navami falling on Wednesday or Ashtami falling on Thursday or Saptami falling on Friday and Jashtha falling on Saturday. Amrit Yoga. It is the most auspicious yoga for commencing any work. The conjunction of a particular day and specific nakshatra constitute this yoga. Few examples of Amrit Yoga are Mool Nakshatra falling on Sunday, Shravan Nakshatra on Monday, Uttarabhadrapad on Tuesday, Kritika on Wednesday, Punarvasu on Thursday, Purva Falguni on Friday and Svati Nakshatra falling on Saturday. Visha Yoga. It is considered to be an inauspicious yoga and unsuitable for commencing any important work. Few examples of this particular yoga are Bharani Nakshatra falling on Friday, Chitra Nakshatra on Monday, Uttarashadha on Tuesday, Dhanishta on Wednesday, Shatabhisha on Thursday, Rohini on Friday, and Revati Nakshatra falling on Saturday. Grihadasha. Describing the period for which a particular planet is supposed to have its influence on the native, Lord Vishnu told Shiva Surya's dasha continues for 6 years and brings turbulence, turmoil, and agony to the concerned person. Moon's dasha continues for 15 years and is considered very auspicious as it brings happiness and prosperity. Mangal's dasha is considered inauspicious and lasts for 8 years. It brings sorrow and misfortune. Buddha's dasha is auspicious and lasts for 17 years. It brings all kinds of favorable results and is extremely rewarding in every respect. Shani's dasha lasts for 10 years and brings all kinds of inauspicious results to a man. Brihaspati's dasha continues for 19 years and is extremely auspicious. Rahu's dasha continues for 12 years and is inauspicious. Shukra's dasha lasts for 20 years and is auspicious. Note the period of years stated in the above mentioned Griha dashas are at variance from those mentioned by sage Parashar, which is in practice today. Predictions based on physical traits. Dwelling on length about the importance of physical traits and symptoms apparent in an individual, Lord Vishnu told Shiva if one sees the following physical traits in a man, he should immediately understand that he is seeing a prospective king: hands and feet as soft as a lotus flower, pink nails, and no space left between the fingers when kept straight. There is no sign of bulging veins on his hands and palms and they do not sweat excessively. On the contrary, a person having rough feet that appears pale, with prominent veins on them indicates that the concerned person would be poor and miserable. Predicting age with the help of forehead line. Lord Vishnu said anybody having 3 parallel lines on his forehead lives happily for 60 years, whereas 2 parallel lines indicates that he would live till the age of 40 years. Only one line on the forehead indicates that he would have a short life, but if the line stretches up to both the ears then he lives for a century. If two parallel lines on the forehead stretches up to both the ears then the concerned person lives for 70 years, while a triple parallel lines reaching both the ears indicates that he would live till the age of 60 years. A forehead devoid of any line on it means that the concerned person would live for only 40 years, while a cobweb of intersecting lines on the forehead indicates that the concerned person is definite to die a premature death. A forehead with a trident or an axe mark on it indicates that the concerned person would be prosperous and live for a century. Predicting age by palmistry. Lord Vishnu, continuing with his narration, told Shiva that the age of a person could be predicted by the lines found on his palms. If the lifeline reaches the base between index and middle fingers then the concerned person lives for a century. If the lifeline is long, clear, and without intersections from other lines then the concerned person lives for 100 years. Prediction based on physical traits of women. Lord Vishnu said a woman having a round face, curly hair, and lower portion of her navel slightly slanted towards right, is extremely fortunate not only for herself but also for her whole clan. Similarly, a woman with golden complexion and hands as beautiful and soft as red lotus flower is exceptionally chaste and faithful towards her husband. A woman having dry and unruly hair and also round eyes becomes a widow. A woman whose face is round like a full moon and which radiates like a rising sun and whose lips are juicy like a bale fruit, enjoys a happy and contented life. A woman having a cobweb of lines on her palms is sure to lead a torturous and painful life, whereas a palm with few lines indicates that she would be poor. If the lines are pink, then they indicate happiness, prosperity, and good health, whereas blackish lines indicate that she would live a life of slavery. Any woman having either a chakra, a hook, or a ear-ring mark on her hand indicates that she would beget worthy sons and rule like a queen. A woman having hair around her breasts as well as a protruding lower lip spells doom for her husband. Any woman having a festoon mark on her palms indicates that she would get married in a family superior to her in status. A woman having a round navel with brown hair around it leads a life of slavery despite being born in a royal family. A woman whose little toes as well as big toes of both the legs do not touch the ground while walking spells doom for her husband. In the same manner, beautiful eyes indicate good fortune while soft and tender skin indicate a happy married life. Various names of shalagram. Describing how a shalagram is named on the basis of number of chakra present on it, Lord Vishnu said if there is only one chakra on the shalagram idol then it is called Sudarshan. In the same way, shalagram with 2 chakras is known as Lakshmi Narayan, while that having 3 chakras on it is called Achyut. Shalagram with 4 chakra on it is known as Chaturbhuj, that with 5 chakras Vasudev. Similarly, shalagram with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 chakras are called Pradyumana, Sankarshan, Purushottam, Navavayaha, Dashatmak, Anirudh, and Dwi Dashatmak respectively. Shalagrams with more than 12 chakras are called infinite. How jewels originated. Sutji once narrated the following tale to the assembled sages which sheds light on the origin of jewels and other precious stones. During ancient times there lived a mighty demon named Bala. Although he had defeated the deities and driven them out from the heaven, yet he had assured them that he would extend fullest cooperation and support in any yajna performed by deities in future. All the deities planned to perform a yajna in order to regain their lost kingdom. They made all the necessary preparations for the yajna but were unable to find a person who could offer himself as a sacrificial being, a ritual without which any yajna is incomplete. Seeing no other option, the worried deities took refuge of Balasur and requested him to offer himself for sacrifice so that the yajna could be accomplished without any hitch. Balasur was bound by his promise, so he agreed. This way, the deities were able to accomplish their yajna. But, a strange event coincided with the death of Balasur, which surprised even the deities. The virtuous deed of offering himself as a sacrificial being in the yajna ceremony had amazingly transformed Balasur's corpse into jewels. Deities tried to carry the jewel body through the aerial route towards a safer place, but it was fragmented into countless pieces due to the impact of ferocious speed of the wind it had to negotiate. These pieces scattered all over the places: ocean, rivers, mountains, forests, etc. In course of time these places got transformed into countless mines of jewels and precious stones such as Vajra, Mukthamani, Indranil, Sphatik, Prawal, Pushparag and many more. 4 prominent places of pilgrimage. Sukji, while giving the names of some prominent places of pilgrimage, told the assembled sages the banks of Ganga are considered to be the holiest among all the places of pilgrimage. The holy Ganga, which originates from the Himalayas in the north, ultimately gets merged with the ocean in the east. During her entire course of flow, she passes through numerous holy places, which owe their holiness mainly to her. Although, any place situated on the banks of Ganga is considered holy, yet Prayag, Haridwar, Varanasi, and Ganga Sangam have special significance, and there is no other place as holy as each of them. Prayag is believed to fulfill both the wishes, which a man aspires for worldly enjoyments as well as salvation. Performing the rituals of Pindadan here not only helps the ancestors to liberate but also himself. Varanasi is the same place where Lord Shiva and Keshav have their respective abodes. Donating at Kurukshetra brings incomparable virtues and gives both worldly enjoyments as well as salvation. Kedartirth is capable of liberating even a heinous sinner from all his sins. Few other places considered very holy are Shwetdvipa, Namasharanya, Pushkar, Ayodhya, Chitrakat, Gomti, Kangchipuri, Sri Shail, Kamtirth, Amarkantak, Ajay Jain, Mathura, Govardhan, etc. All these places have great religious significance and each of them is capable of liberating a man from all his sins. The significance of Gayatirth. Once, while narrating how Gaya, a prominent place of pilgrimage in eastern part of India, got its name, Lord Brahma told sage Vyasa during ancient times there lived a mighty demon named Gaya. He used to torment the deities, who ultimately went to seek the help of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu successfully killed Gayasur after a fierce mace duel. The place where Gaya died became famous by his name. There is a grand Vishnu temple situated at Gaya where there is a magnificent idol of Lord Gadadhar. Gaya is considered to be the most ideal place of pilgrimage for performing the Shraddh rituals. It is believed that a person goes to hell if he dies in the following circumstances: if he dies without his consecrations being performed, or if a wild animal kills him, or if he meets an accidental death, no matter what the reasons are. But, if Shraddh rituals are performed at Gaya, then the soul of such a man gets rid of the tortures of the hell and goes to heaven. The importance of performing Shraddh rituals over there can be gauged by the fact that a person becomes liberated from Pitrarina once he touches the sacrosanct soil of Gaya. The reason being that Lord Vishnu himself dwells there in the form of Pitra Devata, and by having his divine glimpse a man is freed of all his 3 debts. The entire area stretching from the foothills of Vishnu mountain to Uttar Manas is considered extremely holy, and this is the same area where river Falgu flows. Offering Pindadan to ancestors at this place helps them to attain salvation. While performing the rituals of Pindadan he should chant the following mantra. Esha Pindo Maya Dastre Taf Haste Janardana. Parlakam Gate Moksham Kasham Upadishthatam. There are many other places as holy as the banks of Falgu, and performance of Shraddh rituals over there give undiminished virtues to the ancestors. Dharmaprishta, Brahmasar, Gayashirsha, Akshaytirth, Dinakaranya are few such places capable of liberating 20 generations of a man. The entire city of Gaya is considered sacrosanct, and performing the rituals of Shraddh or offering Pindadan to ancestors at any place within Gaya helps the soul of the ancestors to attain to Brahmaloka. The rituals of Pindadan. Before setting out for Gaya to offer Pindadan, a man should appropriately perform Shraddh rituals in the village or town he lives. Each step taken towards Gaya acts as a stepping stone to the heaven for the ancestors. Getting one's head tonsured or observing fast is prohibited in some places of pilgrimage like Badrinath, Kurukshetra, Jagannathpuri, and Gaya. There is no time restriction on the performance of Shraddh rituals at Gaya, and they can be performed anytime. After reaching Gaya, a man should first of all invoke his ancestors while taking bath in the holy Falgu and offer Pindadan to them. He should then visit the temple of Lord Gadadhar and worship the deity. The next day, he should once again perform the Shraddha rituals at Dharmaranya and Matangwapi, two sacrosanct places having great religious significance. On the third day, he should perform the rituals of Tarpan on the banks of Brahmasadatirth and then go to Kuptirth and Yoaptirth to repeat the performance of Shraddha rituals. He should then feed the Brahmins at Goprakartirth, an act considered to help ancestors attain salvation. On the fourth day he should take a holy dip in river Falgu and once again perform Shraddha rituals at a place called Gayashursh. There are many more holy places in the vicinity where he is required to perform Shraddha rituals. Vyasa, Dehamuk, Punchagna, Suryatirth, Somtirth, and Kartikeyatirth are few of them. Finally, on the fifth day, he should take a holy dip in Gadalolaktirth and offer Pindadan under the banyan tree called Ukshayavat, an act believed to liberate all his predecessors as well as coming generations from the bondage of earth. After that Brahmins are fed. Feeding one Brahmin at Gaya brings the same virtues what one would get by feeding 1 crore Brahmins elsewhere. Tale of King Vishal. Lord Brahma then narrated a tale glorifying the significance of performing Shraddha rituals at Gaya o Vyasa. Once upon a time there lived a trader who was sonless. One day, while he was on his pilgrimage, he met a restless ghost, who requested him to perform the rituals of Pindadan at Gaya so that not only he became liberated from the pains and tortures of being a spirit but also he went to heaven. The trader went to Gaya accompanied by his younger brother, as per the request of the ghost, and not only performed the rituals of Pindadan for the ghost but also for his own ancestors. As a result, not only the ghost but all his ancestors became liberated. On account of his virtuous deeds, the trader was blessed with a son. He enjoyed a long life full of joy and contentment. After his death he was reborn as Vishal, in the princely state of Vishala. After growing up he got married, but even after a long time he did not beget a son, and this made him very sad. One day he asked the royal priests about the reason he did not beget a son. All the priests advised him to offer Pindadan at Gaya as they felt that by doing so the king would definitely get blessed with a son, and they were not wrong, as Vishal indeed was blessed with a son after he had offered Pindadan at Gaya. One day while Vishal was having a walk in the royal garden he was amazed to see 3 entities descending down from the sky. After all 3 of them had landed on the ground, Vishal had a close look at them. One of them was fair while the second one's complexion was reddish. The third and the most ferocious among them was of dark complexion. For a moment Vishal was dumbstruck by this mysterious sight, but it did not take him long to gather his composure. He asked them as to who they were and was stunned by the answers he got. Actually, these 3 entities were none other than the souls of his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, all of whom had died long ago. They had come to thank Vishal, who by performing the rituals of Shraddha had helped them in getting liberated from all their sins. The entity appearing fair, who in fact was Vishal's father, said, "Thank you for helping me attain to Indraloka. If it were not for you, I would have still been languishing in hell." The entity with reddish complexion is your grandfather, who had committed grave sins while he was alive, and as the consequences he went to the most ferocious hell named Avachi after his death. Even he has been liberated because of you. The third entity among us and having dark complexion is your great-grandfather. He had committed heinous of sins while he was alive, but even he has become liberated because of you. We have come to express our gratitude and to thank you for having liberated us from our miserable conditions. All 3 of us are now departing for heaven." Having said this, all 3 of them disappeared in a moment. Vishal was extremely satisfied that he had been successful in fulfilling one of the major obligations towards his ancestors by helping them attain to heaven. He enjoyed a long life, and after his death he too went to heaven. Prajapati Ruchi's disenchantment. Once, Sutji recounted the following tale to the assembled sages, which had been originally told by sage Markandeya to Krunki long ago. Once, Sage Ruchi became so disenchanted with the world that he decided to remain a bachelor, a decision which made his Pitras extremely worried. They tried to change his mind by citing numerous benefits of householder's life and the yeoman service he does to the society. They said, "O Ruchi, the decision you have taken is most unfortunate. Perhaps you are not aware of the importance a grihastha holds in the society. but for his cooperation, not a single religious activity can take place. It's your misconception that a grihasta cannot attain salvation. On the contrary, he has numerous opportunities in his life to attain salvation. Different rituals and consecrations enable him to achieve this important goal of a man's life. Pitra's advices had great impact on Prajapati Rishi, and he agreed to get married. Thereafter a search for an ideal match began, but even after best of his efforts he did not get any. Prajapati Rishi then decided to please Lord Brahma by his austere penance. He commenced his penance, which continued for a very long period. Finally, Lord Brahma appeared and advised him to please his Pitras. Acting on the advice of Lord Brahma, Prajapati Rishi eulogized his ancestors and performed the rituals of Tarpan to pacify their souls. All his Pitras appeared and blessed him. Prajapati Rishi marries Manini. The blessings given by Pitras fructified instantaneously as a beautiful Apsara manifested herself from the river flowing nearby and said, "O great sage! I am Pramlaka. I would consider it as my good fortune if you give your consent to marry my daughter Manini. Pushkar, son of Varun, is her father. In course of time a son named Rachya will be born to you." This was the day Prajapati Rishi was eagerly waiting for. He decided to get married then and there, so he invited all the prominent sages and the marriage ceremony was solemnized in their presence. In course of time, a son named Rachya was born to them. He was a great sage after whom a Manvantar was named. V. Description of various consecrations. While describing the significance of various consecrations, Lord Vishnu told Shiva that the union of man's sperm and woman's ovum results into the birth of a child. This union, along with the whole process of foetus getting transformed into a baby, is a lengthy affair during which it imbibes numerous impurities. Consecrations purify a man from all these impurities. Lord Vishnu said the mankind has been categorized into 4 prominent castes: Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. The former 3 castes are also known as Dwajas because only they are entitled to get consecrated into this particular ceremony. Right from his birth till he takes his last breath, a Dwaja has to undergo various consecrations. Giving the names of some prominent consecration ceremonies that a Dwaja has to go through, Lord Vishnu said Garbhadhan Sanskar is performed at the time of conception. The scriptures have clearly stated about the best time for a woman to conceive: 12 days after her menstruation has started, beginning from the 5th day, as the first 4 days are not considered auspicious for this purpose. Punsavan Sanskar is performed in the 3rd month after conception, while Simantanayan Sanskar is performed in the 6th or 8th month after conception. After the birth of a child, the consecration named Jatkarma is performed, while Namkaran Sanskar is performed on the 11th day after his birth, whereby the newborn baby is given a name. Nishkraman Sanskar is performed in the 4th month and Danaprashan Sanskar in the 6th month. The consecration named Chudamani Sanskar can be performed either in the 1st, 3rd, or 5th year of the child. Upanayan Sanskar. Dwelling on length about the appropriate way of performing Upanayan Sanskar rituals, Lord Vishnu said a Brahmin child should get consecrated with the sacred thread in his 8th year, while a Kshatriya child's consecration should be performed when he has attained the age of 11. Upanayan Sanskar of a Vaishya child should be performed in his 12th year. A Dwaja, whose Upanayan Sanskar has been performed, must face southwards while relieving himself in the night, whereas during daytime he should face northward. Subsequently, he should purify himself by properly washing his urinary organ with mud and water. He should also wash his hands and feet. The purification is believed to be incomplete until and unless the rituals of Akman have been performed. Next morning, after having a bath, he should do pranayama and chant the sacred Gayatri mantra facing east. In the evening he should chant Gayatri mantra facing south. After this the ritual of Bhikshatan is performed, whereby he seeks alms and donates everything that he gets to his guru as a mark of respect to him. This particular ritual is symbolic and emphasizes the absolute necessity of subduing one's ego before acquiring knowledge from his guru. A celibate is supposed to wear nothing but a deer skin and a waistband made of long reeds on his person with a sacred thread hanging across his shoulder and carry a stick in his hand. The celibate whose upana sanskar has been performed should stay at his guru's hermitage till he completes his education. It is also his duty to collect food grains from the neighborhood to meet the food requirement of all the people living in the hermitage. A Brahmin celibate should chant Bhavti Bhikshamdehi while seeking alms, whereas a Kshatriya celibate should chant the same mantra with a slight modification, Bhiksham Bhavti Dehi. Similarly, a Vaishya celibate should chant Bhikshamdehi Bhavti while seeking alms. Keshan Sanskar. After finishing his education, the celibate should shave his beards and mustaches for the first time. Strict guidelines have been laid down for each caste with respect to this particular consecration. A Brahmin should get consecrated with this ritual in his 16th year, while a Kshatriya should get it performed in his 22nd year. Similarly, a Vaishya should get consecrated with this ritual in his 24th year. The above-mentioned age limits are also the maximum before which respective castes are supposed to get consecrated with the sacred thread ceremony, failing which he becomes a religious outcast. Grihastha Ashram. His education being complete, now it is the time for him to enter the life of a householder. But, before leaving the hermitage, he should pay dakshina as a mark of gratitude to his guru for all the knowledge he has imparted to him. With the permission of his guru, he should then marry a girl who is beautiful, younger to him and belonging to different gotra. Although the best option for him is to marry a woman belonging to his own caste, but he is allowed to marry outside his caste, provided the woman hails from a caste inferior to him, but under no circumstances he should marry a woman belonging to superior caste. Copulation prohibited on certain days. An ideal wife is one who obeys the commands of her husband without any inhibition. According to the scriptures, the best time for a married couple to copulate is after the woman has had her menstruation, especially till 16 days after her periods have commenced are considered best for this purpose. But, there are also certain days on which making sexual contacts is prohibited. First 4 days after her periods have started, Ashtami, Chaturdashi, Amavasya and Purnima are few such days. If the above given rules are followed, then a couple can beget worthy sons, possessing good qualities. Considering the fact that a woman has sexual urge 8 times more than a man, scriptures have also advised a man not to overlook the sexual urge of his wife and to satisfy her without bothering about the prohibited days. Purification of different articles. Describing the methods of purifying different articles, Lord Vishnu reflected on the instructions which sage Yajnavalkya had once given to other sages in this regard. Substances like gold, silver, conch, vegetables, rope, leather articles, etc. become pure once they are washed with water. In the same way, utensils made of wood or animal's horn become pure after they have been chiseled. Utensils used in yajna become pure after they have been rubbed with mud and then washed with water. Washing woolen and silken clothes with tepid water or cow urine make them pure. Land is purified if it is coated with cow dung. Copper vessels, articles made of lead and tin vessels become pure if cleaned with a solution of alkali acid and then washed with water. Iron and bronze vessels become pure if cleaned with ash and water. The followings are believed to be pure: sunlight, fire, cow, horse, earth, air, dewdrops, food grains up for sale in the market, etc. A man should perform a kaman in the following circumstances: after his bath, after drinking water, after sneezing, after waking up from sleep, after having food, after having a walk on dusty path, after changing clothes, etc. Brief description of Shraddh rituals. Describing the proper way of performing Shraddh rituals, sage Yajnavalkya told the assembled sages a performer of Shraddh rituals should invite able Brahmins and offer them seats of kasha grass. First of all, an invocation is made to Vishvadeva by chanting a mantra in his praise, an action which is followed by scattering grains of barley in the vessels kept in front of the deity's idol. Subsequently, some water and a small quantity of barley is taken in a small vessel, which is then handed over to the Brahmins along with other articles such as ghee lamp, garland, incense, etc. There are specific mantras for this particular ritual. After that, he should offer seats of kasha grass to all his ancestors one by one, beginning from the left-hand side and subsequently moving on to the right-hand side. All the ancestors are then invoked with specific mantras. The scriptures allow the use of sesame seeds in place of barley if latter is unavailable due to some reason. These sesame seeds should be kept in a Ardhyaputra and placed to the left side of each Pitras in an inverted position. While performing Havan he should make offerings of ghee and other articles in the Havan Kunda. Finally, Brahmins are fed, after which the performer of Shraddha rituals offers Pindadan in the name of his ancestors. After that he helps all the Brahmins perform a Kaman and gives donations to them. The idol of Vishvadeva is immersed in a nearby river or pond and the inverted pots are kept back in the normal position. Finally, all the Brahmins are seen off with respect. Shraddha rituals performed in the above-mentioned way immensely satisfy the ancestors and help them attain to heaven. 6. Karma and its consequence. Karma Vipak. Continuing with his discourses, sage Yagvakaya told the assembled sages that an enlightened soul is aware of the fact that the mortal world, being impermanent in nature, has its beginning as well as its end. He is also aware that a man reaps the fruits of his evil deeds in the form of adhidavik, adhyatmik, and adhibhodik. That is why he endeavors to follow the path of virtuosity so that he can attain salvation, the ultimate objective of man's life. Anybody engaged in sinful deeds is definite to go to hell, whereas virtuous deeds help a man to attain to heaven. After tasting the fruits of his actions, he once again has to take birth to realize the unfulfilled wishes of his previous birth. This cycle of transmigration is an endless process, leading to countless births and deaths of a man. He experiences unbearable pains in his mother's wombs, lying in an inverted position for 9 months. Once again he has to go through the same dreadful experiences of youth, old age, diseases, and death. A sinner, after tasting the fruits of his actions in the heaven or hell, depending on his virtuous or sinful deeds, takes rebirth on the basis of the gravity of sins committed. Killing a Brahmin is believed to be the most heinous of sin, and the person who has committed such a sin after having suffered the tortures of hell takes rebirth as a donkey or a dog. In the same way, a person who has stolen gold takes rebirth as lowly creatures such as worms or insects. A drunkard takes rebirth as a frog, and a person developing illicit relationship with his teacher's wife takes rebirth as grass or hay. One who shows disrespect to his parents is reborn as a tortoise, whereas anybody who wishes ill of his friends is reborn as a donkey. Atoning for sins. While describing various means by which a sinner can atone for his sins, sage Yajnavalkya said a man is certain to meet downfall and degradation in the following 3 conditions if he goes against the instructions given in the scriptures, indulges in prohibited activities, and runs after sensual pleasures. Atoning for one's sin is the best means of getting liberated from his sin as well as guilt. A sinner who does not atone for his sin goes through unbearable tortures and pains in hells more horrible than in Maharav. Very severe punishment has been recommended for a person who has breached the modesty of a woman, especially if she happens to be his friend's wife, teacher's wife, his own daughter or sister-in-law, etc. Scriptures are of the opinion that such a sinner should be killed without showing any mercy. If the woman is a willing partner in this ghastly crime, then even she should be meted out the same punishment. A person who has killed a Brahmin should atone for his sin by seeking alms for 12 years, carrying a skull as his begging bowl. He should sustain himself on whatever he receives as alms. Protecting a cow's life also helps a man from getting liberated from the sin of Brahmahadya. A drunkard should atone for his sin by consuming any of the following: boiling liquor, ghee, cow milk, or cow urine. A person accused of stealing gold can become liberated from his sin by donating gold equivalent to his own weight. A person who has killed a cow can become liberated from his sin by consuming Panchgavya and leading the rest of his life in the servitude of cows. 7 different kind of austerities. Describing the various types of austerities, Lord Vishnu named a few of them. Yama. This particular austerity comprises of 10 virtues: celibacy, forgiveness, meditation, truthfulness, honesty, nonviolence, not stealing, gentleness and self-control. Niyama. This austerity stresses the importance of purity, both of the body as well as of the mind. It comprises of the following activities: bathing daily, contemplation, observing fast, performing oblations, self-study, abstinence, penance, avoiding anger, being respectful towards teacher and purity. Mahasantapan Vrata. This particular austerity comprises of specific rituals related with the usage of Panchagavya. On the first day of the austerity a devotee should have only milk, on the second day curd, on the third day ghee, on the fourth day gamutra, on the fifth day gomaya, on the sixth day he should live only on kashodak, and on the last day of the austerity he should observe complete fast. Parnakrikshavrata. Separate solutions of palash, gular, kamal, and bale tree are prepared after boiling the leaves of respective vegetation mentioned above. On the first day of the austerity a devotee should have only palash solution, while on the second day he should have gular solution. On the third day he should have kamal solution, while on the fourth day he should live only on bale solution. On the fifth day of the austerity he should live only on kasha grass solution and nothing else. This is the manner in which the austerity of Parnakrikshavrata is observed. Tapta Krikshavrata. A person observing this austerity should begin by having hot milk on the first day, followed by tepid ghee and lukewarm water on the second and third day respectively. He should observe a complete fast on the fourth day. Pad Krikshavrata. This particular austerity lasts for 4 days. On the first day a devotee should observe Ekabhaktavrata. On the second day he should observe Noctavrata. On the third day he should break his fast by having whatever is available with him, because anything that has been provided by others is strictly prohibited. He should observe a total fast on the fourth day. When a devotee observes these cycles of austerity for 3 times, then it is called Prajapatya Krikshavrata. Ati Krikshavrata. Rituals of this austerity is more or less similar to that of Prajapatya Krikshavrata, with a slight difference here. Fast is broken with a handful of cooked food. When this particular ritual is observed for 4 days, then it is called Ati Krikshavrata. Kriksha Ati Krikshavrata. Observing the rituals of Ati Krikshavrata for 21 days living only on milk and water is called Kriksha Krikshavrata. Parakvrata. Observing complete fast for 12 continuous days is called Parakvrata. Chandrayan Vrata. It's an important austerity lasting for a month, which commences on first day of the bright half of a month by observing fast for the whole day and breaking it in the night with 1 morsel of food. On the next day, i.e. Dvitiya, 1 morsel of food is increased, which means that instead of 1 morsel of food now 2 morsels are taken. This way 1 morsel of food is increased on each of the following days till the 14th day, when the fast is broken by having 14 morsels of food. A total fast is observed on Amavasya. On the next day, i.e. first day of the dark half of the month, 1 morsel is decreased, which means that the devotee should break his fast with 13 morsels of food. This way 1 morsel is decreased on each successive day till Chaturdashi, when a devotee breaks his fast by having only 1 morsel of food. This is the way, how a Chandrayan Vrata should be observed. Anangtrayadashi Vrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Lord Shiva and commences on the 13th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Margashirsh and lasts for a year. It concludes exactly after a year, when Rathi and Anang are worshipped with appropriate rituals. 10,000 offerings are made in the sacrificial fire. Brahmins are fed and donations made to them. One who observes this austerity is blessed with health, wealth, and good fortune. Akhandwadashi Vrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Lord Vishnu. It commences on the 12th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Margashirsh and lasts for a year, consisting of 3 phases. One important characteristic of this austerity is that after 4 months, which is the first phase of the austerity, 5 vessels filled with food grains are donated to Brahmins. In the second phase of the austerity, consisting of 4 months and commencing from the Hindu month Chaitra, pots filled with parched grams are donated to Brahmins. Similarly, in the third and final phase of the austerity, pots filled with ghee are donated to Brahmins. Shivaratri Vrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Lord Shiva, and a fast is observed on the 14th day of the dark half of the Hindu month Falgun. A devotee should observe fast in the night and worship Lord Shiva by chanting Om Namah Shivaya. He should perform havan with black sesame seeds and worship Lord Shiva at midnight, in the 3rd and the 4th prahar with appropriate rituals. One who observes fast on this day gets all his wishes fulfilled and attains salvation as well. A devotee who observes Shivaratri fast for 12 successive years acquires knowledge, wealth, success, and happiness. Such a man also attains to Shivaloka after his death. Virtues of observing fast on Shivaratri night. During ancient times there lived a hunter named Sundarsan in the province of Arbuda. One day, he went deep into the forest in search of his prey, but unfortunately he found none. He wandered all over the place but in vain. When evening came, he climbed up a wood apple tree to protect himself from the wild animals. Sundarsan was worried that his family would have nothing to eat that night. Engrossed in his contemplative mood, he kept on plucking leaves from the bale tree and throwing them down. There was a Shivalinga just under the tree, and the leaves, which Sundarsan threw, fell down on it. Next morning, while Sundarsan was climbing down the tree, his arrow fell down. While picking up his arrow, he touched the Shivalinga. Sundarsan was unaware of the fact that it was Shivaratri night and he had worshipped Lord Shiva with appropriate rituals, albeit inadvertently he had offered Bilvapatra to Lord Shiva and had touched the Shivalinga. He attained to Shivaloka on account of the virtues attained by his inadvertent worship of Lord Shiva. The power of chastity. Once, sage Vyasa went to Brahmaloka to get his doubts cleared on certain spiritual matters from Lord Brahma. While dwelling on a wide range of religious topics such as importance of austerities and various incarnations Lord Vishnu took to protect righteousness, Lord Brahma narrated a tale of a Brahmin woman who possessed divine powers on account of her chastity. Lord Brahma said during ancient times there lived a Brahmin named Kosik in Pradeshthanpur Nagar. He was inflicted with leprosy, but still his wife was very chaste and faithful towards him. His wife used to be on her toes attending to all his demands and looking after all his requirements. But still, he used to scold and abuse his wife at the first given opportunity without any rhyme or reason. However, his wife did not mind his behavior, understanding quite well the frustrations of a man suffering from dreaded disease like leprosy. One day, something happened which made Kosik extremely angry, and in a fit of rage he made an impossible demand, thinking that his wife would never comply by it giving him an opportunity to curse her to the satisfaction of his heart. Shouting angrily at his wife, Kosik said, "Age has started showing effect on you. You don't look beautiful as before. You have also started neglecting me. Take me to a beautiful prostitute so that I can satisfy my sexual urge." Kosik's wife was deeply hurt by his rude and unfair remarks, but she remained cool and calm. Being a chaste and faithful wife, she had no option but to obey her husband's command. So, she left for a prostitute's house carrying Kosik on her shoulders. The prostitute's house was far and it became dark while they were still on the way. Because of darkness, Kosik's wife could not see sage Mandavya, who in spite of his innocence was given a severe punishment by the king. He had been made to sit on a pointed cone which, after having penetrated through his body, had pierced even his skull. But, being a great sage, Mandavya was engrossed in his meditation even in such a painful physical condition. Unfortunately, Kosik's feet, which were hanging down the shoulders of his wife, touched Mandavya's body. Mandavya's meditation was disturbed and he came out from his meditative level. As a result, he became conscious of his unbearable physical pain and cursed that whoever had disturbed his meditation would not live to see the next day. Kosik died the next day, but his wife, who had full confidence in her power of chastity, knew that her husband would be alive once again. She cursed angrily. Mandavya has a misconception about his power. He thinks that only he can control the natural phenomena, but perhaps he does not know what feats a chaste woman is capable of performing. "It's my command to the sun not to rise from tomorrow onwards." And indeed, the sun stopped rising from the next morning, leading to catastrophic fallout. Everything went haywire in the world, which made the deities extremely worried. They came to me with a request to reveal why sun had stopped rising. I told them that it was all due to the curse of a chaste woman, and then I narrated the whole story. I revealed to them that nobody except Sati Anusuya was capable of bringing back order in the world. I advised them to seek the help of Sati Anusuya, who was famous for her exceptional chastity. So, all the deities went to Sati Anusuya and requested her to make the sun rise so that everything became orderly in the world once again. Sati Anusuya agreed to lend her help in bringing back normalcy in the world. She, by the virtue of her chastity not only made the sun rise daily but also made dead Kaushik alive once again. Such is the power commanded by a woman practicing the austerity of chastity. There are numerous examples of such women famous for their chastity, and Sita was one of them. 8. The tale of Ramayana. Lord Brahma then went on to describe the famous tale of Ramayana, the mere listening to which absolves a man from all his sins. He began by giving the details of Sri Ram's lineage and said, I manifested from the lotus originating from the navel of Lord Vishnu. Sage Marik manifested from me while Kashyap was Marik's son. Surya manifested from Kashyap, Vaivaswat Manu from Surya, and Ikshvaku was born to Vaivaswat Manu. The great king Raghu was also the descendant of Ikshvaku. Raghu's son was Aya, whose son was Dashrath. Dashrath had 3 queens, Kaushalya, Kakeyi, and Sumitra. Kaushalya gave birth to Sri Ram while Kakeyi was the mother of Bharata. Sumitra had 2 sons, Lakshman and Shatrughan. Sri Ram had great devotion towards his parents. Sage Vishvamitra, who was tormented by the demons, took Sri Ram and Lakshman along with him so that he could do his penance peacefully. He assured Dashrath that he would make both his sons proficient in all the scriptures as well as in the usage of various weapons. With great reluctance, Dashrath allowed Sri Ram and Lakshman to go along with Vishvamitra. Once in the forest, Sri Ram assured his guru to do his penance without bothering about the demons. Vishvamitra commenced his penance and Sri Ram killed all the demons trying to disturb him. The names of few demons killed by Sri Ram were Tadaka, Subahu, etc. Janaka, the father of Sita, had organized a grand Swayamvar ceremony to which he had invited all the prominent kings of that time. He had also sent invitation to Vishvamitra. Vishvamitra set out for Janakapur accompanied by Sri Ram and Lakshman. Janaka had a huge bow gifted to him by Lord Shiva and which he worshipped daily with appropriate ritual. Once during the process of cleaning the area where Shiva's bow was kept, Sita lifted the bow and kept it a distance. Later on she forgot to keep it back at the original place. When Janaka came to worship the bow, he was surprised to find it to be kept at a different place. He made an inquiry and Sita confessed that she had kept it while cleaning the place of worship. Janaka just could not believe that his tender-looking daughter possessed such strength and power. No wonder he decided to give Sita's hand in marriage to such a man who could break Shiva's bow. So, he made a declaration that anybody capable of breaking Shiva's bow could have Sita as his wife. There were many mighty warriors present at the Swayamvar ceremony, but none had the strength to even lift the bow. What to say about breaking it? Finally, as the destiny would have liked it, Sri Ram broke the bow into 3 pieces and thus married Sita. Lakshman married Urmila, another daughter of Dashrath, while Bharata and Shatrughan married Mandavi and Kirtimayi respectively, both daughters of King Kushadwaja. Later on, when Dashrath decided to crown Sri Ram as the king of Ayodhya, Kakeyi played a spoilsport and demanded her son Bharata to be made the king of Ayodhya and Sri Ram to be sent into exile for 14 years. Actually, Kakeyi had taken undue advantage of Dashrath's helpless condition to serve her own interest. Once, Dashrath was busy fighting a battle, oblivious of the fact that one of the wheels of the chariot was about to eject from its axle as the nail supporting it had fallen off. Kakeyi, who was also accompanying him, saved his life by preventing the wheel from falling off and thus maintaining the balance of the chariot. When Dashrath learned how Kakeyi had saved his life, he promised to grant her 2 boons. At that time Kakeyi did not ask for anything and merely said that she would demand at the appropriate time. So, when the time for Ram's coronation came, she thought it was the best opportunity for her to remind Dashrath about the 2 boons he had promised to grant her. Dashrath, bound by his deep love for Sri Ram on the one hand and by his vow on the other, agreed to Kakeyi's demand with a heavy heart. Sri Ram without any hesitation followed his father's order and left for the forest. How could have Sita and Lakshman lived without him? So, they too accompanied him to the forest. In course of his journey, Sri Ram passed by many holy places and finally, after reaching Chitrakoot, he made a Parnakuti and started living there. The shock caused by Sri Ram's separation proved to be fatal for Dashrath, who died with an unfulfilled desire of having a glimpse of his dearest son. Bharata, who at that time was at his maternal uncle's place, returned to Ayodhya after hearing the news of his father's demise and performed his last rites. He then went to Chitrakoot and tried his level best to convince Sri Ram into returning back to Ayodhya. But, Sri Ram did not agree, as it was against his principle to disobey the commands of his father. Sri Ram gave his pair of wooden sandals to Bharata as a token of love and requested him to return to Ayodhya. Bharata returned to Ayodhya and kept Sri Ram's sandals on the throne. He then stationed himself at Nandigrama city situated at the outskirts of Ayodhya and started ruling from there on behalf of his elder brother. He had vowed not to return to Ayodhya till the completion of Sri Ram's period of exile. From Chitrakoot, Sri Ram reached Dandakaranya accompanied by Sita and Lakshman and started living in a hermitage made of leaves. There they also met prominent sages like Atri and Agastya. Once an ogress named Surpanaka attacked Sri Ram, but Lakshman retaliated by severing both her ears as well as her nose. Surpanaka, badly injured and bleeding profusely, went to Kardushan and narrated her woeful tale. Kardushan attacked Sri Ram with a huge army consisting of 14,000 soldiers but lost all his men in the battle. The revengeful raven went to the hermitage disguised as a hermit and abducted Sita while Sri Ram was away in pursuit of Marik the golden deer. Actually, Marik was a demon, who had disguised himself as a golden deer on the instruction of Raven so that Sita could be abducted successfully. Raven knew quite well that it was impossible for him to abduct Sita in the presence of Sri Ram. So, he hatched a plan according to which Marik was to disguise himself as a golden deer and enchant Sita. Raven was sure that Sita, after being enchanted by the beauty of the golden deer, would ask her husband to get it at any cost. Everything happened as per the plan of Raven and he was successful in abducting Sita. When Sri Ram did not find Sita in the hermitage, he became worried and started searching for her frantically. On the way he met old Jatayu, who had got injured while trying to resist Raven from taking away Sita. Jatayu informed him that Raven had taken Sita towards south. Jatayu was so badly injured that he died soon after giving Sita's information to Sri Ram. Sri Ram performed his last rites and continued with his search. He proceeded towards south as per the instructions of Jatayu and reached Rishyamukh mountain where he met Sugriva, whom he befriended. He killed Bali, who harbored enmity against his brother Sugriva. He then made Sugriva the king of Kishkindha and himself went to live at Rishyamukh mountain. Sugriva sent monkeys in all directions to find out Sita's whereabouts. Hanuman went towards south and with the help of Sampati managed to find out the exact location where Raven had kept Sita. Hanuman took a giant leap and the next moment he found himself on the other side of the ocean. He went to Ashikvathika where Raven had kept Sita in captivity. He presented the ring to her, which Sri Ram had given him. Sita, in turn, gave her Chudamani and requested him to give it to Sri Ram. Jumping from one branch to another, hungry Hanuman ate all the fruits and in the process destroyed the beautiful garden. When Raven came to know about the destruction caused in the beautiful garden of Ashikvathika, he sent many demons to capture Hanuman. But, all of them were killed including Akshay Kumar, Raven's son. Ultimately, Hanuman was made captive by Meghnad and produced before Raven, who ordered his tail to be set ablaze as a punishment. Hanuman, with his tail ablaze, jumped from one palace to another and burnt the golden city of Lanka within no time. He then returned to his master Sri Ram and described everything in detail. Finally, Sri Ram attacked Lanka with a huge army comprising of mighty warriors like Hanuman, Sugriva, Angad, and many others. A fierce battle took place in which all the demons including Raven were killed. The victorious Sri Ram returned to Ayodhya along with his consort Sita. The residents of Ayodhya danced in joy at the return of their prodigious son. Sri Ram ruled over Ayodhya for 11,000 years. Finally he ascended to the heaven taking along all the people of Ayodhya with him, but before doing that he appointed Lav and Kush his sons, as his successors. 9. Shri Krishna. Making a revelation to Vyasa that the Almighty God manifests himself whenever the civilization is endangered by the dominance of sinners, Lord Brahma said in Dwapar Yuga, Lord Vishnu incarnated as Sri Krishna to protect Dharma from being subjugated by Adharma, which had become all-pervasive at that time. He was born to Vasudeva and Devaki. Both his parents had been kept under captivity by Kansa, who was aware of the prophecy that he would be killed by Devaki's eighth son. In due course of time Devaki gave birth to 7 sons, all of whom were mercilessly killed by Kansa one by one. In order to protect the life of Sri Krishna, the eighth child born to Devaki, Vasudeva exchanged him with the baby girl born to Yashoda and Nand. Vasudeva had no problem in moving out of the prison, as Krishna by his divine power induced all the guards to sleep. Sri Krishna, being an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, performed great feats right from his childhood. Once, Kansa sent an ogress named Putana, who tried to kill Sri Krishna by breastfeeding him. But, Krishna sucked her breasts with such ferocity that Putana met an instant death. In due course of time Sri Krishna killed many more ferocious demons like Shakadasur, Kalyanag, Dinakasur, and mesmerized the residents of Gokul by his divine bravery. He also performed many other divine feats like lifting Govardhan mountain and performing Ras Lila with the gopis. Seeing all his plans of killing Sri Krishna go in vain, Kansa sent him a message challenging for a duel fought with his court wrestlers named Mushtik and Shanur. Sri Krishna killed both the dreaded demons without much difficulty. Ultimately, Sri Krishna climbed up the throne sitting on which Ravan had been watching the wrestling bout and pulled him down by his hair. He then punched Kansa on his chest so hard that he died an instantaneous death. Having accomplished his most important mission of killing the demon king Kansa and liberating the earth from his tyranny, Sri Krishna went on to complete his education under the tutelage of sage Sandipani. During ancient times it was customary for a disciple to offer dakshina to his teacher, as a mark of respect after his education was complete. Sri Krishna, following this tradition, gave an invaluable dakshina to his guru by bringing all his dead sons alive to earth from Yamlaka. Sri Krishna was subsequently crowned as the king of Mathura, but on account of the relentless attack by Jarasandha he had to abandon his dear city and shift his base to Dwarka. He had 8 queens, among whom Rukmini and Satyabhama were prominent. Later on he rescued 16,100 women from the captivity of Narakasur and married all of them. From Rukmini he had a son named Pradyumna, who killed Shambarasur. Anirudh was Pradyumna's son and he married Usha, daughter of Banasur. Banasur was a great devotee of Lord Shiva and was blessed with 1,000 hands. Lord Shiva came to his rescue at the time when he was battling against the might of Sri Krishna. A fierce battle was fought between both the deities, which remained inconclusive even after a long time. Lord Shiva then requested Sri Krishna to spare Banasur's life, to which he agreed, albeit partially. Sri Krishna severed all the hands of Banasur barring 2. Finally, after accomplishing his mission of liberating the earth from the darkness of sin, Sri Krishna left for heavenly abode. The tale of Mahabharata. Giving the reasons that lead to the great battle of Mahabharata, Lord Brahma told sage Vyasa that Sri Krishna had planned this great battle and executed it to perfection to relieve the earth from the burden of tyrants. While giving the names of lineal ascendants of Kauravas and Pandavas, he said, "I manifested from the lotus which itself had its origin in the navel of Vishnu. Atri manifested from me, while Chandra from Atri. Buddha was born to Chandra while he himself was the father of Pururava. Au was Pururava's son while he himself was the son of Yayati." The names of few famous descendants of Yayati were Bharata, Kuru and Shantanu. Shantanu had 2 wives, Ganga and Satyavati. The former was the mother of Bhishma, the indomitable warrior, who had vowed to remain a bachelor throughout his life. The latter, i.e. Satyavati, gave birth to 2 sons, Chitrangad and Vishitravirya. A Gandharv killed Chitrangad while Vishitravirya died issueless despite having 2 wives, Ambika and Ambalika. In order to expand their clan, both Ambika and Ambalika begot 1 son each from sage Vyasa. Ambika gave birth to Dhritarashtra while Ambalika to Pandu. The same Vyasa also had a son from a maidservant who became famous as Vidur and who was famous for his statesmanship and tactfulness. Dhritarashtra married Gandhari and begot 100 sons from her, among whom Duryodhana was most notorious. These 100 sons of Dhritarashtra became famous as Kauravas. Pandu had 2 wives, Kunti and Madri, from whom he begot 5 sons, Yudhishthir, Bhima, Arjun, Nakul and Sahdev, who all grew up to be very powerful and mighty. All 5 of them became famous as Pandavas. Pandu, their father, had died while they were still young, and Madri, unable to bear the sorrow, had given up her life by jumping into the burning pyre of her dead husband. So, the Pandavas were brought up under the guardianship of Kunti. Kauravas and Pandavas were bitter rivals right from their childhood. Duryodhana never missed a chance to torment the Pandavas, his cousins. Both Kauravas and Pandavas were brought up under the tutelage of Kripacharya and Dronacharya, both prominent scholars of their times. Once, Duryodhana tried to kill Bhima by poisoning him, but fortunately Bhima not only came out unscathed but also with renewed strength and vigor. Duryodhana tried his luck for the second time to eliminate his enemies by setting ablaze the house of wax in which Pandavas were living, but once again they came out unharmed. Pandavas then went to Ikchakranagar and took refuge in the house of a Brahmin family. A demon named Baka used to torment the people of Ikchakranagar. Bhima killed that demon and the people were relieved at the news of their tormentor's death. Thereafter Pandavas went to attend the Swayamvar ceremony of Draupadi. Arjun won Draupadi as his wife by piercing the eye of the fish hanged above his head by looking at its image in the water pot kept below. At the insistence of Dronacharya and Bhishma, Yudhishthir reluctantly agreed to share half of his kingdom with the Pandavas. Thus Pandavas started living at Indraprasth, the capital of their newly acquired kingdom. Arjuna married Subhadra, his second wife and the sister of Sri Krishna. He pleased Agni Dev by his austere penance and received divine weapons like a divine chariot, Gandav, imperishable arrows, and an impenetrable shield. After being armed with these divine weapons, he successfully defeated many powerful monarchies and gave the whole acquired wealth to Yudhishthir, his elder brother. Dhritarashtra invited Yudhishthir for a game of Dyuddha, but Duryodhana defeated him by employing unfair and deceitful tactics with the active connivance of Shakuni, his cunning maternal uncle. Yudhishthir lost everything in the gamble: his whole wealth, his kingdom, and even Draupadi. Pandavas had to go into exile for 12 years with an additional year of Agatwas as per the terms and conditions laid down for the game. After completing their total period of exile, Pandavas reached Viratnagar to spend their year of Agatwas, which posed more dangers and challenges because if they were recognized during this period it would have meant another 12 years of exile for them. Having successfully completed their period of exile, Pandavas demanded back their kingdom, but Duryodhana was not even willing to part away with 5 villages. Thus Pandavas were left with no option but to fight for their legitimate rights. Both the rival armies boasted of mighty and brave warriors on their sides. Duryodhana appointed Bhishma as the chief commander of his army, whereas Shikandi was leading Pandavas' army. The first 10 days of the battle saw a fierce fight between both the rival armies, during which period many warriors from each side achieved martyrdom. Finally, while Bhishma lay down injured, his whole body pierced with Arjuna's arrows, but still alive because he had received a boon of Ikamratayu, prominent warriors from both sides stood around him. It was only after the sun came north of equinox, the auspicious time Bhishma had chosen to leave his mortal body, that he died after preaching the Pandavas on wide range of subjects. After Bhishma's death, Dronacharya led the Kauravas' army. This was the most crucial phase of the battle. Dronacharya had become so demoralized after his son's death, that he had just no motivation left in him to fight the battle. Finding an opportune moment, Drishtadyumna severed his head, and Kauravas thus lost their most able and experienced commander. Duryodhana appointed Karna as the next commander of Kauravas' army. The most decisive phase of the battle began, and after a fierce battle of 2 days Arjuna managed to kill his brave rival. Subsequently, Yudhishthir killed Shalya. After losing all his mighty warriors, Duryodhana, in a fit of rage, challenged Bhima for a duel of mace. Bhima killed him after a fierce fight. The revengeful Ashvathama, son of Dronacharya, attacked the Pandavas' camp at night, much against the norms of battle, and killed all the 5 sons of Draupadi and 1,000 of other Pandava soldiers. Arjuna avenged the death of his sons by defeating Ashvathama and extracting the diamond set in his forehead. After the battle ended, Yudhishthir performed the rituals of Shraddha in the name of all the dead warriors and ascended the throne. He ruled in a just manner just according to the instructions given by Bhishma. After Sri Krishna left this mortal world, Yudhishthira appointed Parikshit as his successor and left for Himalaya accompanied by his brothers as well as Draupadi. 11. The Eternal Truth. Lord Brahma, while shedding light on various aspects of religion, told sage Vyasa that a man should look at his sorrows with a sense of aloofness and detachment, considering it as a passing phase. He also revealed to Vyasa that the fire of sorrow consumed everything that came into its fold and nothing remained untouched by it. A sorrowful man becomes bereft of all his possessions, knowledge, religion, physical strength, patience, happiness and all such qualities. Lord Brahma also told him that virtuous deeds never went without being rewarded, as all good things enjoyed by a man in his life are nothing but the result of his virtuous past karmas. On the contrary, sinful deeds committed by a man makes his present as well as his future births miserable. Further, glorifying the virtues of some other good deeds, Lord Brahma said protecting the life of a person, whose life is endangered and who has sought one's refuge, is the greatest virtue and no other deed can be compared with it. One who sheds his life to protect his religion attains to heaven. A contented man enjoys even his adversities and remains unperturbed by them. A man should never miss a chance to get benefited by the company of enlightened souls because it gives him an opportunity to understand religion in a better way. Donating food begets incomparable virtues and no other virtuous deed stands anywhere near it. Lord Brahma concluded by describing Sanatana Dharma in a nutshell and said anybody observing the following austerities should be considered an ardent follower of Sanatana Dharma: truth, penance, self-control, purity, forgiveness, compassion, knowledge and donation. The Supreme Yoga. Once, Sage Shanak asked Satji about the reasons behind man's sorrow. Satji told him that man's ego and his attachments to this mortal world were the two most important causes for his sorrow, and until he gets rid of them he will continue to suffer. Satji said the tree of ignorance sprouts from the seed of egotism and it receives its nutrition from sensual pleasures. Only those who possess the axe of knowledge are successful in felling this tree of ignorance and experience the ecstasy of divine bliss. Once a man has experienced this divine bliss, he not only becomes free from all kinds of sorrow but is also freed from the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. This divine link which a man establishes with the Almighty is called Mahayoga. But, those unfortunate people who have not experienced this divine bliss continue to get trapped by the worldly illusions leading to their countless births and deaths. Satji then went on to describe the means by which a man can have a pure heart and said austerities like meditation, worship, fasts, oblations, charity, etc., certainly helps a man in getting rid of all kinds of impurities. Devotion, the path leading to Almighty. Glorifying devotion as the simplest means to reach God, Satji told Shanak that there was nothing else that pleased God more than the unflinching devotion of his devotee in him. Satji said a devotee who chants the holy name of God acquires imperishable virtues and attains salvation even if he were a lowly sinner. One who has surrendered himself to the will of God is absolved of all his sins. Even Yamaraj, the Lord of Death, has strictly instructed his escorts to spare those who are devotees of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu himself has declared that anybody having total devotion in him should be considered as the most virtuous soul even if he had committed the most heinous of sins. Further hailing the glory of chanting Lord Vishnu's name, Satji said the mere chanting of Lord Vishnu's name in Kali Yuga brings the same virtue what the combined virtues of meditating on him during Satya Yuga, chanting his sacred mantras during Treta Yuga and worshipping him during Dwapar Yuga brought. A devotee who has nothing but the sacred name of Lord Vishnu on his lips is certain to attain to Vishnuloka after becoming free from the bondage of this world. Chanting the divine name of Vishnu even in dreams is believed to absolve a man of all his sins. Then what to say about people who consciously chant his holy name while they are awake? Thus Satji told Sage Shanak that anybody could attain salvation by simply having total devotion in Lord Vishnu, as it was the most simplest path leading to the Almighty. 12. The Divine Stotras. Nrisanha Stotra. Telling about the origin of this stotra, Satji said Lord Shiva had created this stotra praising the glory of Lord Nrisanha and invoking him to protect the world from the wrath of Matrikas. The stotra goes as follows. Namastastu Jagannath Narsinhavapradhar. Dateshwar Endra Sanyurinaka Buddhi Virajit. Nak Mundal Samina Hempingal Vigraha. Namostu Padmanabhai Shobhana Jagajuro. Kalp Antam Ho Dani Ghosh Suryakoti Samprabha. Sahasra Yam Santra Sahastrendra Parakram. Sahasra Dhandasfeet Sahasra Karanatmaka. Sahasra Chandra Pratim Sahastran Suhari Kram. Sahasra Rudra Tejaska Sahasra Brahma Sanstud. Sahasra Rudra Sanjit Sahasra Akshana Rikshana. Sahasra Janma Mathana Sahasra Band Mokan. Sahasra Vayavejasa Sahasra Anga Kripkar. Kulam Rit Statra. Sage Narada once asked Lord Shiva about the means by which a man could become free from the delusions of the world. Lord Shiva revealed to him the contents of Kulam Rit Statra, eulogizing the majesty of Lord Vishnu. By chanting this statra, Narada successfully attained to that supreme status, which even the most enlightened souls can only dream of. One who eulogizes Lord Vishnu by chanting this statra, becomes liberated from all the bondage of the world. The statra goes as follows. Yastu Vishvamanadayantam Ajamatmani Sansthitam. Sarvajya Makalam Vishnam Sadadhyasa Muchayat. Devam Garbho Cheetam Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Ashariram Vidhataram Sarvajyan Manaratam. Akalam Sarvagam Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Nirvikalpam Narabasam Nishprapancham Naramayam. Vasudvam Guram Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Sarvatkam Cha Vyavadatmachatanyarupakam. Shubham Ekaksharam Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Vimayatitam Trikalajyam Vishvesham Laksakshinam. Sarvas Madhyodam Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Brahmadi Deva Gandharva Imunibhi Siddhakaranai. Yogibhi Sevatam Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Sansar Bandhanan Mukti Mikhamlakodhya Sheshada. Studvavam Varadam Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Sansar Bandhanat Kopi Mukti Mikchansamahita. Anant Matyayam Devam Vishnam Vishvapradishthetam. Vishveshvarmasaram Vishnam Sadadhyan Vimakayat. Mritayu Ashtak Statra. Describing the origin of this statra, Sutji said Lord Vishnu himself had taught this powerful statra to sage Markandeya. The daily chanting of this powerful mantra had enabled Markandeya to conquer death. One who daily chants the statra thrice a day enjoys a long life and never dies a premature death. The statra goes as follows. Damodra Prapanas Mykinom Ritayo Karishyati. Shankchakratharam Devam Vyaktarupin Matyayam. Adhokshajam Prapanas Mykinom Ritayo Karishyati. Varaham Vamanam Vishnam Narsiham Janardanam. Madhavam Cha Prapanas Mykinom Ritayo Karishyati. Purusham Pushkarkashi Trabajam Punyam Jagat Padim. Lnatham Prapanas Mykinom Ritayo Karishyati. Sahasra Shurasam Devam Vyakta Tyaktam Sanatanam. Mahyagam Prapanas Mykinom Ritayo Karishyati. Buddhatmanam Mahatmanam Yagyayoni Mayajinam. Vishvarupam Prapanas Mykinom Ritayo Karishyati. Itayudi Rit Markandiyam Statram Tajya Mahatmana. Itina Jitom Ritayo Markandiyendhimta. Person Pundarakakshi en Rizan He Nasti Durlabham. 13 Salvation through Yoga. Sutji told sage Shanak that the ultimate aim of a man's life was to attain salvation. A man cannot attain salvation until and unless he has seen through the trappings of the worldly illusions. Sutji said practice of yoga helps a man to live in this world with a sense of detachment and to successfully avoid the allurements of this mortal world. Yoga comprises of 6 organs. Pranayama, japa, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. Not running after sensual pleasures by having self-control helps a man in diminishing his sins, and diminishment of sins pleases the deities who give blessings. Blessings of deities help a man to attain salvation. Pranayama, an important part of yoga, is of 2 types, garbha and agarbha. Pranayama, done with simultaneous chanting of a mantra, is called garbha, whereas in agarbha pranayama mantras are not chanted. It is natural for a man to get attracted by worldly pleasures, and checking this tendency of the mind is called pratyahara. It is not easy to control the mind and concentrate on anything for a long time, but dharana helps a man to do that. When a man has successfully controlled his sensual desires, then it becomes very easy for him to concentrate his mind. A concentrated mind finds it easy to meditate. When he has mastered meditation, it is not much difficult for him to enter into the deep state of meditation, i.e. samadhi. In the state of samadhi, all sense of dualism cease to exist as one establishes divine link with the Almighty, which helps him in experiencing indescribable divine bliss. Self-realization. Once, on being asked by sage Narada about the means that helped a man in attaining self-realization, Lord Vishnu told him that only those privileged few who have understood the impermanent nature of this world and have successfully controlled their sensual desires can attain self-realization. All the mysteries of this universe are unraveled to a man of self-realization and he attains salvation. Lord Vishnu said it should be the prime objective of a man to make incessant efforts so that he can experience this divine knowledge of self-realization, the real knowledge, for every other kind of knowledge is superficial and of least significance. Lord Vishnu went on to describe how self-realization could be attained. Yadasarva vimakyanti kamayashya hridi stita. Tatam rit twa mapno pati jivan neva na sanshaya. Meaning, when there is no desire left in the heart, then a man is certain to experience the divine taste of this nectar in his lifetime, and there is no doubt about it. Unraveling the mystery of universe to sage Narada, Lord Vishnu said Brahman is the cause behind this universe, and one who has understood this fact can be rightly called a man of self-realization. A man being under the influence of his sensual perceptions falsely believes this world to be real and is unable to understand the real cause behind the existence of this world, which is not the case with a man of self-realization. Instead of searching without, a man should seek within, because within him exists the universe just like our sense organs perceive them externally. The whole mystery of universe is unraveled to a man who makes incessant efforts to undertake this inner journey, for if his efforts are made with a pure heart and a firm determination, then he is sure to reach his goal of self-realization one day or the other. The soul is Brahman, but this fact becomes apparent only to those privileged few, who have attained self-realization. Self-realization illuminates the soul in the same way just as a lightning illuminates the dark sky at night. Lord Vishnu went on to describe himself in the following words: I am pure and beyond the limits of human intelligence. I am beyond the confinement of three basic qualities. Only he can experience me who possesses an enlightened soul, because I manifest myself in the heart of every individual as a divine effulgence in order to drive away the darkness which engulfs it. Brahmagita. Anybody who studies the sacred texts of Brahmagita is certain to attain salvation, for it brilliantly propounds the theory of divinity of man by proclaiming that in each individual dwells Brahman, the Supreme Almighty. Eulogizing the glory of Brahmagita, Lord Vishnu said Brahmagita declares that in each individual dwells Brahman, and one who has understood this fact becomes free from the bondage of the world, i.e. attains salvation. Nobody can deny the fact that God exists, because the Almighty manifests himself all around us in various forms, both perceptible and imperceptible. All the five elements are nothing but the manifestations of Almighty God. Unfortunately, most of the people are unaware of the presence of divinity in them, the existence of Brahman in each of them. The reason for this is not much difficult to comprehend, because this fact is so subtle that only enlightened souls can experience it. He lies dormant and cannot be experienced until and unless he is awakened by means of austerities and penance. Brahman is ever present in a man and does not abandon him in any of the three states of his consciousness: while he is awake, while he is dreaming, or even while he is asleep. Despite being present in every individual, he still remains unaffected by his deeds, because by nature he is eternally pure. One more reason why man is unable to feel the presence of Brahman in himself is his own ego, with which he falsely develops deep association. So, a person who is desirous of realizing God must first subdue his ego so that Brahman manifests himself in all his glory. Without subduing his ego, a man can never realize God, because the sense of dualism is the greatest impediment in the path of God realization, and egotism only strengthens this sense of dualism. Once man has successfully subdued his ego, the dawning of God realization becomes imminent, because Brahman now has no problem in manifesting himself in the changed scenario. Brahman, who is absolute truth, eternally pure and the Supreme Almighty. He is the eternal bliss dwelling in each individual, the realization which made the Vedas to proclaim Tattvamasi and who is beyond the confinement of time and space. Ultimately, Lord Vishnu revealed to sage Narada that Brahman whose glory he had praised was none other than himself. 14 Garuda queries. Sutji once reached the forest of Namisharanya in course of his journey. Namisharanya was a holy place where sages and hermits went to do penance. After reaching there, Sutji met many prominent sages who were pleased at his arrival. They took it as a God-sent opportunity to get their doubts cleared on the mystery called death and what exactly happened after a man died. Sage Shanak, one of those sages, asked Sutji, "O revered sage, we were just awaiting your arrival. It seems God has listened to our prayer. We are confused by so many diverse and contradictory opinions expressed on the mystery of death and what happens after death. Some people are of the belief that a man takes rebirth soon after his death, whereas there are some who believe that a man after his death first goes to Yamlaka to taste the fruits of his karmas and only then he takes rebirth. We request you to clear our doubts and enlighten us on the mystery called death." Sutji recounted the tale of Garuda, who had once posed the same query to Lord Krishna. While narrating the tale, Sutji said Garuda, son of Vinta, once decided to get a first-hand experience of all the three lokas. After visiting all the three worlds, he returned to Vaikuntha Loka and narrated his experiences to Lord Krishna. Garuda said, "After visiting all the three lokas, I found the earth little overcrowded as compared to other lokas. I also found that it provided better opportunities to a man both for materialistic enjoyments as well as his spiritual advancement. So, I have come to the conclusion that Prithvi Loka was the best of all the lokas in every respect. But, all-round prevalence of sorrow and misery in Prithvi Loka made me sad. I was really perplexed to see people performing complex rituals after the death of their relative. All these rituals appeared so absurd to me. I was really amazed to see people laying down their dead relatives on the ground. I could also not understand why a dead body is laid on the bed of kasha grass and sesame seeds. I witnessed so many rituals that surprised me. For instance, I could not understand the reason why donations are made after a man dies. I am puzzled by the mystery called death, or what becomes of him after he dies. The sight of sons lifting the dead body of their father on their shoulders is still fresh in my memory. I could not understand the reason why ghee is applied on a dead body or why the relatives of the deceased chant Yama Sukta facing north. I was also surprised to see the son of the deceased being debarred from having meal along with his other relatives. O Lord, please reveal to me the significance of making pindadan, or the significance of tarpan rituals. Please tell me the proper method of offering pindadan and invoking ancestors. I find it hard to believe that all the deeds virtuous or evil committed by a man follows him after his death. This way Garuda flooded Lord Krishna with a barrage of questions and sought clarifications on them. Salvation through rituals. Lord Krishna replied, "I am so delighted that you have asked such important questions for the benefit of mankind. I am revealing to you the secrets, which were hitherto unknown even to the deities and yogis. O Garuda, a man should try to beget a son with the help of means as mentioned in the scriptures, because there is no salvation for a person bereft of son." Lord Krishna then went on to describe the proper rituals which are performed after the death of a man and said, "First of all, the area should be purified by coating it with a layer of cow dung. This purified area is called Mandal and it is graced by the presence of the Trinity Brahma, Shiva and myself. Sesame seeds are then sprinkled on the purified area and kasha grass is spread. A person whose death is imminent is then laid down on the bed of kasha grass. Scriptures say that a person who does not leave his mortal body in the above-mentioned way, wanders hither and thither in the form of a restless spirit. No amount of rituals can put such a soul to rest. O Garuda, sesame seed has manifested from my sweat and hence is extremely pure. All kind of evil forces like ghosts, spirits, demons, etc. keep away from the place where it is used. Similarly, kasha grass has manifested from my body hair and is graced by the presence of Trinity Brahma, Shiva and Vishnu. Deities are satisfied if kasha grass is offered to them, while ancestors are satisfied by the offerings of sesame seeds. Scriptures say that if dying man is laid down on the bed of kasha grass spread on the land purified by cow dung, he becomes absolved of all his sins. There is a great significance of donating salt after the death of a person. Salt owes its origin to me, and donating it helps ancestors in attaining heaven. Donating salt also helps in reducing the pain and sufferings of a dying man, and this is why it is donated along with other articles after a death of a person. The relatives of the deceased should chant the sacred Yama Sukta facing north because it helps him to attain liberation. Lord Krishna then explained to Garuda the appropriate way of carrying the corpse to the cremation ground. The dead body should be carried to the cremation ground by the sons and other relatives of the deceased. In the cremation ground, the dead body should be kept in such a way that its head should be either towards east or north. The pyre should be made either of sandal or palash wood. Describing the experiences of the soul when it leaves the body, Lord Krishna said the soul leaves the mortal body with great reluctance because the attachment with the mortal world exists even after his death. Yamduts descend down to earth to take the soul of the dying man to Yamaloka. Those who have committed grave sins are tied with ropes and taken to Yamaloka with great humiliation, but virtuous souls are taken with honor and due respect. Yamraj, the Lord of Death, receives the virtuous soul with all the honor and respect and metes out punishment to those who had committed sins during their lives. In his dark complexion and with a buffalo as his mount and with a noose and iron stick in his hands, Yamraj appears terrifying. On the other hand, the sight of lifeless body appears disgusting, and people try to dispose it off as quickly as possible because it is worthless without a soul. So, one must try to make the best use of this mortal body by indulging in good deeds before the day of his final journey arrives, otherwise he would be left with nothing but regrets at the time of his death. Death and after. Continuing with his narration, Lord Krishna said, O Garuda, death comes at the predetermined time, which remains fixed and unaltered under all circumstances. A man's sense organs become weak and his body feeble, which gets inflicted with numerous diseases in his old age. At the time of his death, man experiences unbearable pain and he begins to lose his consciousness. Yamduts arrive and begin to retrieve the soul from the body, and this aggravates the pain. Ultimately, the soul, which is not more than the size of a thumb, reluctantly comes out from the body as the attachment with the world exists even after his death. But, a virtuous person does not go through all these painful experiences at the time of his death. The soul has to take birth in different species as well as go through cycles of countless births, deaths, and rebirths in order to taste the fruits of his karmas. Describing the significance of Pindadan rituals, Lord Vishnu told Garuda that they are performed so that manes are satiated. He also revealed to him that 6 Pindadans are offered to the manes while performing the rituals of last rites. The first Pindadan is made at the place where person has breathed his last, while the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth Pindadans are made at the main entrance of the house, the nearest crossroads, the cremation ground, on the pyre itself, and at the time of collecting last remains respectively. After reaching the cremation ground, the dead body should be laid down with its head towards south. The mortal body then should be consigned to flames, and after some time sesame seeds and ghee should be poured into the burning pyre so that it continues to burn without any problem. For the next 10 days the relatives coming from the same gotra of the deceased should observe a period of Ashosha, a period during which he observes strict austerities and avoids social contacts. The son of the deceased is prohibited from having food along with his relatives simply because he is believed to be impure during this period. This way, being satisfied by Lord Krishna's answers, Garuda thanked him for clearing whatever doubts he had in his mind. Lord Krishna blessed him. Home. 15 Matsya Purana. Lomaharshana and the other sages. There was a forest known as Namisharanya. Many years ago, several sages organized a yajna in the forest. After the sacrifice was over, the assembled sages told Lomaharshana, "You have recited to us many Puranas. These accounts are so sacred that we would like to hear them once more. Please satisfy our thirst for knowledge." "I will recount for you the most holy of all the Puranas," replied Lomaharshana. This is the great Matsya Purana, told by Vishnu to Manu. Prepare your minds, for I am about begin. Vishnu and Manu. There used to be a king named Vaivasvata Manu. He was the son of the sun god Vivasvana. When it was time for Manu to retire to the forest, he handed over the kingdom to his son Ikshvaku. Manu then went to the foothills of Mount Malaya and started to perform tapasya. Thousands and thousands of years passed. Such were the powers of Manu's meditation that Brahma appeared before him. I am pleased with your prayers, said Brahma. Ask for a boon. I have only one boon to ask for, replied Manu. Sooner or later there will be a destruction and the world will no longer exist. Please grant me the boon that it will be I who will save the world and it begins at the time of the destruction. Brahma readily granted this boon. Days passed. On one particular occasion, Manu was performing ablutions in a pond near his hermitage. He immersed his hands in the water so that he might offer some water to his ancestors. When he raised his cupped hands, he found that there was a minnow swimming around in the water. Manu had no desire to kill the minnow. He placed it carefully in his water pot. But the minnow started to grow and within a day, it was 16 fingers in length. Save me, king, said the fish. This water pot is too small for me. Manu then placed the fish in a vat. But the fish continued to grow and, within a day, it was 3 hands in length. Save me, king, said the fish. This vat is too small for me. Manu put the fish in a well, but the well soon became too small for the fish. Manu transferred the fish to a pond, but the pond was also too small for the fish. Manu now removed the fish to the holy river Ganga, but even this was too small for the fish. Finally, Manu transferred the fish to the ocean. There the fish grew so much that it soon occupied the entire ocean. Who are you? Asked Manu. I have never seen or heard of such wonders. Are you a demon that is deluding me with its illusions? No, I do not think that you are a demon. You must be the great Vishnu himself. Please tell me the truth and satisfy my curiosity. Vishnu then revealed that it was indeed he who had adopted the form of a fish. He told Manu that the earth would soon be flooded with water. Vishnu had got a boat built by the gods. When the earth was flooded, Manu was to place all living beings in the boat and thus save them. Vishnu would himself arrive in his form of the fish and Manu was to tie the boat to the fish's horn. Thus the living beings would be saved. And when the waters of the flood receded, Manu could populate the world afresh and rule over it. Vishnu disappeared, and for 100 years there was a terrible drought on earth. The drought led to famine and people died of starvation. Meanwhile, the sun blazed in fury and burnt up the entire world. When everything had burned to ashes, dark clouds loomed in the sky. These are the clouds that appear at the time of destruction, and there are 7 classes of Kush clouds, known as Samvarta, Bhimananda, Drona, Chanda, Valahaka, Vyadayotapataka, and Kona. From the clouds, rain began to pour and soon, water engulfed the entire earth. The land mass was flooded. As instructed by Vishnu, Manu gathered together living beings inside the boat. And when the fish appeared, he tied the boat to the fish's horn. What do you think Manu used a rope? He used a gigantic snake. While the boat was thus tethered and dragged around by the fish, Manu asked Vishnu several questions. The answers that Vishnu provided form the text of the Matsya Purana. Let us start with the account of the creation. Creation. In the beginning, there was nothing in the universe. There was only darkness and the divine essence. It is impossible to describe the Brahman, it has no traits that can be described. When the time came for creation to start, the Brahman removed the darkness and divided itself into 3. These 3 parts came to be known as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The first object that was created was water, and Vishnu slept on this water. Since Nara means water and Ayana means resting place, Vishnu is accordingly also known as Narayana. In this water next appeared a golden egg. The egg shone with the radiance of 1,000 suns. Inside the egg, Brahma created himself. Since he effectively created himself, Brahma is also known as Svayambhuva. The egg, you will remember, was golden. Garbha means womb, and since Brahma was born inside a golden egg, he is also known as Hiranyagarbha. For 1,000 years Brahma stayed inside the egg. He then split the shell into two and emerged out. Heaven was made from one half of the shell and the earth from the remaining half. All the land masses, the oceans, the rivers, and the mountains, had been inside the egg in embryonic form. Brahma made them manifest. The sun was also born. Since he was the first being to be born, he is known as Aditya. The word Mrita means dead. Since the sun was born when the egg died, the sun was also known as Mrtanda. Brahma's first act was to meditate. It was while he was meditating that the Vedas, the Puranas, and the other Shastras emerged from Brahma's mouth. 10 sons were also born to Brahma. Created from Brahma's mental powers, they all became sages. Their names were Marishi, Atrai, Angara, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, Pracheta, Vashishtha, Bhrigu and Narada. There were others too who were born. Daksha was born from Brahma's right toe. And the god Dharma was born from his chest. But for further creation to continue, it was essential that created beings should have proper mothers and fathers. Brahma accordingly created 2 beings from his body, one was male and the other was female. The male half was named Svayambhuva Manu and the female half was named Kshatrupa. Kshatrupa is also referred to as Savitri, Gayatri, Sarasvati, or Brahmani. Since she had been born from Brahma's body, she was like Brahma's daughter. In fact, Vashishtha and the other sages who were Brahma's sons welcomed her as their sister. But Kshatrupa was so beautiful that Brahma fell in love with her and wished to marry her. Kshatrupa circled Brahma and showed her respects to him. When she stood in front of him, Brahma gazed upon her with the face that he had. But when she went and stood behind him, Brahma could see her no longer. Another head with another face therefore sprouted behind Brahma's first head so that he might be able to see Kshatrupa. In similar fashion, a head sprouted to Brahma's first head so that he might be able to see Kshatarpa. In similar fashion, a head sprouted to Brahma's right and another one to his left. And when Kshatrupa rose above him, a head sprouted towards the top as well. Thus it was that Brahma came to have 5 heads and 5 faces. Brahma married Kshatrupa and they lived together as man and wife for 100 years. Their son was named Svayambhuva Manu. Hearing the account, Vivasvata Manu exclaimed, "But what you have just said is truly amazing. How could Brahma have married his own daughter? Surely that is a sin." "Perhaps," replied Vishnu, "but it is not for humans to judge the actions of the gods. How could creation proceed if Brahma did not marry Kshatrupa?" To continue with the account of the creation, Brahma created a sage named Sanatakumara and Shiva. Brahma asked Shiva to help him in the act of creation. "Why don't you create some beings as well?" asked Brahma. Shiva complied and started to create. But all the beings that he created were just like him in appearance. That is, they were all immortal. "What are you doing?" asked Brahma. "Don't create immortal beings. Create mortal ones instead." "That I refuse to do," retorted Shiva. "If I am to create, I shall create only immortals." "Please do not create then," requested Brahma. "I will take care of creation myself." Svayambhuva Manu performed very difficult tapasya and obtained a wife named Ananti. Svayambhuva Manu and Ananti had 2 sons named Priyavrata and Uttanapada. From Uttanapada was descended Prakanavari. Prakanavari he married Savarna, the Dogthar of the ocean, and they had 10 sons. These sons were known as the Prachetas. The 10 Prachetas married a woman named Marisha. That is, all of them had the same wife. Daksha was the son of the Prachetas and Marisha. Daksha's descendants. Daksha married Panchajani. Daksha and Panchajani had 1,000 sons. These were known as the Hari-Akshas. Daksha asked his sons to create more living beings. But the sage Narada came and told the Hari-Akshas, you can't possibly create living beings unless you know where they are going to live. Have you explored the universe that your creations are going to populate? Why don't you start out on a voyage of discovery? The Haryukshas did this and have never been heard of since. They did not return. Daksha and Panchajani now had another 1,000 sons. These were named the Shaivalas. Narada asked the Shaivalas also to explore the universe, and they too disappeared. 60 daughters were next born to Daksha and Panchajani. 10 of these daughters were married to the god Dharma, 27 were married to the moon god Chandra, and 13 were married to the sage Kashyapa. The remaining daughters were married to various other sages. The 13 daughters who were married to Kashyapa were named Utti, Dithi, Danu, Arishta, Surasa, Surbhi, Vinata, Tamra, Kradavisha, Ira, Kadrua, Vishva, and Muni. Utti's sons were known as the Adityas. There were 12 of them, and they were named Indra, Jhada, Bhaga, Tivashta, Mitra, Varuna, Yama, Vivasvana, Suvita, Pusha, Amshumana, and Vishnu. These were the gods. Dithi's sons were the Daityas. There were 2 of them, named Hiranyakshipu and Hiranyaksha. Their sons also came to be known as the Daityas. Hiranyaksha's sons were Ulaka, Shakuni, Buddhasantapana, and Mahanabha. Hiranyakshipu's sons were Prahlada, Anulada, Samitlada, and Hlada. Prahlada's son was Virochana, Virachana's son was Vala, and Vala's son was Vanasura. Danu had 100 sons. These and their descendants were known as the Danavas. Chief among the 100 sons was Viprachitat. Maya, the architect of the demons, was descended from this line. Tamra had 6 daughters. These were the mothers of the birds and of goats, horse, sheep, camels, and donkeys. Vinata had 2 sons, Aruna and Garuda. Aruna's sons were Sampati and Jatayu. Both Surasa and Kadrua gave birth to snakes. Kradavisha was the mother of Rakshasas, Surbhi of cows and buffaloes, Muni of apsaras, Arishta of Gandharvas, Ira of trees and herbs, and Vishva of Yakashas. The Maruts. Although the gods and the demons were cousins, they did not like each other and fought amongst themselves all the time. Many Daityas were killed by Vishnu and the other gods. Dithi was disconsolate to see her children suffer thus. She resolved that she would meditate so as to obtain a son who would be so powerful that he would kill Indra, the king of the gods. There was a Tirtha named Syamantapanchaka on the banks of the sacred river Sarasvati. Dithi went there and started to pray to the sage Kashyapa. She lived on roots and fruits and meditated for 100 years. These prayers pleased Kashyapa. "Ask for a boon," he said. "Please grant me a son who will kill Indra," replied Dithi. "It shall be as you wish," said Kashyapa. "But there are some conditions. You will have to live in this hermitage for 100 years more. Throughout these 100 years you will bear the baby in your womb. But there are certain conditions of cleanliness that you must observe. You must not eat in the evening, nor must you sleep under a tree at night. Exercise is not permitted in any form. Do not sleep with your hair unbraided, or without having had a bath. If you can observe these rules for 100 years, you will have the son you wish for." Kashyapa went away and Dithi began to observe the rites that the sage had prescribed. But Indra had got to know what was afoot, and he was naturally in no mood to permit the birth of a son who would be the cause of his own destruction. He hung around Dithi's hermitage, pretending to serve his aunt. He brought her firewood and fruit and served her in other ways. But in reality, he was merely waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment when Dithi would fail to observe the norms of cleanliness that had been laid down for her.